There are 1,098 minigames across all 17 games in the Mario Party franchise, and no, you did not read the title of this video wrong. Today, I am going to rank every single one, and when I say every minigame throughout the series, I mean every minigame. If the name Mario Party is on the box, it's in this video. A few things before we get started on this absolute unit of a project. Saying ranking 1,098 minigames was hard would be the understatement of the year. Not only are ranking videos super opinionated in nature, but with how subjective the quality of a 20-second minigame even is, there are going to be some crazy hot takes in here, so spoiler alert, you may and probably will disagree with this list. But just so we're clear, I like the majority of minigames here, so just because your favorite minigame is ranked 835 does not mean I think it's bad, it's more about which minigames I would prefer playing rather than it actually being just a straight up horrible minigame. But with that being said, there are some absolutely atrocious minigames out there. So let's talk about what makes a good Mario Party minigame. In my opinion, the perfect Mario Party minigame has to do 4 unique things. The minigame cannot waste your time. Whether you're playing these in free play in like every game's own side minigame gauntlet, or in the main Mario Party game mode itself, or even its own minigame specific side mode, like Coinathlon or Bowser's Kaboom Squad in Mario Party Jamboree. Yes, we're even ranking those. No matter what type of minigame it is, you do not want a minigame to feel like it's wasting your time. Some are naturally quicker or shorter than the others, and that's okay. It's not about the exact length of a minigame, rather just does it feel like it's wasting my time or does it feel like it earns its runtime? Second, minigames have to have a simple but creative premise. Mario Party, at its very core, is one of the most accessible video game series out there. It is literally just a board game, but on your TV. The only thing that separates Mario Party from playing something like Monopoly or Clue are the video game elements, and well, that's pretty much just the minigames. Because of the wide variety of people who will be playing Mario Party with you, minigames cannot be super complex. They should stay somewhat simple, but also not falter within that simplicity. They have to have a creative premise that grabs you, yet is still instantly easy to understand for everyone who might be playing. The third thing a Mario Party minigame has to do is use the specific type of minigame to its advantage. There are so many 2v2 minigames in the Mario Party franchise. However, if a 2v2 minigame is just a 4-player free-for-all minigame, but you're separated into teams, that will naturally rank worse than a 2v2 minigame that requires coordination and skilled teamwork between the two players, because that is what makes a 2v2 minigame. Same with like 1v3 minigames. They have to actually be balanced and justify that minigame typing. The fourth and final thing a perfect Mario Party minigame has to do is just be fun. Yeah, I know this one's kind of corny, but given the nature of Mario Party games, you are going to be replaying these minigames a decent amount. Trust me, I know, there are a lot of minigames throughout this series, but if you buy just like 1 or 2 Mario Party games per console, and if you play them as much as I do with your friends, you're gonna be replaying minigames a lot, so the minigames have to be fun, and above all else, replayable. The perfect Mario Party minigame will end, and then you'll be sent back to the main Mario Party board, but you'll wish you just get to replay that minigame. Those 4 factors make the perfect Mario Party minigames, and of course I'll talk about more of my specific tastes, whether it's button mashers, spoiler alert, I like them a lot, or stuff like memorization minigames. We'll talk about those throughout the videos, but those are the 4 core principles that every minigame has to reside with. There have also been a ton of minigames remade throughout the years, and although most of the remade minigames are completely identical in the actual gameplay, there are a few that have made some massive changes game to game that actually change the core fundamentals of how that minigame plays, which in turn can bump it up a few hundred spots up or down on the ranking. So if a remade minigame is identical to its predecessor, we will just rank it as one minigame. But if there is a notable change, and yes, notable change is somewhat subjective, but if we think there is a notable change, we have separated them on the rankings and ranked them separately as a result. Finally, at the end of this massive project, we will be taking some interesting averages to see a bunch of cool statistics. For example, on average, are 4-player minigames better than 1v3 or 2v2? Or on average, which Mario Party game has the highest ranked minigames? All of that is included at the end of this video, so make sure to stay tuned and grab some popcorn. This is an absolutely massive project, by far the biggest video we've ever made on the channel, so dropping a like, and if you're not subscribed, hitting that subscribe button seriously does help out so much. On top of that, let us know your thoughts on this ranking in the comments below. Obviously, this is a subjective video. It is quite literally our opinion. We're more than happy to talk to you all in the comments though, so make sure to drop a message down below. If your favorite minigame happens to be ranked in like the middle of this 4-hour-long behemoth. With that all being said, thank you guys for watching, and let's get into the ranking. Alright, let's jump into it. What is the worst all-time minigame in Mario Party history? This is arguably, to me, just as interesting as what minigame is the best. Out of the over 1,000 minigames, which one is the biggest stinker? Well, there have been some absolutely abysmal Mario Party minigames throughout the years. Some that are uncreative, bland to look at, waste your time, and are just not fun. But what do you get when you put all of that into one sad excuse of a minigame? Well, you get Gatekeepers from Super Mario Party Jamboree. Pick a random key, pick a random gate, and just hope it fits. Now, as you'll see throughout this list, I have nothing against 100% luck-based minigames. In fact, some of my favorite minigames out there are just pure RNG, but the way I see it, if a minigame needs 0 player input and can just be run throughout a calculator, it is entirely carried by its presentation, how the minigame looks with its premise, how it builds suspense, all while not wasting your time. These are the important factors for RNG minigames, and that's why Gatekeepers is easily the worst minigame in the Mario Party franchise. You quite literally just take turns one by one picking random keys, hoping it works on a random door. If you're unlucky enough, this minigame can last up to 3 minutes.
Nope. This is a boring minigame.
It's crazy because we're now 17 games into this franchise, and the more recent Mario Parties have been putting out consistently high quality minigames. It's just salt in the wound that Gatekeepers is as bad as it is while being in Jamboree, which is one of my favorite Mario Parties and the most recent one we've gotten. In Fruit or Foe, you one by one knock on a random house, get a random amount of apples, and rinse and repeat for 3 minutes. Yeah, this is essentially the same thing as Gatekeepers, but barely better presentation-wise. Barely though, it's still absolute garbage as far as minigames go. For aim of the game, you pick 5 cards to get the highest score. Not only is this minigame absolutely sauceless, with no interesting presentation whatsoever to speak of, but they somehow took a boring premise and broke it. There is no timer on this minigame, so you can literally sit and wait until you mathematically get the best score, only to find out that everyone else did the exact same thing, so the game is just a tie. This minigame is lazy, boring, and broken, not to mention a really lame inclusion of pointer controls. You will not believe the game mechanics on display in this next one. In Get a Rope from Mario Party 5, get this, you walk up to a rope and pull it. That's it. Nintendo absolutely cooked with this one, and not only that, but if you somehow pull off this insanely skilled win, a tiny bit of confetti will even pop out to congratulate you. Move over, Breath of the Wild, Nintendo might have peaked with this minigame right here. Oh yay, another one. Pitfall from Mario Party 6 has you choose one of the ropes and randomly win or lose. I guess this is slightly better because of this animation right here, but yeah, I do not know what Nintendo or Hudson Soft was on when making these. In Puzzle Pronto from Mario Party Island Tour, you drag items to their silhouettes, and that's it. You know those games for literal babies where they put the square peg in the square hole? Yeah, this is exactly how this minigame feels. There's nothing creative, nothing that helps it stand out. It's literally a baby game through and through, like by definition. In Top It Off, you're shown the bottom of an item and have to find the top faster than everyone else. Maybe with some fun presentation, this could save itself from being better than bottom tier. But my goodness, this one just turns out absolutely sauceless. It's like a mobile minigame in both gameplay and graphics, and in my opinion, just has little to no redeeming qualities. There are only 13 standard 4-player minigames in Mario Party 7. 13, the least amount in any Mario Party game by far, and you're telling me out of all the scrapped ideas, all the workshopped mechanics, Cointagious somehow made the cut? You literally just hit dice blocks for 30 seconds straight to get coins. When it comes to coin minigames, I largely see them as unnecessary. Regular minigames reward coins as is, so basing an entire minigame around just collecting coins usually just limits the creativity. But they needed a coin minigame in here? Fine, I don't like most of them, but there are a few on this list that I genuinely enjoy. But this is the gameplay Nintendo came up with? Cointagious is absolutely awful. At least have the gameplay be anything other than hitting dice over and over again. That's like all we do in the main Mario Party mode anyway. Vicious vending would be even more offensive than Cointagious if it wasn't over in literally 2 seconds. You spin the wheel and get a random reward. There's no sauce here. It's pure luck and it's a coin minigame. Thankfully, Vicious vending marks the end of the straight up offensively bad minigames. minigames. Those last 8 or 9 minigames I just never want to play again, so although the next 100 or so are still kind of bad minigames, they don't fill me with pure anger like the ones we just covered. Shuffling things up, we have Stacked Deck from Mario Party 3. Again, I know I sound like a broken record, but I don't inherently hate these pure RNG minigames. However, if you're gonna do one, don't make it take 2 minutes of pointless turn taking. In Crane Game from Mario Party 1, 3 players sit there unable to do anything other than wiggle as one player using the crane slowly comes over, picks you up, and drops you in a pipe. This'll be a theme throughout this video. You can tell they had fun ideas for some of the Mario Party 1 minigames, but either had to crunch or were still just finding out even how to develop a minigame, so because of that, this one's a total dud. Next up, we have the Crane Game from Mario Party 2. Wait, what? Yeah, that's right, it's a repeat. Now, you didn't hear me wrong in the intro. If a minigame is repeated later in the series, but with no drastic changes, it'll just be grouped together in the ranking, but this is really a special case, because as it turns out, both of the Crane games from Mario Party 1 and Mario Party 2 equally suck, but for entirely different reasons. They repurposed this minigame to be a challenge against the clock for one player to pick up every player and then drop them in a pipe. This means instead of being a meaningless quick minigame, this is now a 2-minute long slog fest, watching the player with the crane slowly pick someone up, drop them, and rinse and repeat. It even defeats the purpose of the race against the clock style of minigames by including clocks the crane can pick up for extra time. It's hilarious that they attempted to try and fix this minigame from Mario Party 1 to 2 and ultimately made it just as bad, but in its own special and unique way. In Coin Shower Flower, you paddle around trying to get coins from the flower. I see nothing redeemable about this coin minigame. Alright, here we have our first batch of microphone minigames that appeared in Mario Party 6 and 7. I'm not quite sure who thought Mario Party needed a microphone extension, but its implementation in a party game from 2004 is just about as clunky as you'd expect. Although there are a few fun mic minigames way down the ranking, these coming up are the epitome of a gimmick gone wrong. In Wheel of Woe, 3 players survive while 1 player calls into the mic the enemies they want to appear. This would be somewhat challenging and difficult if you literally couldn't hear the person next to you say what's coming. Nintendo, what were you thinking here? In Boxing Day, you have to avoid the giant mechanical arms that are piloted by 1 player using the mic. But again, hearing what moves are coming means that unless you are literally living life on 2000 ping, it's almost impossible to lose here. Next we have Stratosphere. Getting tired of these microphone 1v3 minigames? Don't worry, I am too. Be My Chum has the exact same problem as the other 1v3 mic minigames, but this one's only the highest because the enemies have more random moves and they're mildly more fun to play against. In Puddle Paddle, you paddle around to pick up coins. Again, a boring coin minigame. In Coin Bop, 1 player gets a harder control scheme but is alone, while the 3 players get easier controls but as a team. This minigame type is done to death, so the poor ones get no sympathy from me. Plus, this is a coin minigame, just get out of here. In Pyramid Scheme, you work together to collect coins. This would be lame as a 2v2 versus minigame, but as a coin minigame on top of that, I might just burn my Mario Party 7 disc. In Coin Block Blitz, you run around, I guess blitzing around, hitting blocks for coins. Yep, it's as boring as it sounds. Coin Block Bash is the exact same thing, but 1v3 with someone having a hammer. I hate it here. Box Mountain Mayhem is literally the same thing, but the boxes are stacked and you punch them. How did they run out of ideas in the first Mario Party game? Butterfly Blitz? More like butterfly sh. Yeah, I have no problem with a butterfly catching minigame, but holy crap, the controls here are terrible. Maybe if your net was always up and you were bumping into each other to catch butterflies, it would actually work. But as it is, it feels impossible to actually catch a butterfly in your swing. The actual motion of the swing doesn't really fit with where the butterfly is when you catch it, so this one just feels awkward. I don't even know how this constitutes itself as a minigame. The idea for Mathletes is awesome, having to form an equation that gets you the most coins. Only problem is, it's 100% RNG, your input means nothing. Only reason this isn't at the very bottom is because it's a cool premise, but absolutely wasted. In Deck Hands, you pick 3 random cards and hope you get the highest total. Now, although I know I've already ranted about pure RNG minigames previously, the style and setup of this minigame could make it above average, but oh my goodness, once again, this minigame takes forever. Everyone selects their cards one by one, which makes this minigame last upwards of 2 minutes. For a minigame like this that could literally be run through an algorithm, just don't even waste the player's time. Like, why are we doing this? In tap dash, you have to dash to be the first to tap the enemy after it's shown on screen. A pretty simple reaction minigame with straight booty presentation. Mario Party 8's challenge minigames are unfortunately kinda lame, so let's get some of them out of the way. In Pour to Score, you pour out the right amount to win. Need I say more? Fruit Picker, pick the fruit in the right order. Oh, so riveting. In Stampede, you stamp normal paper and don't stamp Bowser. Alright, moving on. Piranha's Pursuit is a 1v3 minigame where the 3 players ground pound a cloud to rain on the piranha so it catches up to the 1 player who's running away. Even when they went over and updated it, this is still just a flat out horrible minigame. All you do here is either sit on a cloud and ground pound or go through an incredibly simple stage. That's literally it. There's no movement system with the cloud to keep it over the piranha. There's really just nothing else to it. That's it. It's simple and kind of just an ugly minigame even with the remake in Superstars. Somehow the gameplay in Bash and Crash is only the second worst thing about this minigame. The player head on Bowser is absolutely cursed. This minigame is called Awful Tower, and they really hit the nail on the head here with the naming. Awful is the right word to use because the controls are absolutely disgusting. You have to sort of lock in which lane you're jumping to, but it isn't a binary left, middle, or right. Sometimes you'll think you've jumped far enough left, but it'll slow down and cause you to fall into the middle. It's truly an awful minigame. In Tile Savvy, you swipe tiles to be the first to match the picture. This, once again, kind of feels like a mobile game. I could see this actually being higher up with a better presentation, but as is, it's just got zero sauce. The use of the stylus, though, saves this from being close to last. In Magnet Cart, you grab coins with your magnet cars, and I forgot about this instantly after playing. Stick and Spin is where you turn the wheel to match colored balls. Wait, I'm pretty sure I played this as a crappy mobile game with ads on my iPod Touch in 2011. Why is this even here? For Day at the Races, you choose a random enemy and hope they win a race. There are nearly identical versions of this minigame later on in this ranking, and even in this same game. That's solely because, once again, not all RNG minigames are created equally. They need better presentation, this one doesn't have it, and that's why it's ranked low. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Money Belt is a coin minigame where you get to open a box to get a coin. I bet you can tell why it's ranked low. Next we have Cash-a-Pull. This, again, is kind of a cool idea for a coin minigame, but it's an idea for a coin minigame. The bar is on the floor with these. Some of these coin minigames are straight up buns, dude. Trick or Tree is a pretty average keep track of an object minigame. Wait, why is it so on the list if it isn't that bad? Oh, now it's just RNG. Dude, how are you supposed to track these? In the minigame titled In the Nick of Time, you turn your Wiimote to turn the clock hands to match the clock in the middle. Yeah, it's about as boring as it sounds. Alright, we've hit Mario Party 1, 2, and 3's single player minigames, with these being used for coins or for items, and save for a few exceptions, these are all absolutely mid, so I'll be getting through these quickly. First up is Memory Match. You ground pound and match the blocks, it's boring. In Hey Batter Batter, you hit the baseball to the item you want. I definitely don't hate this one the most because of how bad I am at it. In Slot Machine, you literally hit a slot machine. Yup, that's it. Bowser Slots is the exact same thing, but Mario Party 2 with a Bowser flair. In Shell Game, you keep track of the shell with the most coins. These single player minigames are so boring. Roll Out the Barrels is the exact same thing, but in the second one. They did this a lot, and by and large, they were not really able to improve a lot of these minigames from 1 to 2. In Ghost Guess, you jump on a random boo and hope you get coins. I love RNG minigames like this. Not. In Swinging with Sharks, you swing to the item you want. Hey, at least it's over fast. In Whack a Plant, you whack the plants. Need I say more? In Coffin Congestion, you pick an item from a coffin. I wish it was me inside of these while I was playing through all these boring item minigames. In Ground Pound, you ground pound flat pieces of wood. Great naming here, guys. You can actually even see most of them too, even with the butterflies supposedly covering them. Hammer Slammer lets you whack the hammer to get an item you want. Imagine if this was fun. In Teetering Towers, you have to make it to the end of these teetering towers, but it's literally impossible to lose this one. Knock Block Tower lets you punch blocks. Next. In Bobbing Balloons, you shoot the arrow to get the item you want. So cool. Give Me a Break lets you pull on the item you want. Even more cool. In Limbo Dance, you do the limbo, but Mario does not have any good dance moves, which is ironic for someone who got his own DDR game. In Mallet Go Round, you hit the mallet on an item you want. In Dory Dip, you abuse poor Dory here for her to grab you an item. Ouch. For Swing and Swipe, you whack Baby Bowser to get the item you want with the hammer. This just feels mean. For Winner's Wheel, you click the button on an item you want. At least it's the simplest one that wastes your time the least, but let's not pretend that this is an actual minigame. Now we have our first batch of Mario Party Advanced minigames. Now going into this ranking, I had honestly thought this game would easily have the most minigames in the lower spots. But surprisingly, although they are a bit unorthodox for Mario Party standards, most of these are actually a lot of fun. With 42 of the 59 minigames being single player, these more so aim to be as easy to pick up and replayable as possible. Unfortunately, some of them are just sort of bland, so that leads us to our first minigame, Grab It. Run around diving to catch the most rabbits. One of Mario Party Advance's biggest strengths is how replayable its minigames are, and this just doesn't have that fun of a gameplay loop. Barrel Peril has you slowly making it to the end while avoiding chain chomps by hiding in your barrel. Just like the red light green light version of this in Mario Party 2, I just don't really care for it. In Bunny Belt, you press the combination of arrows and buttons as fast as you can 10 times in a row. Not really sure why you do this 10 times in a row instead of switching every turn, but this one just isn't that fun. Choose either water or chemicals in Pesticide. Although most of the Mario Party Advance minigames are simpler in nature, this one kind of takes that and just makes it not that fun to play. On the Spot is basically just Simon Says, but with nothing interesting spicing it up. I just don't find this one that fun. Make your way to the end of the treadmill in Dreadmill. Out of all the Mario Party Advance minigames that need a get hit once and restart mechanic, this one needed it the most. Without it, you can just run into spikes and get back up in a second to keep running. It takes out all the punishment from this minigame. Flip from pole to pole in Flippin' Out. I really wanted to like this one, but I just don't have that much fun playing it. Pick up 10 monkeys in the river in Sea Monkey. The fact that you have to follow the river line to pick them up makes this a not so fun minigame to replay, and considering that's kind of the only thing Mario Party Advance minigames have going for it, yeah, this one just isn't fun. Musical Mushroom is just musical chairs, but the first person to the middle wins. A musical chairs spin on a minigame sounds like a good idea, but they literally added nothing to it. Music stops, jump in the middle, super lame. In Grab Bag, you run around stealing coins from people's bags in very questionable animations. This is a lame minigame. Mass Meteor sees you avoiding meteors to get to the end first. It's really hard to mess this one up. Raking 'em in would be just your average inoffensive minigame if it weren't for the absolutely awful controls. You press A to rake in mushrooms, and you will see them shift away from your rake even if you perfectly line it up. Maybe it's a skill issue, but I don't like this one. For easy pickings from Mario Party 7, you hit the rocks to get the most gems. 1v3 minigames, in my opinion, should be where the developers get to flex their creative muscle. I feel like there's a lot of cool ideas you could come up with for 1v3 minigames, and some of them are really great, ranked way later on in this video. This is not one of them though. It feels very much like a filler minigame. In Grabbin' Gold, you grab coins with your basket. Again, a waste of a 1v3 minigame. In Keep Away, you get a key to the barrel at the end of the room. I guess it's a fine premise, but this ends in all of 3 seconds. Just a very odd, poorly made minigame. Jigsaw Jumble sees you pick up the right piece to the puzzle 5 times in a row. Again, great example of filler. In Whole Hogs, you hit the players with hammers before you score points. I do not like this one. In Peel Out, you go down a slide and hope you get the most bananas. These Donkey Kong minigames are exactly like coin minigames in my opinion. Usually not as fun as regular minigames and largely unnecessary, and feel like they're constricting the minigames to one specific style. Luckily, these only appeared in Mario Party 5 through 7 though. In Etch and Catch, you draw circles around the toad to score a point. I don't really get the point for this one being 2v2 because it causes this to be way too easy and not fun in the slightest. In Pound Peril, you have to ground pound the one random button out of the 12 first. Feels kinda like filler. MPIQ lets you get quizzed on random facts about the Mario Party games or Mario lore. It's a pretty lame idea with somehow even worse execution. Aster Road Rage is basically Subway Surfers but with asteroids, but hey, I kinda like Subway Surfers, but here the gameplay is just meh. Pitter Platter is a gyroscope minigame minus the gyroscope because this is a base Wiimote game. Yeah, this one's kinda janky. In Bumper Crop, you have to pick 2 of each crop first. Once again, nothing makes this game necessary to be a 2v2 minigame, which means it's a bad 2v2 minigame. In Something Amist, you find a jewel in the mist. Dang man, these Silent Hill games really fell off. In Crossfire Caverns, you try and shoot Bowser Jr. This one's kinda dark. In Bumper Sparks, you try and electrocute Bowser Jr. Nintendo, are you okay? In Pair of Aces, you straight up shoot him out of the sky to his death. Dude, what is going on? In Pedal to the Paddle, oh, okay, this one is pretty simple. You just have to beat Bowser Jr. in a race. That's not that bad. Oh my goodness! In Mario Bandstand, you play the notes correctly. Once again, I kinda derived 0 enjoyment from this one. Totem Pole Pound is a bit of a button masher. Button mashers can be really fun if done right, as we'll get into later in this video, but ground pound mashers are just dumb. The delay from the ground pound to letting you jump again is just straight trash, and makes this one feel janky. It's like halfway in between a rhythm minigame and a button masher, but neither of those really works. It's just, I don't like this one. In Tidal Fools, you wait for the tide to come in and collect coins as it leaves. It's a coin minigame, but somehow even more boring than a lot of the other ones. Getting hit by the water doesn't even really do anything. It should at least knock coins out of you. It feels like a big waste of time. Mario Party Jamboree Jamboree brought back so many amazing things from past games, like iconic boards and super fun minigames, and item minigames are not one of those things. I don't know why Jamboree brought back item minigames, especially if most of the time you get items from like a dice block, but honestly the ones we have here aren't horrible, just kind of forgettable. Even if the item minigame only takes like 10 seconds, everyone still has to wait for the game to load, the player to play the item minigame, then load back into the board. But the first Jamboree item minigame is flippin' find. Remember the cards and pick 2 cards of the item you want. Kinda tired of memory card minigames, but even as an item minigame, yeah, this one's just super lame. In Picture Imperfect, you hit the dice at the right time to make this picture. At first I thought the dice going too fast made this a bad minigame, and then I thought about it and this would also be just as dumb even if it was slowed down. This is kind of just a bad idea for a minigame. In Peer Factor, you choose the right barrel to grab the most bananas. Once again, this is riveting stuff here, Nintendo. In Banana Punch, you punch as many barrels as you can. Kinda basic, nothing special here. In Divine Climb, you climb the vine, oh wow, shocker, while connecting bananas. Man, most of these DK minigames are just not fun. In Bananas Faster, you jump in the turning circle to grab banana. Oh, sorry, I fell asleep there. In Stump Change, you ride a barrel to grab bananas. At least this one goes by quick. In Pipe Maze, one player chooses a pipe for the coins to go down and the rest watch, trying not to cry their eyes out from boredom. In Ozone, you ground pound 3 O's in a row to win. That about sums it up. In Cosmic Coaster, you make it to the end first by avoiding the Bowser obstacles. This is a great minigame in theory, but oh my goodness, they messed this one up pretty bad. As you play, there are only 3 places where the Bowser obstacles spawn, but on the tracks there are actually 4 spaces where you weave between. Not only does it make it super confusing when you hit the edge of an obstacle, but it also just makes it needlessly complicated. Pair that with the fact that it's hard to know where you are when you're in the front and you just have a horrifically botched minigame. Foul Play sees you trying to catch the chicken first. However, they took the horrible camera from Mario 64 and put it here. Straight up ruins this already mediocre minigame. In Slow Glide, you use the 3DS's gyro to go up or down to hit the balloons. With how creative some of the minigames get in Mario Party Island Tour, this one is just kinda lame. Maybe if everyone wasn't stuck in their own lane and you could bump into each other, it would be more fun, but as is, this one's just slow and uncreative. Merry-Go Chomp is another time-wasting RNG one. I hope I've been clear that these RNG minigames are everywhere on this ranking. Minigames in general shouldn't waste your time, but if there's literally no gameplay to speak of, then it really shouldn't waste your time. The only thing these RNG minigames couldn't even have going for it is the presentation and efficiency. The presentation here is actually fun, with players slowly being eliminated by the chain chomps, but this just feels like a ripoff of Bowser's Big Blast, which is essentially the same thing as this, but with way more sauce, suspense, and it goes by much quicker. Shave off 80% of this minigame, and it honestly would have been great. Fish Sticks is just catching as many fish as you can, using the rumble to help. Technically, it's fine, but man, I just have no fun playing this one. Fladiator is your typical 1v3 survival minigame, but unfortunately in this one, it's way too easy for the guy on the ball. The movement isn't slow or punishing enough, and the players need to be sped up. Overall, it's a fine minigame, but because it's so unbalanced, it's rated pretty low. Slaughter Whirl has you just land 3 keys on the slots. Gamblers, this one's for you. Everyone else, it's kind of boring. Speaking of gambling, we have now reached the gambling section of Mario Party Advance. And no, I am not kidding, as these minigames are literally labeled as gambling. You may think, alright, that's weird, but I'm sure the minigame is a fun twist rather than just straight up gambling, right?
Nope.
This is literally just gambling the coins that you have. Scratch off, roulette wheels, this minigame section's got everything. Unfortunately, gambling coins is not that fun on its own, so these are all just a little forgettable. Match 'em has you spinning slots. Again, I wasn't joking. There's no extra mechanic here. This is literally just a slot machine. In Watch 'em, you wager coins and track the pipe the Koopa is in. It's kind of mid, but at least it isn't something like a pachinko machine. Holy crap, Drop 'em is just a pachinko machine. Stop 'em has you wagering all your life savings on the red star, then watching your future slowly disappear. Pair 'em sees you pairing cards next to each other. Yeah, this is a simple premise, and I just lost the house playing this one. Scratch 'em has you scratching off 5 squares. Remember kids, if you're gonna gamble, first learn how to in Mario Party Advance. In Slot Sync, you hit the same block to score points. It's the epitome, once again, of a filler minigame. In Color Me Fast, you color in the fruits as fast as you can with your stylus. Again, this feels like a leftover minigame from Mario Party DS. At this point, the 3DS had gyro and the 3D features, so reverting back to a filler, boring stylus minigame that doesn't do anything new just feels like a waste of a minigame slot here. In Oil Crisis, you survive on the track by avoiding oil. Besides literally being called Oil Crisis, why is this so low? Because you have to scream into the mic to either turn left or right. Some microphone minigames use the mic well, this is not one of them. In Eyesore, you run around the eye to make it shrink. I hate this minigame. Haha, you see what I did there? I see myself. Okay, I'm done. I'm done. No, I'm actually done. In running of the bulb, you help the player with the bulb to the end of the level. Not really sure why we're all working together in a 4-player minigame, but regardless, it just goes on way too long and gets kind of boring. In Deep Sea Salvage, you move your submarine around to collect coins. It's a boring waste of a coin minigame. Oh look, it's the same thing, but just from Mario Party Star Rush, which has no excuse for being this boring since it came out over a decade after the first Mario Party. Regardless, although this one looks better and plays a bit better, it's still just not fun. In fact, this game starts a batch of rankings from coin chaos in Star Rush. You'd think since coins are involved, I'd hate all of these, but I actually enjoy the majority of minigames in this playlist. But there are some straight filler ones like this that I think are just kind of wastes of minigames. These are all single player and go on for like 3 minutes, so when I call them bad, I really mean that the gameplay just isn't interesting enough for 3-minute chunks, especially when you don't have the chaos of playing it with someone else to kind of keep you tided over, so it's overall just uninspired. In Silver Lining, you jump around the clouds to collect coins. Not really anything more to it than that. If you like to spend 3 minutes bouncing on clouds, you'd love this one. I don't, however, so it's pretty low on the ranking. In Samurai Smackdown, you walk around hitting bats with A and Goombas with B. This feels like total filler. In House of Booze, you run around collecting coins from the ghosts, and this one could have been a great Pac-Man-like minigame, sparingly using the sprint and maybe even giving you a power-up to let you eat the ghosts like Pac-Man. But not only is that just not in this one, but you can also sprint forever, which makes it way too easy. Although it's the best of the bad coin chaos minigames, it's mainly due to the wasted potential. Bombsketball is basketball with a bomb. Cool, I guess, but whoever starts with the bomb will win here like 99% of the time. In Rudder Madness, you tilt your Wiimote to avoid rocks and win the race. This is actually a great idea for a minigame using motion controls. The only problem is it simultaneously goes way too slow, but also ends after like only 4 obstacles. It feels like this minigame was still under development and then they were just like, oh crap, we gotta ship the game. All right, well, this is what it is. I'm kind of shocked they left this in as is in the final game. Treasure Trawlers is a decently creative premise, but oh my goodness, once again, the controls here really torpedoed this one. You're supposed to drop your claw to pick up fish, but the claw takes like 3 entire seconds to go down, so by the time it reaches the fish is already gone. In Buried Treasure, you dig up randomly placed buried treasure. Yeah, once again, this is another absolute dud of a minigame. Not only is it a lame, boring, and broken premise, but there are arrows that point towards the treasure, so instead of everyone digging everywhere, the second the arrow is revealed, the person closest to it just knows and grabs it. It's not fun. Tally Me Banana sees you jumping on crates to get bananas. It's the least offensive of the DK minigames, but still a waste of time. In Banana Shake, you shake the tree to get bananas. Okay. In A Bridge Too Short, you race against Donkey Kong across one of 2 RNG bridges. This is a bad RNG minigame and a Donkey Kong minigame. It's like they're trying to make me mad. In Cake Factory, one player grabs a cake and the other grabs a strawberry. It's actually impossible to mess this one up, and if you somehow do mess up, it's even more impossible to catch up because there's nothing, you just play the game. Like, there's no way to get better at it. You just kind of do the same thing over and over and over again. Parasailing is really nothing special. Nothing to see here, folks. Yet another coin minigame. Move it along. In Frozen Assets, you punch ice to get the jewel. This goes on for way too long and is not fun. It feels like a leftover minigame from the first Mario Party. In River Raiders, you collect as many coins as you can if you're the 1 player in front or the 3 players in the back. It's not fun, and it's also crazily unbalanced for the player in the front because, well, it's just obvious. They're in the front. They can choose where to go. In Stardust Battle, you just throw stars at the big star man. It works as a single player minigame, but not as a Mario Party minigame. Mega Mecha Koopa's Swing and Stomp lets you swing and hit the Mecha Koopa. This is by far the simplest boss fight from Mario Party 10, and it feels like they threw this together in a few days because where is the fun here? There are a bunch of these sort of social deduction type minigames, and a few of them are some of my favorite minigames, but Tricky Turntables kinda misses the mark. Tying the minigame to coins and also having 7 entire rounds is just overkill. It takes a fun concept, but turns it incredibly boring by beating you over the head with repetition. You do the same thing 7 times. There's also 10 seconds for each round, bro. This is ridiculous. Baby Bowser Broadside makes you hit Baby Bowser in the middle the most. Really just a spamming minigame that's not that fun. Baby Bowser Bonkers sees you hop on the most Baby Bowsers to win. It's pretty straightforward and pretty boring. The movement for the characters is really bad in the older games, so it makes this one just clunky to play. Hammer Chime is the first Mario Party DS boss fight on the list. Some of these are quite fun, but as a whole, I would say they kind of fumble the bag, especially since they're called boss fights and are super hyped up throughout the main campaign. These were one of the first times bosses were introduced to Mario Party, and although there are worse ones in later games, by and large, they improve drastically compared to what we get in Mario Party DS, and I would say Hammer Chime is kinda easily the worst one there. It's literally just Simon Says, but for some reason, this is a boss fight? As a regular minigame, it's not horrible, although I'd say a little boring, but as a boss fight, this is a huge letdown and just kinda lame. Hexoskeleton has you running around ground pounding the symbols that are highlighted on your top screen. Yeah, that's about it. Once again, this doesn't deserve the boss fight title at all, as this one will be done in like 15 seconds. In Treasure Dome, you open the chests in the right order before time runs out. This would be fun if it wasn't isn't literally impossible to lose here. If you had to open them in a specific order, this would be fun, but as is, it's like confusingly easy. In Honeycomb Havoc, the idea of hitting the dice on the fly, avoiding the honeycombs is kinda cool, but man, this is a botched idea. You can only hit a 1 or 2, so not only do you get next to no real strategy, but the minigame goes on forever, and when you do get to a part where there is some real strategy, where you can screw over people other than you or just play it safe, make sure you don't get hit, it's so obvious what to do because again, your only options are 1 or 2. It's literally a binary choice. In Throw Me a Bone, you throw a bone to lead your chain chomp to the end. Cool, but ultimately kind of forgettable. Now we're at our first batch of boss battle minigames from Mario Party 9. Now some of these are a lot of fun, using cool mechanics with their respective bosses, but we're still at the start-ish of the video, so these suck. Socket to Lakitu sees you hitting blocks at the right time to send rockets to Lakitu. Would you even know this was technically a boss fight if I didn't tell you? Probably not. Deck Dry Bones sees you picking the right card to score points on Dry Bones. The only good thing about this boss fight is the pun in the title. In Cheep Cheep Shot, you use motion controls to grab shells and hit the Cheep Cheep. It's not horrible, but again, it's just an underwhelming boss fight. In Spike Strike, you choose the right hammer to deflect objects back at Spike. This would be a lame minigame, let alone, again, a boss battle. Maybe I'm being harder on these boss battles, but again, if Nintendo says, hey, this is a boss battle, and then it's the same as a normal minigame or even worse, that's gonna impact how I feel when I play it. In Bowser Jr. Breakdown, you roll a dice and hope you land on the number to score points. You could have done infinite more cool things with a Bowser Jr. boss fight, rather than rolling a dice to land on the right space. I feel like we do enough of that in Mario Party as is. Next up, we have Wiggler Bounce. Ground pound the poor, helpless Wiggler, like the horrible person you are. King Boo's puzzle attack is basically Candy Crush. They even included the part from Candy Crush where it's not fun at all. In Diddy's Banana Blast, you shoot out of a barrel to collect bananas. Ugh, I thought we were done with the DK minigames. DK's banana bonus is the exact same thing. Kill me now. In Hammer Drop, you try and collect coins and not get hit by hammers. I really don't enjoy the basic coin minigames like this one. However, Hammer Drop has one positive element. If you somehow fall off, you straight up don't return. It doesn't save this minigame from being mid, but it does separate it from all the other horrible coin minigames. Out of all the ground pound tile minigames, Tile Driver does absolutely nothing to stand out as different. In Hand, Line, and Sinker, you swim away as the 3 fish and avoid being reeled in. It's really hard to win this one as the fish and overall just isn't fun. In Squeaky's Shakedown, you go around whacking all the players with money bags. This is like Squeaky's Showdown from Mario Party 1, only not horrendously mean where you lose all your coins. Cheep Cheep Sweep is a fine enough idea for a minigame, but man, the controls are so slow and sluggish, and I swear the fish sometimes go towards you even when you're flailing your net at them. Just a frustrating minigame. Looking for Love sees you look in the direction of the heart first to get points. Whoa, crazy. Yeah, this one is just not fun. It's good when minigames are simple, but this one is beyond simple. It's just boring. Look This Way is the exact same thing, but with 8 players. Cool. Don't Look is the exact same thing, but you look away instead, and it also has motion controls. Yeah, I don't think this minigame concept needed to be reused so much, Nintendo. Paratrooper Plunge is nothing special in the coin collecting minigame department. It's cool that you're skydiving while grabbing coins, but the paratroopers hitting you sometimes feels cheap, and where the coins are in relation to where you're falling can feel really weird. Overall, just another mediocre coin minigame. There are a bunch of 1v3 racing minigames. Some of them are even really good, but it was a weird decision to make Filet Relay one of them. Usually, a great 1v3 minigame has skill as the 1 player's obstacle and coordination as the 3 players' obstacles. However, in this one, it's just a button masher for everyone. I guess it's fine, but kinda just a weird premise to make a 1v3 minigame. Ball Volley is like 8-player volleyball. As an 8-player minigame, it looks cool. I mean, it looks like, it's a bunch of people playing volleyball. That's gotta be fun, right? Wrong. This game is so boring when you're playing it yourself. You just walk up or down to the shadow of the ball. Oh, so fun. Ski Daddle is another 8-player minigame from Super Mario Party Jamboree, and just like Ball Volley, the gameplay here is almost non-existent. You press L and R on the beat to try and beat Wiggler in a race. The only redeeming quality here is the fact that Wiggler and like 8 Mario characters are all on skis. This is hilarious. Next up, we have Air Farce from Mario Party 7. Farce is the right word to describe this one because the gliding mechanics just don't make sense. Nothing wrong with a little Mario Party weirdness, but this one just isn't fun. Mecha March sees you work with a partner to shake your Wiimote to catch Bowser Jr. That about sums it all up. There's really nothing else to say. In Double Pounder, you have to ground pound at the same time to win. If you cannot win this minigame in 30 seconds, I can't help you and God can't either. Treasure Divers sees you dive for treasure and avoid the enemies. It's a fine premise, but ultimately not that fun. Could really use some speed mechanic or really just anything to spice it up. up, as all you do is grab a chest, don't get hit by the enemy, and rinse and repeat. Deep Sea Divers is the same as Treasure Divers, but now 2v2. Meh. In Bumper Ball Maze, you make it to the end of the obstacle course on a bumper ball. It takes the clunky but fun controls from the Bumper Ball minigame and makes it more frustrating. I didn't even know that was possible. Bumper Bubbles sees you shake your Wiimote to collect balloons. Nothing special, it's a filler minigame. Fungi Frenzy lets you ground pound the blocks to get mushrooms. Once again, another filler minigame. In Water World, you race around the track. There are a lot of minigames throughout the series that look just like this one, and they're pretty fun, but this one's clunky controls and old graphics make this just meh. Bodybuilder sees you build a robot by timing your presses on the body part you need. It's fine, but there are only 4 parts, so this one's over in a matter of seconds. Spin-Off is a fine enough idea of matching the pictures, but oh my goodness, the controls are horrible. The delay between pushing the lever and the picture stopping is like 2 seconds. So you're basically just guessing here unless somehow you have this specific minigame's timing completely down. As we will go over, there are a lot of button mashing minigames in this ranking, but Take a Breather from Mario Party 4 does nothing to stand out from the rest. You have to press L and R alternatively, so this isn't even a pure button masher. That, along with the presentation being below average, make this one not so great. Lucky Lineup is a slot machine minigame, but almost pure RNG. You're no Luigi's Casino Mario Party, no thank you. Paddle Battle is an interesting idea for a 1v3 minigame, with both sides trying to paddle for the most shy guys to take your coins. But I think the idea for this one was better than the minigame we got. In Twist Ending, you turn your Wiimote to open the locks to the chests. It's a fine premise, but to be honest, the turning motion on the Wiimote just isn't good enough to base a minigame around it. It's not always super accurate and kind of feels a little jank. In Shrub Hubbub, you swipe on the screen using your stylus to cut the plant. It's a really lame use of the stylus for a 3DS Mario Party game. Island Tour and Star Rush have a bunch of creative and great stylus minigames, but this one sticks out like a sore thumb. It feels like a Mario Party DS reject minigame. In Snow Ride, you race down the mountain on your snowboard. This would be fun if the gates weren't the same left-right pattern over and over and over again. Pizza Me Mario is a pretty funny minigame title, but in Pizza Me Mario, you try to throw your toppings on all the slices of pizza. It's really basic, really underwhelming, and really mid as a result. In Flash Fright, one player tries to catch the other 3 with their flashlight. Just a basic 1v3 tag minigame, but it's really hard to lose as the player with the flashlight. At Diamond a Dozen, you look at the pipes as it pans up and pick the one with the most gems. We've had minigames like this before, and I'm really not a fan of any of them. Cash Flow is a 3v1 coin minigame that sucks a little less than all the other coin minigames. In Eye on the Prize, you tilt your Wiimote to put the colored balls in the right tube. It's just not that fun. Castaways is a fishing minigame where you fish for coins. Fishing minigames can be fun, but again, this isn't one of them. Now, is it horrible? No, not really, but a coin minigame has to do something really special to break out of one of these lower tiers. Picture This sees you flip through drawings to find the right frame. Kinda mid. Rat-a-tat Flat sees you ground pound the most rats. This really feels like a Mario Party 1 minigame and not the fun kind. In Match Faker, you memorize the placement of the enemies and choose the one shown as fast as you can. I don't like memorization minigames, I kinda like reaction minigames, but when you put the two together, I don't know, I just didn't like this one. Sky Pilot sees you working together to win the race and working against the most janky controls known to man. Sorry, early Mario Party minigames, but the more ambitious you were, the worse these minigames turned out, just mainly due to probably the hardware and also inexperience of the developers. This one just feels weird to play. Torpedo Targets is the same deal as Sky Pilots, just weird controls that kind of ruin the concept. In World Peace, you have to get the right pieces with your teammate to make the shape. It feels way too slow, and with just 2 pieces, this one is kinda lame. Okay, Lightspeed is a super creative minigame, so it gets some points there. There's one issue. There is nothing stopping you from following directly behind the other person, making it literally impossible for them to win. That's a bummer because this one has a great premise, but yeah, sorry. I like the idea of being able to sabotage someone in a Mario Party minigame, but it shouldn't be as easy and brainless as this one. Roll Call has you count the correct amount of toads. There are way better versions of this minigame down on the list. Long Claw of the Law has you finding a specific wanted creature as fast as you can, but with slow controls and a lock-on grab, it feels like it kind of gets rid of the skill here and replaces it with luck. Team Treasure Trek is your typical maze minigame, but for 2 players. I think with a little extra time to cook in the oven, this one could have been a lot of fun, but as it is, it feels like mostly luck, because you really can't see where you're going, so you're just kind of like, oh yeah, this feels about right. Oh, I made it to the end. Skyd and Seek would be fun, but considering all you do is keep track of the amount of Goombas and Koopas that come in and out of the clouds, and it goes painfully slow, this minigame ends up being dragged out and boring, and also stupidly easy as long as you have your eyes open and don't like blink for 5 seconds. Matchmakers is a pick the same card type minigame, absolutely forgettable in my opinion. In Helter Shelter, you wait for the wave to go pick up a random shell and hope it has pearls in it. It's a completely RNG minigame that isn't bad, but the presentation doesn't carry this one as much as other pure RNG minigames get, so this one's just kind of okay. In Winner or Dinner, you grab the coins and don't hit the spikes, another super mid coin minigame. In Bubble Squabble, you keep from touching the bubbles. This would be competitive if you couldn't pop your teammates out of the bubbles, however that one mechanic makes this nearly impossible to win as the player with the bubbles. In Sledge Bros Card Chaos, you pick a card to deal damage to Sledge Bro. A really lame idea for a boss fight. I don't know what this guy has to do with cards, or why they picked cards for his boss fight, but he kind of got the short end of the stick because this is pretty boring. There's not much else to say. Alright, next up we have Tug-O-War. It is kind of crazy this one's so low, as it's one of the most iconic minigames ever. However, when the minigame is iconic for injuring players, resulting in a lawsuit where Nintendo had to send out protective gloves, yeah, this one's just kind of meh. It's also like literally impossible without the palm technique, because there's always going to be one guy who's using it and just destroying their palms for a Mario Party minigame, so whatever. Pedal Power has the same control scheme as Tug of War, although this one wasn't involved in a court case, so I guess I'll put it higher because Mario evaded the law. In Shock Absorbers, you avoid the amps longer than your opponent. Nothing special here. Next up, we have Shock Absorbers. Wait, didn't we just do this one? Yeah, so this is actually unrelated to Shock Absorbers from Mario Party 5, despite having the exact same name and also being on the same console. Instead of being a dual minigame though, this one's an 8-player minigame, and it's a fun idea, but just nothing too special. Mole It sees you hitting more moles than the other team. It's really basic, really forgettable, and once again, really mid. Dark and Crispy has you avoid Bowser in the dark, or supposedly dark. You can still kind of see him. If it wasn't so painfully easy, this one would be fun. Parasol Plummet sees you collecting coins while opening and closing your umbrella. There are plenty of worse coin minigames, but there's also better ones too. Manta Rings is a cool concept where you race to the end with special rings, giving you a speed boost. But if you get ahead in the beginning, you're kind of just set for the rest of the game, as you'll hit all the rings first. Also, the bubble rings are always strangely closer than they appear, so sometimes you just straight up miss them. Dart Attack is a simple dart shooting minigame, but you have to scream fire into the microphone to fire the darts. I'm not sure if the microphone jank and delay was intended to make the minigame worse, but congratulations Nintendo, you did just that. Rumble Fumble has you using the GameCube's rumble feature to determine if a Shy Guy is under a bucket. Get 3 and you win. It's kind of a cool idea, but with such little punishment for picking the wrong bucket, you can kind of just spam buckets and win, which turns this into a disappointing use of the rumble feature. Think Tank is a standard 1v3 minigame where one person has a bulkier car versus 3 smaller cars. There's much better controlled, better balanced, and better looking versions of this minigame on the list though, which means this one is just a minigame type we'll see later on, but with much less of the sauce of the other better minigames. Hella Popper sees you popping the most balloons in your helicopter. There's nothing technically super bad about this minigame, but I just find no enjoyment when playing it. In Real Smoothie, you grab the correct fruit. This is kind of lame as an 8-player minigame. Sub Trouble sees you navigating your submarine to the end without running into rocks. Another filler minigame that might have its moments if you're playing with the right people and get lucky, but overall it's just not that fun. In Deck Hunt, you skate down the hill looking for coins. Even the inclusion of the wood creatures from Mario Galaxy 2 doesn't save this coin minigame from mediocrity. In Prize Line, you stop the line and it goes to the item you get. Riveting stuff here. On its surface, Glacial Meltdown seems like an average survival minigame. However, it's actually a soul-sucking endeavor. I played this one multiple times just to make sure, and every time it took 90 seconds plus for this minigame to finish. The fact that there's no time limit and not enough obstacles to keep this from dragging out hampers what could be a pretty cool minigame. Mega Bloopers Bayside Bop has Mega Bloopers show you different sheet music that'll tell you if you have to press A or not to hit the beach ball, but it simply doesn't feel like it does anything more than see if you press A when the beach ball hits you. This one just kind of feels like wasted potential. Ground Pound Down is another speed ground pound minigame. You're given an option where you want to ground pound, but because you can only see 2 blocks ahead of you, it really doesn't do much. Nothing too impressive here. Next up, we have Hide and Seek from Mario Party Superstars. It was cool that they brought this one back in Superstars, but for some reason, they got rid of the footstep sound effects that would give you a hint on where players were going when the curtain closes. They turned a mostly luck but slightly skill-based minigame into just pure RNG, which I think means it's worse. Next up, we have the version of Nightlight Fright, also from Superstars. Again, really cool they brought back this minigame, but for some reason, I don't know if it's just because the graphics have improved obviously in Superstars, but it feels like they changed how close the chain chomp gets to you before you lose. In the original, it gets right up close to you, but in this one, it feels like you have way more space than you actually do. It's not a huge game-breaking change, as this one is still a fun game of chicken, but it's definitely got a downgrade even though it got remade. In The Beat Goes On, you memorize the beat, replicate it when it's your turn, and that's about it. Not sure why everyone goes separately in this one, because it drags the minigame out way longer than it needed to be. Popstar Piranhas is a fine enough minigame, as you pick out the piranha that dances separately from the rest, but the stiff animations kind of hinder this one. I don't know if that was intentional, but it just isn't that fun. It could be better with better animations though. In Fruit Parade, you have to remember how much fruit is being carried by the Shy Guys. But since you can literally just tally all the fruit shown and the Shy Guys go so slow, you won't get this one wrong ever. A Stone's Throw is shuffleboard, but as an item minigame. It's not terrible, but it's just not that fun. At least it's over pretty quick though. The best part about the mass appeal minigame is the pun in the title. That's never a great sign, so we're moving on. Next we have the Hop-O-Matic 4000. I never played 3000, 2000, or 1000, so I apologize if me not knowing the true lore of the Hop-O-Matic franchise is kind of hampering the ranking here, but as it stands, this is a click the right button minigame, but with a teamwork edition. It's kind of basic and kind of mid. In Spotlight Swim, 3 players match their light on 1 player swimming to catch them. This is one of the most unbalanced 1v3 minigames out there for the 1 player. The premise is a lot of fun and is greatly improved in the Superstars remake, but at least for this version, it is greatly hampered by the balancing issues. If you know how to talk as the 3 players, you will win this one. Peace Out is a creative minigame, but when it comes to duel minigames, the shorter the better. Obviously to a point, but Peace Out goes on for an entire minute, while the other 2 players are just big chilling on the couch, which bumps this one down a few notches. The idea of 1 player in a crane trying to grab everyone else's movable balls on a conveyor belt sounds a lot more fun than how this minigame turned out. Blame It on the Crane is near impossible to lose as the 1 player, as the crane seemingly magnetically sucks in the balls with little room to avoid it. Add on to the fact you have a fat 60 seconds as the 1 player, and this just feels kind of broken. In Top This, you drag your toppings onto the cake as fast as you can. That's all there is to it. Kind of a filler minigame. Starring Artist sees you draw the constellations first. Once again, nothing really special. It feels like a leftover Mario Party DS minigame. In Bridge Work, you have to avoid getting hit by the Cheep Cheeps jumping out at you. It's kind of difficult to tell if a Cheep Cheep is jumping or not. Even if that was intentional, it's just kind of frustrating. Apes of Wrath has you avoid being hit by the monkeys. The actual course you jump around is a little plain, which makes this one a little boring. Fish and Cheeps is the exact same spiel. I kind of like the swimming though. Sneak and Score sees you inch towards the button to open your door and escape while avoiding the chain chomp. It's like a janky, less fun version of Red Light Green Light. All Fired Up sees you try to survive while these fire enemies try to hit you. The actual movement and pattern these guys move in makes this a little frustrating, and not in the fun Mario Party kind of way. Flower Shower has the party trying to get the most flowers as they drop down. You can stomp on each other to temporarily slow them down, but besides that, this one is just an average collection minigame. Quilt for Speed is another 1v3 minigame where 1 person has easier but slower controls, and the 3 have harder but faster controls. Yeah, this one doesn't really stand itself apart from the other 1v3 minigames and isn't very fun. In Rain of Fire, you avoid the fire raining down from the sky. It's a fine enough minigame, but geez, the controls here are a little touchy. Pokey Punch-Out sees you punch the pokies as much as you can. It's alright, but kind of forgettable. Rocky Road has a very cool premise of clearing your path by punching the boulders, but the car not actually being drivable turns this into like a bunch of really quick button mashers where you can punch your friend, separated by a bunch of like essentially cutscenes is what the car section is, so this one just isn't that fun. In Duck and Cover, you repair the pipes with 7 other people. It's kind of a filler 8-player minigame with nothing special to note. Scooter Pursuit sees you shoot each other on scooters using the Wiimote. This could be fun if invincibility frames didn't last for like 5 seconds. Piranha Patch sees you collect flowers, avoid piranhas, and is kinda mid. In Pix Fix, 3 players try to fix a frame faster than the 1 player. This is kinda lame and just a waste of a 1v3 minigame spot. In Sorta Score, you fling off at the right time to get the most points. This is an average minigame, but it takes so long. Why do you get 2 turns per person? In Sweet Sleuth, you drag the right colored candy to Shy Guy. This feels like a filler minigame to brag about how many stylus exclusive minigames there are on the back of the box. In Sky Survivor, whoever makes it to the end without blowing up wins. In Goomba 2 Maneuver, you have to guide your line of Goombas behind you through the course, avoiding spiky flowers. This is a great concept, but the Goombas behind you literally serve no purpose. They will follow your movements to a T, so unless you purposefully hit a flower, everyone will tie this minigame. Garden of Eden has a hilarious title, but again, that's the best part about this minigame. You just pick a random flower and hope it's not a piranha plant. There's nothing wrong with it, but there are plenty of better pure RNG minigames out there. Spider Stomp has a really great idea, working with your teammates to shoot spiders, but man, this one just feels cheap. The controls are a little clunky and the spider's attacks are just straight up laughable. In Card Smarts, you just choose the highest card 3 times to win. This one is really weird. Everyone can see the cards everyone is choosing, so it gets rid of any sort of mind games or skills. I think if everyone took turns choosing anonymously, this would be a great mind game sort of minigame, but as it is, it's just kind of awkward. In Spin Doctor, you have to make your way to the end by getting in and out of these turning platforms. This is kind of a fun one, but the fact that it's the same map over and over again means that you just have to memorize it, and this game turns kind of boring. The best Coupathlon minigames disguise the fact that they are basically coin minigames by being really fun and having creative gameplay, while the worst Coupathlon minigames are like Sky High Cannon. This is easily the the weakest Koopathlon minigame. All you do is shoot out of a cannon to grab coins. It isn't fun, it isn't interesting, no thanks. Slow G is a race to the top, but with low gravity. Now, it's usually good to take a common minigame theme like a vertical platform race and inject a new mechanic to make it special, but I'ma keep it a stack. Low gravity is not it, chief. All it does is slow down the race and make it boring. Low gravity can be fun when implemented into literally any other minigame genre, but as a race, it kind of just makes it, well, a worse race. In Messy Memory, you place all the items in the order shown at the start. As far as memory minigames go, this one is just not that fun. You can literally look at other people's screens for this one if you forgot. In Bound of Music from Mario Party 5, you try to hit the most invisible music boxes, while every once in a while getting a glimpse at where they're at. Again, this one gets the job done, but doesn't do anything special. Boot off the stage is a fine idea, but way too easy. In this game, you really need the ability to either like jump on each other, or they should have just added a lot more booze. In Blown Away, you blow your opponent off the cloud. It's super simple, the controls are kind of clunky, it's alright. In Claiming the Cube, you run around a cube and ground pound the lit up squares. Not sure why they bothered to code in all the Mario Galaxy-like physics for a single ground pound minigame. Seriously, if they're gonna go through the effort to code this minigame, which seems like it would be somewhat difficult, they could have done anything else with the concept. In Coconut Conk, you evade coconuts from the other three players' ground pounds. There's nothing too special here. In Full Tilt, you race to the end while your platform tilts. It's a good quick duel minigame that you'll forget about the second you finish it. Berry Basket is pretty fun, but it's kind of frustrating figuring out where the fruit will fall. It's an alright minigame. In End of the Line, you pick the right track until you win the race. This one is just trial and error, the minigame. It wouldn't even be fun if it was on 4 times speed. In Chimp Chase, you have to grab the chimps and return them to the chimp of the same color. It's a cool idea, but grabbing the chimps is really awkward. Big Top Drop is a good idea, but once you're down to the last person, it can feel impossible to win. It's fine enough, but a little broken. In Royal Rumpus, you ground pound the most Goombas. It's simple, but not that fun. Vine Country would be a great duel minigame, but since it's a DK minigame, yeah, it's just kinda average. In Great Bars of Fire, you either jump or duck to dodge the bars of fire. It's not really challenging as it's pretty easy to time the jump, and ducking takes literally nothing other than just holding a button. It's kinda boring. In Sunday Drivers, you press the button on the Shy Guy sign to hit as many golf balls as you can. This would be a fine enough reaction-based minigame if it didn't take 2 whole seconds to swing your club. Herbicidal Maniac sees you getting rid of all the piranha plants. There's not really much point in this being a 2v2 minigame, so it's just kinda mid. Cardiators sees you taking turns picking cars at random to deal damage to each other. I don't hate this one just because it's RNG. I hate this one because it feels like it takes forever. In Mild Gunman, you have to be the first to press the button when it pops up on screen. The Wild West theming is fun, but there's dozens of more interesting reaction time minigames later on this list. In Crazy Cutter, you cut out the shape as precisely as you can. This is fun the first time you play it, but I can't say it has great replayability. You're kind of just doing the exact same thing. Feeding Frenzy has you choose to throw either high or low wherever the fish's mouth is open to score points. I think there are better ball throwing minigames out there, especially when you consider that, in my opinion, the motion controls here are really jank and not always responsive at all. Sometimes I would barely shake the controller and it would throw it all the way up to the top one, and sometimes I'd be spamming the controller and then it would throw it at the bottom one. There's also no aiming, you just shake the controller, and since the shaking isn't always accurate, there really isn't a ton of replay value here. In Coin Conveyor, you get the most coins by lining up your bob-ombs to explode. I don't know, this one's incredibly mid. I don't care for this one at all while playing it. In Eye Brawl, you spin your cursor around the eye to win. There was a minigame I ranked really low from Mario Party 3 where you run around an eye, and that was literally it. So I suppose in theory this is just as bad, but I guess that goes to show you how simple motion control implementation can spice up a minigame. This one still isn't amazing or anything, but the motion controls turn it to not horrible at least. In Ring Leader, you swing the Wiimote to go through the rings. This one has a slightly better concept than Eye Brawl, but once again is still kind of a bottom of the barrel motion minigame, all things considered. Sear Terror is basically like that dual RNG rope minigame, but this one actually has some sauce. It's not a regular minigame in the main game mode, but it is in free play. You pull a random rope and one of 17 fortunes will occur. The room is cool, and the fact that Bowser turned to weird orbs and psychic prophecies is just kind of funny. Fish and Drips is another 1v3 button timing minigame, and really nothing special at that. These are obviously fun enough, they keep coming back in each game, but this one really does nothing to stand itself apart from the rest. Twist and Out is a good idea, but once again, the eye frames or invincibility frames are way too generous and makes it feel kind of unfair. Getting hit is obviously a punishment, but when you're somewhat rewarded with like 5 seconds of invincibility, it just makes the minigame feel a bit unbalanced. Frozen Frenzy is a cool idea of having to grab and hold onto your stars while people try to jump on you and take them. However, the controls feel a bit too slow and clunky, which makes this minigame kinda underwhelming. In Curtain Call, you're shown enemies on a stage in a specific order, then are asked who was where. It's just kinda mediocre. Aces High has you flying around hitting players with bullet bills. This is one of the older Mario Party minigames that really shows its age a little bit. In Juiceworks, everyone pitches together to make apple juice. This minigame just feels like it wanted to do way too much, but instead everyone is just doing the most simple tasks, and it makes for a very underwhelming 8-player minigame. In Shell Shocked, you roll around hitting players with cannonballs. It's a fine premise, but janky gameplay. Archer Rival sees you shooting all 3 players with an arrow. It feels impossible to lose as the Archer player, especially with Bowser's minions helping set traps. In Get Real, you use your control stick to find the frame shown. When it comes to speed minigames, this one is kinda sauceless. In Parkour War, you grab a gem and platform your way to the top. This one would be an average platforming minigame, but for some reason, the space between the top screen and bottom screen is just off, making it easy to mess up with there being an entire section of space you just can't see or plan around. It's an awkward implementation of the 3DS's dual screens. Bob on Breakers is a great game of Tetris, but this time you can sabotage your opponents until you realize the winner is based on points, so it's just like, why? Hitting as many baseballs as you can in Digger Derby works fine enough as a minigame, but it's nothing exceptional. Also, holy crap, some of these baseballs come out fast. Beam Team is another typical 1v3 survival minigame. Man, does it feel unbalanced. The people in the ships have such a little wind-up time to suck you up that it literally feels impossible to win on the ground. Avoid the ghosts as they form platforms and move around in horror harriers. Can't really complain too much when a minigame isn't complicated, but sometimes I just get bored when they don't do anything new or interesting. This is one of those cases. It's not bad, but it's also just not good, and it can't even really get some points for creativity because it's about as standard as it gets. In Hot Shots, you use your stylus to shoot the Kamex and Bowsers while avoiding the Toadettes. The premise for this is really not for me, but the use of the stylus keeps it from being straight up bad. In Stamp by Me, you have to stamp the most papers by pressing A or B. By battle minigame standards, it's kinda mediocre. In Cajun Cookin', you escape the cage before Bowser cooks you. It's kinda basic, but I like how everyone can win in this one. Mega Stingbee Stompers is a boss minigame from Mario Party Jamboree where you jump around the platforms to jump and ground pound on the Stingbee. I feel like you could do cooler things with a bee boss fight other than just jump on it. I don't know, maybe that's just me. This one just kind of feels underwhelming. You basically just jump on this thing, then jump back up the platforms, then do it over again until it dies. In Cheap Diamonds, you remember which Cheap has the most gems. It's your typical keep track of the object minigame with nothing else of note. Amp My Style has you avoiding touching the amps. This could be a normal survival minigame, but it's stupidly easy here in execution as the amps go way too slow to pose any sort of threat. In Piece of Cake, you have to cut off the right amount of cake to match the one shown by Shy Guy. Not too much to say here. In Prize Drop, you drop the coin to land in an item you want. This one is more dumb luck than anything, and I kinda like that about it. Being able to get a golden pipe which teleports you straight to a star just because you're cracked at an item minigame feels against Mario Party law, so it's fine that this one is kinda random. In Puzzle Pandemonium, you run around to try and grab pieces to finish the puzzle. I've never really been a fill in the pieces type of minigame guy, and this one does nothing to change my mind on that stance. In Bullet Bill Bullies, you have to survive while players shoot bullet bills at you. Seems like a typical survival 1v3 minigame, but holy crap, once again, this is impossible to win if you're on the platform. If the other team is coordinated in the least, there is like zero way you can win this. Head Waiter is hot potato, but throw in a bit of skill. Nothing crazy, but it gets the job done. Note to Self has you hit 3 notes in the air as much as you can. It's kind of a weird premise and can be super jank if the notes get caught between people, but most of the time it's pretty average. Standard minigame. In Shooting Stars, you shoot 5 different balls to score as many points as you can. This would be average or so, but the addition of the star holes, which gives you a bonus ball, letting you go infinitely, is so broken. Small scale broken is good in some minigames where it adds in some luck, but this is just whoever gets the star hole wins the minigame type broken. Bowser's Block Battle has you throw blocks until your face shows up. There's worse boss fights out there, but there's also better boss fights out there. Balance Ball Brawl sees you rolling around to hit all the circles. This seems like it would be a really fun minigame, but the fact that it's all on built-in paths makes this one kind of pointless. Everyone will just end up going in the same direction, and if you don't, well, congratulations, you lose. Platform Push sees you pushing people off the platform. Oh, they got real creative with the name here. Jokes aside, it's an average brawl minigame, but the invincibility after you get hit is once again insane. It turns the entire game into a strobe effect. And next up we have Airbrushers. Here you flap your wing with a teammate to grab as many coins as you can. I sure don't like coin minigames, as I bet you can tell from this list already, but I do think some of them are creative and fun. This isn't necessarily one of them, but it's better than some of the others. In Tanks a Lot, you drive around in a tank with 3 lives trying to be the last man standing. It's a standard tank minigame with nothing letting it stand out from the rest, and considering there are other tank-based minigames that are way better and just have more depth, I don't really see any reason to go back to this one. Chemex Card Tricks lets lets you memorize the cards shown to launch attacks at Kamek. As a minigame, this is fine, but as a boss fight, it's kinda lackluster. Not bad, but not very fun. Bowser Jr.'s Pound for Pound is a minigame where you run around ground pounding Bowser Jr. spots to deal damage. It's a really lame boss idea for Bowser Jr., as throughout the Mario series and even the Mario Party series, there have been some pretty creative boss fights having to do with him. This one though, just feels like padding. In Lost and Pound, 3 players pick where they want the hammer to hit, and 1 player just chooses where to stand. It's a pretty straightforward 1v3 minigame, but it just kind of feels like luck over everything. If the 3 players are able to communicate and not double hit the same spot, then the 1 player just has to pray they're lucky enough one round to get the 1 out of 4 chance that doesn't get hit. In Thwomp Pull, you pull the thwomps along by pressing the right buttons as fast as you can. It's a really basic 1v3 minigame we've seen done better later on. Sub-Marathon would be a near perfect minigame if it wasn't a 2v2 minigame. You have to button mash L and R alternatively while your teammate just sits there staring at you. You can tag out and swap places if you get tired, but that costs a lot of time, and this race isn't nearly long enough for that to be warranted. It's a good premise, but terrible execution. In Mole Thrill, you dig through the dirt at the same pace as your teammate to go faster and win the race. It's a nice idea, but in execution, it's a little boring. Alright, this one's kind of weird, but next up we have Dory Pedal Paddle. There are a lot of great motion-controlled minigames in the Mario Party franchise, especially in Mario Party Jamboree, but this one just feels awkward. I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like someone's Joy-Con is always way more sensitive than the other person's Joy-Con, and especially for a game as modern as Jamboree and with such a good minigame collection as Jamboree, I'm not really sure what went wrong here. Found It, Pound It is a pretty average match on screen block and ground pound minigame. Have we seen these before? Yeah, we have. Photo Finish is just another match the picture kind of minigame. It technically nails the premise perfectly, but it just isn't that fun and is kind of forgettable. Dice and Dash feels like it really should be a gauntlet minigame, because it's a cool premise, but it will literally only take like 8 seconds to complete. In Color Correction, you hover over these circles to turn them into your color. There's a lot of minigames like this one, and again, this one doesn't do too much to stand itself out. It's unfortunately just a little mid. In Boogie Beam, you have to bust the right move depending on if the spotlight shines on you or not. It's a good idea, but with only 2 moves, it's really hard to mess this one up. Not really sure how they could have added more, but it needed a few more moves. Oh yay, another one of the follow one of 3 objects minigames. The novelty for these has completely worn off, even with 20 players participating. Games like Sleight of Shell can be fun, but they just need some little twist or something new to make it stand out. In Boo Burglars, 1 player flashes the ghost and the other gets the gem. It's fun, but there are better 2v2 minigames out there, and there are even better Boo-based 2v2 minigames out there. Chain Chomp Fever has great presentation, but is executed kinda awkwardly. The Chain Chomp charging up looks straight up unfinished and can sometimes throw you off where he's pointing. Overall, slightly below average survival minigame. Tree Stomp does nothing special to spice up the 3-player chasing down the 1-player type of minigames on this list. The robot suits are cool, but this one's nothing special. Speeding Bullets is a pretty average motion control race minigame. It's nothing to write home about. Pianta Pool has you grab the hula hoop to get the most cheap cheeps. Again, it's pretty simple. Surf's Way Up makes you tilt your Wii remote to grab the points. Not much to say, it's just kinda mid. And next up we have Hair Today. Here you grab the bunnies from their hole and stick them in the middle. It would be kinda fun if you didn't have a 3-second head start on where the bunnies will come from. It turns an average minigame into a kinda predictable one. Watermelon Whalen has you keeping your watermelon from being smashed by the player with the hammer. It's a standard 1v3 minigame, nothing too special here. Next up we have Random Ride. If you couldn't tell from the title, the winner of this one is completely random, but unlike some other purely RNG minigames, this one presentation brings it up a notch. Although on its own, it's not that fun. It's nothing groundbreaking, but I don't hate it. In Sink or Swim, 1 player drops rocks in the water while the other 3 try to avoid them. Kind of a basic avoid object 1v3 minigame, but the 3 players having to come up for air occasionally boosts this one up a notch. Pogo a Go-Go is a super creative 1v3 minigame with 3 players surviving on pogo sticks while the player in the middle controls the direction of the platform. This would be a top tier minigame if it wasn't so dang easy as the people on the pogo sticks. Spinning the wheel back and forth takes forever, and I feel like the pogo stick people can always just stay alive. In Ballistic Beach, you hit your 2 balloons the fastest. Yep, that's it. In Bowser Pop, you work together to pop balloons. There's a lot of balloon-based Mario Party minigames. This one's not that bad though. Mario Medley is a good idea in concept, but in execution it falters a little bit. The controls don't always feel responsive, especially on the first lap where you have to press A and B simultaneously. With some better controls though, this could have been a top tier minigame. In Pipe Sniper, you point and shoot at the piranhas. It's the epitome of an average minigame. I'm not like upset when this one comes up, but it's just kinda, yeah, you know, you play it and that's about it. In Mad Ladders, you make your way up the ladders while avoiding falling rocks. The use of the top screen makes this a little more fun, but it's just kind of a basic yet somewhat slow race. Goal! In this minigame, 1 player blocks the goal, while the other 3 try to make goals. Okay, I'm sorry. This is a fun concept for the minigame, but it's kind of hampered by the execution. Aiming the soccer ball as the 3 players is very awkward, and the goalie looks like he's possessed. Also, the hitbox for the goalie is way too big for such a small goal. With how much I've kind of been talking down on certain RNG minigames, Scald and Cauldron might surprise some of you here. This one does though have decent presentation, and I also like how Bowser will fake you out in the name of suspense. He may be a villain, but he's a classy villain, and I can respect that. Mario Speed Wagons could have been one of the best minigames, as the idea of switching gears at the right time to maintain your speed is awesome. If it wasn't as easy as just switching right before it hits red, and they added in some extra mechanic, then this one would be top tier. Now we have a batch of meh Mario Party Advance minigames. In Chomp Walker, you pull the Chain Chomp to the end while he occasionally charges at you. The inclusion of objects for the Chain Chomp to eat is a nice touch, but this is kinda bland. Make your way to the end of the course in Switch Way. This is more or less trial and error unless you memorize the layout, so it's just not my favorite. Hunt down and hit your opponents in Tank Down. The limited vision is pretty interesting, but you can usually see where the person is hit to, so it kind of voids that entire mechanic. Connect 3 blocks of the same color in Koopa Crunch. There have been a bunch of Mario Party puzzle games like this, and this one just really does nothing to actually stand out. Make your way to the end by pushing thwomps and hitting enemies in Out of My Way. Whenever Mario Party Advance tried to do anything close to ambitious, it just didn't really pay off. This one's just kinda eh. Hit your opponent 3 times in Hammergeddon. This feels like it's missing a mechanic, because as it is, it ends so fast. In Zoom Room, you work together to catch Bowser Jr. It's a little simple, but hey, it's not bad. Cage Match is the same thing, but on a cage. Whoa. In Crazy Cogs, you have to survive while bullet bills rain down, and then one player changes the gears. There are a bunch of 1v3 survival minigames where the one player controls a lever, and this is probably the worst one of those. There's not much pulling the lever can actually do as the one player, since the bullet bills are all still random, so if you're the one player, you're kind of just sitting there. Next, we have Title Toss from Mario Party Superstars. Yeah, I don't know what they were thinking when they remade this one. At first glance, it seems like a carbon copy of Title Toss from Mario Party 3, but with some shorter waves. But little do you know, the hitbox here is supremely busted. I don't know why it's programmed like this, but it ruins what was a pretty fun minigame. Flip the Chimp is a really simple left to right dodging minigame, but with motion controls. This one can be pretty fun, but sometimes the motion controls glitch out a little, which is really annoying for like a reaction speed type minigame. Also, speaking of speed, this one just goes so slowly. In Mad Props, you race to the finish in your little boat. It's a typical race duel minigame, but it goes on a bit long. In Cheep Cheep Chase, you have to mash A to keep away from the Cheep Cheep and hit B to dive under bombs. It seems like it would be better in a better looking game. In Musical Snares, you roll around on bouncy balls trying to collect notes as they pop up. This just feels like an excuse to reuse the other bouncy ball minigame in Mario Party Island Tour without adding too much to warrant the reuse. In Chomp Wash, one player hoses down a chain chomp while the other 7 plug leaks. Simple is good for a Mario Party minigame, but with 8-player minigames, the task you have to do feels almost too simple. In Odd Card Out, you have to be the first to spot the different picture amongst the 3. There's really nothing that lets this one stand out. It's kind of just, oh yeah, okay, I see this one's different, I'm gonna click it. Oh, someone clicked it before me. Oh, womp womp. Hot Bob-omb is like hot potato, but with a bob-omb. I could see a good minigame with this premise, but this isn't it. This one even comes back in Mario Party 2 reskinned, but they did nothing to improve it. Wind Wavers is a semi-button masher, but you're escaping from a tornado. For button mashing standards, it's kinda subpar. Drop bombs to take out the Bowser statues in Ba-Boom. With a time limit, it's kinda hard to replay this one. It's alright. Tricky Tires actually has a really cool premise. You drive your car using the left and right stick as left and right movement, which makes it kinda difficult to get around all the obstacles until you realize there's only 3 obstacles and it's over in 10 seconds. Add a few more different obstacles and this would be top tier, but as it is, it feels just like wasted potential. In Logjam, one player places down wood and the other chops it. It's a good idea for a 2v2 minigame, but because the placement animation is so slow, not only does it slow down the minigame, but it also just makes it so you can spam the button before it's placed to chop it instantly. Hydro Stars could have been a great minigame if instead of everyone racing for the same 5 stars in order, everyone had them in a random order. That would make for way more head-on collisions and overall more chaotic than the somewhat actual mundane minigame this turns out to be. In Mega Goomba's Ladder Leap, you climb up the ladder to jump on the Goomba. This is a fine enough boss fight, but you can only jump on the Goomba so many times until it hits you off. I feel like this boss would have been a lot cooler if it was about trying to stay on top, bouncing with the obstacles and enemies in the way, but as it is, it's a fine boss fight. With King Boo's Tricky Tiles, you jump between tiles to deal damage to King Boo. There's a little strategy here when it comes to where to go to score points, but by the time the last few rounds get complicated enough for this one to be fun, it's already over. Mega Blooper's Bubble Battle sees you using the pointer controls to make an item to use against the blooper. As a minigame, this would be alright, but again, As a boss, it's a little lackluster. In Dusk Till Dawn, one player dusts their small room while 3 dust the bigger room. Although it equates to a button masher, this one is just not challenging, since again, it feels like the one player will win almost every time. Next we have Treasure Divers from Super Mario Party Jamboree. This one isn't too different from the original on Mario Party 1, except for the updated graphics and better controls. But those updated graphics and better controls actually make me semi-like this game now. It's still mid because it's a coin minigame, but now it's got great visuals, so I guess that's a plus. The controls also just feel a lot more smooth to me. In Globe Gunners, you have to run around the globe shooting other players. This one feels a lot like filler, but it gets the job done. In Dizzy Dancing, you make your way to the middle with your controls in the wrong directions. I really like this premise for a minigame, but the fact that your controls aren't actively changing and are instead just mapped a little weird makes this more of like a reaction minigame than anything, with the first person to adjust to the new controls being the winner. As is, it's still a quick, fun-ish minigame. In Broom Zoom, you have to hit the rings on the broom. Going faster when you hit more rings makes this one a little tricky, but it's too easy to just go forever. In Lava Tile Isle, you survive while the blocks shift and move. Besides the jank mechanics, like you not sliding with the tiles, this one's just your average survival minigame. In Rotisserie Rampage, you survive getting knocked off the food while one player spins it back and forth. There's a few of these types of minigames down on the list, but this one goes a little bit slow and it's kind of hard to lose as the player's surviving, which makes it worse than other minigames that basically just do the exact same thing but are more fun in my opinion. In Smash Dance, you ground pound the glowing tiles to get the most points. You can also ground pound each other to take people out of commission for like 8 seconds. It's diabolical. I love that mechanic, but the overall premise here is just nothing special. In Cyber Scamper, you have to make it to the end of the course while the tiles you run on turn on and off. This one would have been cool, but it's really hard to mess it up. Maybe having the tiles off for longer would have been fun, but overall this is a good idea, but a little bit botched. In Income Stream, one player rides on Plessy and grabs all the coins they can, while the other 3 players behind them grab the rest. We've seen this 1v3 type of minigame done before, so it's nothing new at this point, plus it's a coin minigame, which as you know is not my favorite. In Pixel Perfect, you have to work together by ground pounding pixels to match the picture on screen. It's a simple minigame, and they executed this premise well, but the premise itself is kind of forgettable. In Peekaboo, you tap as many boos using your stylus and hope you get more than the other player. This is one of the minigames I think of when I think of like the stylus-based minigames, although it's a bit of a filler minigame for 1v3 in particular. Buzzstormer is a typical 2v2 minigame where you have to work together to finish the phase faster. We've seen a lot of these on this ranking, and Buzzstormer doesn't do much to stand out. In Sugar Rush, you have to make the cake in the middle of the picture the fastest. Motion controls don't really do much for this one. I feel like I've played this exact same minigame but with a different coat of paint, just using an analog stick instead of pointer. In Crops and Robbers, one player pulls carrots while the other hits Monty Moles. The order you pull out the carrots or hit the Monty Moles is somewhat important because it can open up paths for your other teammate to go get more, but overall this one kind of just plays itself. Clock Stoppers is a fine enough team minigame, but it doesn't do much to stand out from the rest, so it ends up being a bit average. In Crowd Cover, you wait to see enough of a picture to guess correctly what's underneath. It's not my favorite, but it goes by so quick that I can't really complain. The actual gameplay of Spike's Gambit is inherently pretty fun, but man, I don't know, there's just something about this, I don't really like it. Also, I'm really not a huge fan of Koopathlon minigames in general. Some of them have great ideas, but I just think, I don't know, there's something about single player minigames that are inherently less fun to me because I feel like a lot of the fun of Mario Party is like yelling with your friends while playing the minigames, and that just doesn't happen here. In Bridge Saw Puzzle, you drag different blocks to create a bridge and be the first one to the end. This has a fine idea, but the implementation is pretty awkward. I feel like there's minigames like this, just with extra mechanics that make them better, while this one's just kind of okay. Dodge Bomb is a cool dodgeball type minigame, but it goes by so quick. It's a fun minigame, but I wish everyone had more lives. Dizzy Dinghies uses the same little boat from the minigame Water World, only this time you actually get to go full speed to the finish line trying to get the best time. Who could have guessed? This one's kind of fun when it's not a circle. In Cube Crushers, you punch blocks of ice with your teammate to open the door and win the race. I feel like there's a version of this minigame that's super fun if just a few things were different, but as is, this one's kind of forgettable. Bowser's Block Party sees you wait for an opening to punch the Bowser Cube. This would be fun if the controls were a bit better and not as clunky, but for a DS Mario Party game, what can you really expect? This one isn't horrible, but it's just not that fun. In Wait For It, you smack balls to the other side to have the least on your side. It's kind of fun, but with some clunky controls, it's just a barely above average duel minigame. Circuit Maximus is just another maze minigame, but this time you can get shocked. Skateboard Scamper sees you ride on your skateboard. It's a fun survival minigame, but the Mario Party 1 jankiness kind of holds this one back a little bit. In Hop Till You Drop, you have to make it to the end of a platforming course without falling. Nothing wrong with a good old-fashioned platforming survival minigame, but the angle this one is shown at is just a little awkward. It's for some reason an eagle-eye view, which makes it harder than usual to see, so I'm not a fan of that particular particular design choice here. In bulldozers, you clear a path for your ball to reach the end first. It feels kinda easy as the player with the smaller ball. In hyper snipers, you shoot the circles to get the most points. I've never been a fan of these point and shoot minigames, especially with how slow the controller moves. Next up, we have Lab Brats from Mario Party 6. This is a single player minigame where you have to get to the end of the maze before time runs out. As far as minigames go, this one would be fine, but 5 minutes is way too long. In Battery Ram, you work together to get the battery to the end first. This is a cool concept, but the maze is way too easy to work around, so you don't really need that much coordination. Work together with your teammate to ground pound matching cards in Memory Mash. There are way more mid ground pounding 2v2 minigames throughout this series than I expected, and this is kind of one of them. It's just not that fun. In Cardinal Rule, you work together to ground pound the picture on screen. Another one? In Magmathon, you press a button to jump on the rock and win the race. There's a bunch of minigames like this, and for the most part, I enjoy all of them, but this one has such a slower jump animation compared to the rest that it takes away from the fast-paced nature of the minigame, where you have to press the buttons as fast as possible, and turns this into a slower, somewhat competitive race. This one could have been great, but as is, it's just kinda okay. In Bumper Balloons, you have to grab your team's colored balloons first. Again, there's really nothing else I can even say here. It's just your average Mario Party minigame. It feels a bit like filler, but it still has its fun moments. In Bomb Barge, you survive bombs being thrown at you. It would be fine if you couldn't just hit them away. In Goombrat Combat, you have to have the least amount of Goombrats on your side when the clock hits 0. This is a fun idea we've seen before, but you can kind of just sit there the whole time, then at the last second shove them all over, which is a little broken. Run around while hitting the shock blocks and avoiding hitting the bananas in Bowser's Shocking Slip-Up. There have been great Bowser boss fights in Mario Party games and bad boss fights. This one just kind of falls in the middle though. It's alright. The main gameplay is just a bit too simple to be rated any higher though. Lob to Rob sees you shooting mushrooms using your Wiimote. This one kind of feels like a filler motion controlled minigame, to be honest. In Ballistic Bingo, everyone shoots tiles to get bingo. It's a kind of mid minigame considering there's 8 players here. I know all the Koopathlon minigames have you getting coins, but this actually feels the most like an old school coin minigame and makes me just not like it that much. In Nothing to Luge, 3 players work together to beat the 1 player in a race down the snow course. I love how everyone is in a ladle since the minigames are themed around being tiny in Mario Party DS. But that cute detail can't really boost the minigame up too much. Race to the end of the track in Stompbot XL. It feels like the lava won't actually ever catch up to you. Maybe if it was a bit faster, this one would be more fun. In Big Dripper, you collect the dripping honey falling from the ceiling, but not while the bees are out. Having to time when to collect the honey while avoiding the bees makes this just alright. I feel like this one is a bit too plain. In Go With The Flow, you have to grab penguins and deliver them to the mama penguin. A minigame involving delivering baby penguins over ice and obstacles sounds really fun, and I love that it's kind of maybe a throwback to Cool Cool Mountain, at least it is in my headcanon. But this has all of 3 moving ice blocks that go way too slow to actually be an issue when it comes to obstacles trying to block your path. That leaves this one as a fun premise but pretty bad execution. Out of all the hurting type minigames, Boonanza isn't awful, but it still doesn't mean I like it that much. In Bowser's Sinister Slots, the Bowser player on the gamepad hits the slots, and if he gets 3 in a row, the player is hit with a bunch of bullet bills. This game mode is kind of broken because if the Bowser player is good, there's almost nothing you can do. Shortcut Circuit sees you placing bridges throughout the course to grab the most coins. As far as coin minigames go, this one's actually not too bad. It's a somewhat creative minigame, but yeah, it's still a coin minigame. I just don't really like these. I'm sorry, man. In Parachuting Gallery, you have to fall into the space with the icon matching the screen. There's nothing special here, it's just a serviceable minigame. Now we have a few of the Coin Chaos minigames from Star Rush that I didn't think were terrible or filler, but are just kind of okay. In one way or another, these had fun premises, but just didn't really have enough gameplay to justify being 3 minutes. First up, we got Leafboard Horde. Use the 3DS's gyro to move back and forth to collect coins. This would be a fun 4-player minigame, but as a single-player 3-minute minigame, it's just kind of repetitive and gets a bit boring. In Goomba's Gold Rush, you move your cannons to shoot the most Goombas. Again, there's worse single-player minigames out there, but I don't find this one to have enough interesting gameplay to justify it going on for 3 minutes. Pinball Brawl is pinball but with shells. I think if the actual machine was more complicated, this would be way more fun. But as it is, it's just a serviceable single-player minigame, nothing terrible, but just kind of plain. This is the last of the just fine Coin Chaos minigames. Next, we have Handcar Havoc from Mario Party 2. You have to button mash to get to the end of the track. It's a really fun minigame that they carried over from Mario Party 1, but for some reason they got rid of the ability to fall off the track on tight turns. It's still a fun button masher with a nice setting, all things considered, but getting rid of the fall mechanic bumps this one down a bit. La Bomba is another 1v3 player minigame where 1 player ground pounds to put bombs on the field while the 3 players just survive. It's nothing crazy, but it more than gets the job done. Balloon Natic is another 1v3 survival based minigame, but this time the 1 player has to survive while getting shot at. This one's a little unbalanced, but again, it's a very typical 1v3 survival minigame. It gets the job done. Stone Stone-Eye bowling feels like it should be a lot of fun trying to gauge where the bowling ball will go as it travels down this bumpy hill, but the physics here just aren't it. It feels like the ball is like simultaneously way too heavy and filled with helium at the same time. In my opinion, it doesn't really ever bounce where it should, or at least where it feels like it should, which means this isn't a bad minigame at all, and it definitely has its moments, but it's not great. In Get the Let Out, you have to mash A as fast as you can to win this one. As we will see, I really like well done button mashers, and this one in theory is done pretty well. However, it's held back because this is a game from Mario Party DS, and the DS's buttons are just not built for a mashing minigame like this. It makes me feel like I'm straight up damaging my DS by trying to win this one. Mary Poppins is a button masher, but you press A and B at the same time instead of just A or B. Whoa, Mario Party, slow down, I can't keep up. Hot Rope Jump is just jump rope, but as a minigame, and that's a fine idea, so this is a fine minigame. The fact that it's over once one person gets out is just a little odd though, I don't know why they did that. In Book It, you have to spam the button combination as fast as possible with a teammate to win the race. I feel like if the button presses were changed up every turn, it would make this one more fun, but as it is, it's just kind of basic and not always in a good way. In Plunder Ground, you have to keep track of the Monty Mole with the chest. You also gotta be the first to grab it, which adds a little bit of like reaction time into it. Plunderground is short and simple, if not a bit forgettable. In Math Mortician, you have to say a number into the microphone to hit boo into the number. The mic minigames have been all over the ranking. Usually the more simple the better, and in this minigame, its slight complexity lends it somewhere in the middle. So this one is just kind of average in terms of the other microphone-based minigames. Toad's Quick Draw has you shooting the right color balloon once the Toad raises the flags. This is a cool idea, but the flag Toad raises feels a little bit too small. I don't know if that was intended to make the game like more difficult, but in my opinion, it just makes the whole game less enjoyable. In Pop Gun Pickoff, you have to shoot Bowser Jr. the fastest and the most to win this one. It's kind of an average dual minigame. In Rocky Rope Race, you work with a teammate to time your swings to grab the ledges and win the race. This one looks like it should be fun, but if I'm being honest, it's just way too easy. I don't find myself ever wanting to replay this. Shadow Play sees you combining your shadows together with a teammate to form the shadow in the middle. There's nothing terribly wrong with this one, I just don't really like this style of minigame. However, as far as it goes, this is alright. Bowser Toss sees players button mash and angle Bowser properly to throw him the furthest. This is really simple, but with a minigame as simple as button mashing, the presentation here just doesn't really carry it in my opinion. In Bumper Balloon Cars, you pop the balloons of other players. This one's super simple, it kind of feels like a carnival game. It's pretty fun while you're playing it, but because of its simplistic nature, it is kind of forgettable. Next up, we have Paint Misbehavin', and this one is kind of honestly sad for me to rank because this used to be one of my favorite minigames of all time. However, the more and more I play it, the more and more I realize it's just kinda average. You have to paint the most Goombas for your team to win. This takes skill, cause obviously you have to aim and hit the right Goombas, but also the Goombas are all moving around randomly, so there's some good old-fashioned dumb luck in there as well. I feel like maybe if there were more Goombas, or I don't know, maybe a couple like golden Goombas or Koopa Troopas that were worth more points, this could have been a really intense and replayable minigame, but as it is, it's kind of just a lucky spam fest where you really hope the clock runs out at the right time, which is fun, but nothing like incredibly special. In Tunnel of Lava, you have to find the Bowser minion that has the key before the time runs out. This is kind of an average Bowser minigame, but that means it's still pretty fun. Run around with a teammate trying to pop the other team's balloons in Hammer and Sick'em. This is a pretty basic minigame, and the inclusion of NPCs with hammers doesn't really make this one better, it only just clutters up the screen. In Fisticlouds, you survive while the blocks occasionally move. I feel like we've gotten a million of survival minigames kinda just like this one, but a lot of them normally have interesting mechanics to spice it up. This one though is kinda average, doesn't try and do anything super crazy, but the concept itself is inherently pretty fun. There's a reason we get so many of these minigames. Willflower is a pure and simple button masher, but man, this one gets a little weird. The winner is whoever makes their flower bloom first using willpower, and it's just an odd presentation to try and turn this concept into a button masher minigame. It's a fine enough minigame on its own though. I'm a sucker for gauntlet challenges, but the challenges, and I put quotation marks around that in the script, during the breakneck building minigame, 2 out of the 3 of them are just swinging your Wii remote around like a maniac. It's still fun, but it could have been cooler. In Murky Maze, you have to meet up with your teammate in a maze you can't see. This is a great concept, but man, this one always finishes in like 3 seconds. I'm not sure at all why they decided to make this maze map so small. In Goomba Guess, you have to remember which Goombas are where and tap as many as you can. Memorization minigames have the ability to be fun, but this one just doesn't do too much to make it any better than average. Paths of Peril is a cool idea with you getting to the flag first, but this one stumbles in the fact that it's way too easy. It's split into two paths, but unless you're colorblind, you wouldn't accidentally take the wrong path in a million years. Maybe with some maze-like paths, this one would be more fun, but as it is, it's just average. In Unhappy Trails, you carry the key to your teammate while they finish the race. This is kind of a mid 8-player minigame. It just doesn't do anything special, that's all. In Lights Out, you have to hit the players with the hammer, with them being your only source of light. This would probably be more fun on better looking consoles with higher quality graphics. While in the air, get as many points as you can in Target Tag. I feel like we've gotten a minigame just like this before, but this one isn't horrible. Chomp Romp is a really cool idea, having to whistle for the chain chomp at the right angle to lead it to the end. The map layout could be a bit more puzzly, which would add some nice skill, but as it is, it's a decently fun minigame. Shy Guys Showdown is a really simple reaction time duel. Nothing too special, but it's not horrible. And Trapeze Artist is an interesting premise with you capturing as many Goombas in a cage as you can, but the movement of the Goombas is so random, so it feels like you can randomly get screwed over. Like, look here, none of the Goombas walked under my cage. What was I supposed to do? Motown is one of the take up as much as you can minigames. This one isn't crazy special, but it's still a good time. Roll With It is the last item minigame from the Mario Party franchise, and good riddance, I'm glad we don't have to talk about these anymore. Although I do feel bad talking down on this one, because it's definitely not horrible. I mean, I ranked it somewhat high on this list. You can use the gyro to get the ball to the item you want. This would be a lot of fun as a normal minigame, and I'm glad they did make it into a normal minigame, which we'll cover later on, but as an item minigame, it's over way too quick. You're not really going up against anything. You can kind of take as much time as you want because the time limit's too big. It's just a bit lame, and I don't know, man. Item minigames are cool in concept, but overall, I feel like they don't really have to be there. In Pit Boss, you survive the rolling balls Bowser throws at you. It's good, but not great. Fling yourself in Fling Shot. Mashing A and B to pull yourself back, and then gliding in air to hit the mini wind boost is a fun idea, but button mashing on the Game Boy Advance just ain't it. Button mash to reel in the Cheep Cheeps in Real Cheap. Again, this is a fine minigame, but the button mashing just isn't my favorite on the handheld consoles. Button mash the fastest to win in Stare Scare. As I've said before, button mashing is a lot of fun on home consoles, but on handhelds, it's straight up scary. I feel like I'm gonna break this thing. Mash L and R to cut the opponent's thwomp in Chainsaw. The L and R buttons are a little more sturdy than the face buttons on the Game Boy Advance, but my same problem still stands. In Catchy Tunes, you have to collect one of each falling notes. It's simple, but can get a little hectic and fun. In Spring Fling, your goal is to survive, while the player springs up the blocks with the icons he hits. This is kind of impossible to win as the one player. In Power Trip, you survive against the player controlling the ship. This is a simple survival minigame, but the one player uses motion controls, which always felt good, but not great. There are definitely better motion control based minigames, but there's definitely a lot of worse ones too. Ghost in the Hall sees you running to the end of the mansion by picking the right hallways. This one is entirely luck based, but the premise is fun, so it's not that bad. In Bruiser Bash, you have to survive while the one player on a huge punching machine tries to kill you. It's a typical survival 1v3 minigame, but in my opinion, the robot moves way too slow. Thunderwall is a pretty average Bowser survival minigame. It goes on a bit long, but it's still fun. Coming in from Mario Party 2, we have Mecha Marathon. Twist your Shy Guy by clicking A and B at the same time to make it fly the furthest. It's a simple premise, and watching the Shy Guys fly like a race is fun and adds a good amount of suspense here. In Abandoned Ship, also from Mario Party 2, you race to the top of the pole by mashing A and staying on the right path. This is a pretty good minigame, but if you don't start off the minigame by instantly mashing, you'll die the second this minigame starts. Ice Moves is ice hockey, but you control the pucks. That's a cool premise, and this one's pretty fun to boot. In Swervin' Skies, 3 players survive while the one player shoots their balloons out. It's fun, but it's really hard to tell where the projectiles are at in relation to your balloons, which is what you're trying to protect. Roller Revenge is an average survival minigame with Spike throwing rolling spikes at you. But for some reason here, everyone has 3 lives, and the minigame goes on for an entire minute. This type of minigame, in my opinion, just isn't interesting enough to last a whole minute. I feel like you shouldn't have 3 lives here. Locomotive sees you clicking your train to reverse them before they pop your balloons. This is a creative minigame, but it can go on forever if you guys are evenly skilled. In Flash and Dash, you run around with 2 other players trying to find the one person in the shadows. It's a fun idea, but hard to catch the player even if you finally see them. That makes this one kind of unbalanced and a little frustrating. Garden Grab sees you working together by pressing specific buttons to pull a giant carrot out of the ground. This is the type of weird premise we could only get in Mario Party. Lunar Ticks is a get the lowest time minigame, but with jetpacks to help out. Again, it's pretty fun, but there's better minigames with this premise out there. Next up, we have Swing Kings. You swing your Wiimote to hit the baseball. This one would be a bottom tier lazy filler minigame if the swing was mapped to a button, but luckily you actually swing the Wiimote. However, that that only carries this one so far. Settle It in Court is basically the exact same thing, but with basketball. We're gonna move on. In Spiked Ball Scramble, you have to run across the course without getting hit by spikes. This looks like it should be way harder than it is. The only difficulty is if you go too far ahead and don't wait for the camera to catch up to you, because then you could make a mistake. But besides that, it's pretty hard to mess this one up. If this was a little faster and had a couple more obstacles, it would be awesome, but as it is, it's alright. In Kamek's Rocket Rampage, you fly around avoiding attacks and hitting Kamek with rockets. This is a very straightforward boss fight, but it doesn't need to do anything super complex, because the core gameplay, while being incredibly simple, is still pretty fun. T-5 kinda has a lame premise of timing your ground pound when the light reaches you 5 times, but the last stage where the light is blinking super fast is genuinely difficult, which allows other players to catch up, giving them a good chance, which makes T-5 a lot more fun than if that just didn't exist. In Thwomper Rooms, you have to survive the falling thwomps. Yep, that's about it. It's about as average as it gets. Hit left or right to protect your mushrooms in Mush Rush. There's a little bit of strategy here with the different types of Koopas, but this one just isn't that fun. Peek and Sneak has you running while the Koopas don't look and hiding whenever they do look. I've never really been a fan of these Squid Game type minigames. In Trace Cadets, you draw different shapes by using your stylus to fill up your square first. It's a pretty fun idea, but this is one of the few stylus minigames that feels a little awkward, as it doesn't always recognize your shape even if you draw it near perfectly. Maybe that's a skill issue, but in my opinion, it's just a little jank and not in the good way. In Ruins Rumble, you have to escape from the maniac trying to kill you. Tying the one player's controls with motion controls to give them a harder time than everyone else who can just use the D-pad to move around is pretty smart. Crushed Ice has you rolling around to hit all the Koopas. The insane bounce physics here are kind of fun, but this one is a tad too plain for me. In Cheep Cheep Chance, you have to pull on random ropes to pull up a Cheep Cheep. Now, I've ripped into pure RNG minigames before and put other ones higher up on this list, and this one is just kind of alright though. It doesn't waste your time, has a fun presentation, but it's not amazing. However, in the context of Mario Party DS, it's one of the very few RNG minigames in that game, so it works overall. A minigame where you and your teammate have different control schemes as you try and spike volleyballs sounds a lot better than how Bump Set Spike actually turned out. This is still a super creative minigame, but there's nothing beyond the shaking inputs. The volleyball glows as if you get more points the more on beat you are, but it just doesn't do that. In Penny Pinchers, one player grabs coins while the others grab whichever coins they missed. It's a coin minigame, so I automatically don't really like it, but this one isn't horrible. In Trounce and Bounce, you fight to bounce on the bounce pads. Yeah, that's about it. This one's kind of a bit too simple, but it takes me back to playing on a trampoline as a kid. I don't know, there's just something about bouncing around that is inherently a little bit fun, so even though it is pretty simple, yeah, it's still a good time. In Thwomp the Difference, you're shown 3 paintings that are mostly covered by thwomps, with the goal being to find which one is the oddball out. There are definitely other minigames that pull off this concept a bit better. As is, it's fine, but not that fun. In Cookie Cutters, you have to use the cutouts mapped to each button to cut the most cookies. This is a really interesting minigame idea, and if I'm being honest, it initially feels like the advantage would definitely go to the 3 players, since you can see every cookie on the sheet, so you can just kind of sit there until it's your turn to hit the button, hit it instantly, and then wait until it's your turn again when you're a 3 player. However, a lot of times I play this, the 1 player does end up winning, which I think is generally just because of poor communication on the side of the 3 players, but regardless, this one's pretty fun. In Bowser's Fence Fury, you play through the entirety of Bowser's Fury as a fence. Nah, I'm kidding, you survive while Bowser flips the gates players are holding onto. It's a pretty fun but luck-based Bowser minigame. And next we have Bowser's Bad Breath. Bowser blows on the gamepad to send fireballs all across the map. This is a really creative spin on the versus formula, but it's kinda just a basic survival minigame as the 4 players though, which makes it end up kinda average in the ranking. In Bowser's Bogus Bingo, bogus is the right word to describe this minigame. Unless you roll a different enemy on every dice, it feels like you'll do next to no damage to any players. That being said, this one is still fun, it's just a bit skewed towards the players rather than Bowser. In Boss Sumo Bro Blitzers, try saying that 5 times fast, you have to rotate the tubes to connect to your electricity to deal damage. This is a pretty standard boss minigame, which I feel like could be a lot cooler if you had more than 3 columns where you could like rotate different pieces, but as is, it's just pretty easy. There's not much to write home about here. In Blown Hover, you have to ride your hoverboard and avoid the obstacles. I love the aesthetic here, but this one just adds nothing really onto it. It's a kind of average minigame with an above average backdrop. In Coin Corral, you have to lasso the different chests to get the coins inside of them. Although I'm not a huge fan of coin minigames, this one is actually kind of fun as a 2v2 minigame, because you have to coordinate every once in a while, as you can only reel in the big chests if you both lasso them. This one's not bad. In Splat-A-Stamp, you have to slingshot paint onto the Shy Guy to have the most paint on him by the time the timer runs out. The Shy Guy himself gets entirely filled up after like 8 seconds, so there's not really much point in this taking 30 seconds, but it's still a very fun minigame with a super cool concept. It just goes on a bit too long. Alright, up next we have basically all the rhythm minigames from Super Mario Party and Super Mario Party Jamboree. I don't really know why they wanted to dedicate like 10 minigames for each game to this side mode based on timing and music, but in my opinion, I don't think they really pay off. These aren't bad by any means, which is why they're all near the middle, but I'd rather get brand new minigames for the main Mario Party mode than whatever these are that are also just relegated to a side mode. So although these all are similar enough to where I'm grouping them close to each other, I do have some favorites and least favorites, mainly due to the presentation or the beat. So first up, we have Strike It Rich, where you have to wait for the beat to hit the question block. This is as basic as rhythm minigames can get. In Baton and On, you have to hold up your baton to the beat. This one just looks goofy to me and goes on for way too long. In Pep Rally, you have to hold up your sign at the right time on beat. This is one of the more generic looking rhythm minigames. And next we have Short Stack Chef. You flip pancakes to cook them right. The beat in this one was kind of annoying, I don't know. In On the Beat, when you're on the beat, you shovel the beat. The pun here is more fun than the gameplay. In Rhythm and Bruise, you whack Monty Mole on the beat. Ouch, man. In All-Star Swingers, you swing the baseball on tempo. I feel like out of all the rhythm minigames, the beat helps you, but with this one, the beat isn't distinct enough to really help you out. Maybe it's just a me thing, but I just felt like I was playing like a baseball reaction time minigame and not really like a rhythm-based, oh, I'm feeling out the beat minigame. The next minigame we have here is Copycat Curry. Copycat is right because this is literally the Waluigi Time to Shine minigame from Super Mario Party, just straight up copy and pasted over to Jamboree. In Whisk Cream, you have to make the perfect cake by timing the ingredients. It's not the worst one, but definitely not the best. In Footlong Frenzy, you build a footlong together. The beat here is almost so slow, which makes this one way too easy. In Soup Troop, you make a soup by cutting ingredients on beat. If you're wondering why so many of these are cooking themed, it's because for some reason Jamboree decided to take the rhythm minigame side mode from Super Mario Party and then restrict the developers to making every single rhythm minigame also involve cooking for some reason. So yeah, they definitely get a bit repetitive. Spread and Butter sees you spread the butter on the toast. In Time to Shine, you have to line up your poses on beat. There's nothing super special here. You don't actually do anything to decide the pose, you just kind of shake the controller at the right time. So this minigame has nothing special, besides seeing Waluigi going crazy on the dance floor. In Wiped Out, you wipe the windows on beat, and this one is carried by all the toads doing stuff inside the building, like working, bowling, or working out. Fiddler on the Hoof sees you hit on the beat to make your horse go further. The beat here is probably one of the best out of all the rhythm minigames, but the aesthetic is just kinda it's pretty good. In Clearing the Table, you pull out the tablecloth on beat to keep the cups on the table stacked. This is a pretty interesting idea for a minigame that would be way more fun if it wasn't a rhythm minigame. In On Barb, you match Lakitu's throws to stab the food on the sword to make like a skewer. Take a Stab is almost the exact same thing, but the visuals here are way better with the pirate aesthetic. Parfait the Course is basically the same as the All-Star Swingers baseball rhythm minigame, but in my opinion, it has a way better aesthetic. For Burger Builders, you build a burger on tempo. I honestly think they centered the rhythm minigames in Jamboree around food because of solely the response to this steak minigame from Super. I don't know what Nintendo is cooking with, but the food in this game looks like PS5 graphics. So although the rhythm minigames aren't groundbreaking or anything, and again, I think the food theme definitely gets repetitive, at least they look pretty good, and like Burger Builders, man, this makes me hungry. If you weren't tired of the rhythm minigames yet, then Mario Party Island Tour has you covered. In Xylophone Home, you get points by matching the beat. Good riddance, rhythm minigames, you are the very definition of serviceable. In Snake Block Party, you have to make it across snake blocks to the end. The idea here seems fun, but it's pretty slow. Still, it's a fine enough minigame. Peepa Panic is the exact same deal as Snake Block Party. Cool idea, but the slow scroll kinda kills the pacing. Grin and Bar It is another jump rope minigame, but this time with 8 people. This one is kind of the epitome of the 8-player minigames in Mario Party 7, and honestly just most of the 8-player minigames in Mario Party as a whole. The novelty here is that you're playing with 8 players, but there's really nothing super special that would make you actually want to come back and play it again, other than the fact that you're you're playing with 8 players. Like, okay, yeah, cool, but you know, if the minigame's not that fun, I don't really care. In Bob-omb Barrage, 1 player survives while 3 players throw bombs at them. We've seen this concept done a million times, but since this is from the first Mario Party minigame, it honestly holds up pretty well, especially with the bombs being tied to how far back the stick is. But yeah, it's just an ancient minigame format. In Punch-a-Bunch, you wait for your glove to get big and then punch Bowser. Motion controlled minigames can be really fun, but again, this is not one of them. There's really no reason for this to be motion controlled other than the fact that it's in Mario Party 8, which is obviously the game that really introduced motion controls to the series. Destruction Duet is the exact same thing, even down to beating the crap out of a Bowser statue, but this one's 2v2, so it's slightly better, I guess? Next, we have Hide and Sneak from Mario Party 3. Unlike the one we already talked about in Superstars, here there are footstep sounds that can give you a slight clue as to where people ran off to. This adds a whole new dimension to the game and turns the pure RNG nature of the Superstars version into one with a dash of skill. Bumper to Bumper is another basic survival minigame, but this time with 8 players. It's cool, but kinda redundant. Again, I feel like most of the 8-player minigames, their claim to fame is not that they're really fun minigames, but just that they have 8 players. They lack some of the mechanics of their 4-player counterparts. I've been mean to lots of the coin minigames throughout this massive video, and after playing Rinks to Riches, I wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, I don't care, these suck. Okay, I'm partially kidding. This is a pretty good coin minigame, all things considered, especially with the great aesthetic and fun ice skating physics, but man, I just don't care about collecting coins. I'm sure we will get comments about how all minigames reward coins, so wouldn't that make every minigame a coin minigame? But I feel like a great minigame extends outside of the normal Mario Party game mode. A great minigame makes you want to go back and replay it in free play simply because it's so fun or because it's a great challenge with friends. Basically, this is all a roundabout way of saying I like everything about Rinks to Riches except for grabbing the coins. Race to the top with moving platforms in all geared up. There are definitely worse platform race minigames with more boring layouts, but there are also better ones too, so yep, it's in the middle. In a cornucopia, you have to make your way to the end of the course without losing many acorns. This is a fun idea, but it's executed a little bit blandly. The only thing you can run into is a Goomba, and the camera goes by super slowly. I think with some tweaks, this one could have been a lot more fun, but as is, it's definitely just alright. Not bad by any means, but there are other better minigames out there. Beeline Shrine has you avoiding the bees. It's simple, but pretty fun. Could use some extra phases though. In Skipping Class, you have to hit the right combination of buttons in time to get points. This is fairly simple and nothing too special. It's kind of an average minigame. Desert Dash is the first coordinated controller type of team minigame. It's really simple, but that causes this one to always be pretty close, which makes it pretty fun. This may be a bit of a hot take, but in my opinion, Hot Cross Blocks takes the social deduction type of minigame and does it kinda wrong. In this one, you have to make your way across the lava by choosing blocks that fit to your bridge. The only issue is if someone tries to use the same one as you, nobody gets it. Now, this sort of minigame is actually a lot of fun. Having to psych each other out over choices like this is usually a blast, but when it comes to this game specifically, Hot Cross Blocks kind of falters, as there will be a few points where you can only choose one block, so you either choose it and someone else does also to mess with you, or you choose not to and you lose every time. Sometimes it feels like this one is a lot more luck than skill, which is especially annoying when it's kind of positioning itself as a social deduction / reasoning type of minigame. Lost in the Shuffle is just another keep track of something minigame, but this one doesn't really do too much to differentiate itself from some we'll talk about later on in this list. In Utter Nonsense, you're given a random Mario character voice clip you have to recreate. If you voice it better than your opponent, you win. This is such an odd and unique minigame that I had no clue where to rank it. It's the only one of its kind across the entire Mario Party series, with this microphone actually working properly, unlike the buggy ones from Mario Party 6, or the one that only picked up your raw volume in Mario Party DS. Is it unique and really funny hearing your voice played back? Absolutely. Is this a minigame I want to go back and replay? Absolutely not. Although I think it's a great idea and has some great memes attached to it. Finish! Unfortunately, I really don't think this is anything better than average. Sorry to all my Utter Nonsense fans though, let me know how much you hate where I put this in the comments. In Light Up My Night, you have to be the first to light 5 candles in a dark room. It's a pretty good but oddly forgettable dual minigame. Pickaxe Dash has you shaking your Joy-Con to dig through the rocks the fastest. There have been a bunch of pure and simple shake the controller fast minigames ever since Mario Party 8 on the Wii, but this one has to be the least interesting implementation of that mechanic. The simpler the gameplay of a minigame, and again, this is just shake the controller, that's all the gameplay there is here, the more a minigame has to wow the players with great visuals or a fun premise. But here you're just stuck under a rock and not able to see anyone the whole time. My theory is that they thought this added suspense of not knowing who's winning, but by taking away all the visuals, it feels kind of lazy. There's way worse minigames out there, and I would still call this pretty good because it's over pretty quick, but I don't know, I feel like not being able to see who's in the lead takes away all the suspense here, so you're just shaking the controller, and that's about it. In track and yield, you have to keep up with the conveyor belt without falling off. I really like the premise, but this one is a bit too easy, with most games ending in a tie. In bouncing bounty, you have to work together with your teammate to help you bounce and get coins. It's pretty straightforward with nothing too special. Pick up a chest after making your way across the lava labyrinth in the minigame titled Lava Labyrinth. Real on the nose there. There's a bit of skill involved if you want to risk losing your current chest to grab a better one, but besides that, this minigame is pretty standard. In Scarousel, you have to survive the carousel. This was one of the coolest looking minigames in the trailers for Jamboree, but again, I just feel like it goes a bit too slow to be a challenge. It speeds up eventually, but it takes too long. It's a really fun idea that looks cool and is still pretty fun to play, but the execution is just a little bit lacking, especially considering you just go through the same thing over and over and over again. Seriously, it's like the same 3 obstacles copy and pasted for like however long you just last. In Hyper Hydrants, one player pumps up the water while the other player sprays the fire. The different control schemes here are a nice touch, and the premise is cool, but this is one of the more dated minigames despite its cool setup. In Juice Box, you have to work together with a teammate to make the pattern shown. There are a bunch of minigames with this sort of idea, but with it just being a 2D fruit puzzle, it isn't really as creative or visually pleasing as all the other minigames that pull off this idea a fair bit better. In Dress for Success, you have to keep track of the right card that matches the character head. Not really sure what the point of having the other costumes besides just a funny visual is, but as it stands, this is another keep track of minigame where you just keep track of something. Ballistics is a super basic survival minigame with not much standing itself apart from the others. It's a nice pun in the title though. In Blooper Blast Off, you have to race to the end in a makeshift blooper. This is a good race, but the controls here are just a bit awkward. Goomba Tower Takedown sees you running around and picking up fruit, then chucking said fruits at a stack of Goombas to decrease their numbers. It's not bad, but it really doesn't live up to most boss fights in the Mario Party series. I mean, like, do we even call this a boss fight? You're just fighting against normal Goombas all stacked up on top of each other. In Follow the Money, you have to make it to the end of the course while trying to grab as many coins as you can. There's an alright course here, meaning it's an alright minigame, but again, it's bogged down a little bit just by it being a coin minigame, because I don't think it's that great. In Bumper Bugs, you use the stylus to flick around your bug floaty and grab flags. It's a pretty standard but pretty fun minigame. In Lightning Round, you have to grab the most coins while avoiding the shock attacks. This is a slightly fun coin minigame, which means it's one of the better coin minigames out there. In Two Bit or Lose It, you have to get down the mountain while avoiding the guy trying to kill you, which makes it really hard to win as the 3 players. Now we get to a batch of 4-player co-op minigames from Super Mario Party. These are from the game mode River Survival, where everyone has to work together, and the idea of minigames where everyone pitches together to win is pretty interesting. It's surprising, but throughout all the Mario Party games up until this point, we never got any minigames like this, so it was a great new addition. Unfortunately, the minigames here aren't the best, which is why about half of them are right here towards the middle of this list. In my opinion, a good 4-player co-op minigame should be a premise with mechanics not possible in any other format of minigame, utilizing everyone working together like how the 3 players work together against 1 player in 1v3 minigames. But if you want to see minigames that don't do any of that, well, let's get right to our first co-op minigame, Isthmus Be the Way. Here you work together as 4 players to deliver the bomb to the cannon. A 4-player relay race seems fun in concept, but in reality you just run for 8 seconds then sit and stare at the screen while the rest of your teammates finish the race. This totally could have been done in any other minigame format, so it's not that fun or creative. In Go With the Flow, you blow Toad's balloon left or right to get the most balloon gems. This is the same issue with the last one, where you do something and then you're just sitting and waiting for your teammates to do the rest. In Home on the Ring, you work as 4 players to throw boomerangs and hit the most pokies. If you hit the pokie's head, you get extra points, but overall, this is a little too simple in my opinion for a 4-player co-op minigame. There's also like little to no teamwork actually done here. Penguin Pusher sees you working together to corral all of the penguins in through the front gate. I feel like a 4-player co-op minigame shouldn't just be a ripoff of a 2v2 or free-for-all minigame, but this one's fine, I guess. In Net Worth, you work together as 4 players to raise the net and get as many Cheep Cheeps as you can. There are golden Cheep Cheeps worth more, and again, I feel like working together as 4 players has so many more creative ideas than just raise a net at the same time to get Cheep Cheeps. I don't know, it's fun, but it's just not doing anything super special. Next up, we have Sort of Fun, and yeah, that's about how I would describe this minigame as well. It's sort of fun. You work together as a team of 4 to transport each ball to its respective basket. It's a pretty simple concept for a co-op minigame, but it's sort of fun regardless. In Piranha Plantamonium, everyone is on one side of the pipes and shoots their cannons to hit piranhas. There's nothing done wrong here, here. In fact, they execute the premise pretty well. I just don't think the premise is that special, and the gameplay, as a result, is just kind of average. Flinger painting from Mario Party 9 is kind of something we've seen before. You cover as much of the canvas with paint as you can. There's a couple minigames like this, and this one just doesn't do anything to stand out. Sunset Standoff has you survive on a bridge while one player controls a bonsai bill and tries to hit you off. This one feels a little bit too overpowered for the one player on the bonsai bill, considering that the giant bullet bill takes up half the screen, can move left to right pretty fast, and there's multiple rounds they have to try and hit everyone off. In Crazy Crosshairs, you have to work with a teammate using a very wonky control scheme to shoot all the enemies. This is a pretty creative way to turn this minigame into 2v2 with the weird controls, but beyond that, it doesn't do anything crazy special, so overall, it's just a pretty fun minigame. In Pull It Together, you button mash with a teammate to win the game of Tug of War. There are plenty of button mashers, and even 2v2 button mashers I've ranked higher than this one, and that's because this is Super Mario Party, which is the 15th Mario Party game, so if you're gonna do a button masher, you have to have some really great presentation, and this one in particular, I honestly think would have benefited from some motion controls. The Joy-Con can support just about any sort of motion, so physically pulling your rope or doing another motion like it would make this one a lot more fun than just pure button mashing. The aesthetic alone doesn't bring this one any higher than simply good. It's a good minigame, but that's it. Saucer Swarm has both a duel and battle variation. Basically what you do here is shoot the most aliens before they come and shock you. You can rotate all around to try and shoot them, and it's simple, but it's fun. Meteor Melee has you grab the falling stars and avoiding the fire. This is a pretty basic type of minigame, but it's enhanced by the ability to see where the stars are falling with the top screen of the 3DS. Besides that though, this one's just a little bit mundane. In Sand Trap, you once again try to send Bowser Jr. to his death. I was pretty mean to some of these Bowser Jr. minigames earlier, but this one isn't that bad. In Hammer at Home, you charge up your hammer and swing the Joy-Con to hammer all the nails in. It's a fun idea and a good use of the Joy-Con, but it feels like it could be sped up a little bit. Maybe they could have added in a way to charge up your hammer a bit faster, but as it is, it's fun, but feels a little bit slow. In Wheelin' and Wigglin', you have to drive around a Wiggler car trying to hit other people and shrink their Wiggler. This is a pretty standard elimination game, but with the added boosting mechanic, this one's definitely above average. Later Skater is just an ice skating race, but it's pretty fun for what it is. It probably could have used some obstacles or boosts, but as it is, it's a good time as you try and take the tightest possible lines. Snow Go is the same thing, but with snowmobiles. Why is it ranked above? Well, snowmobiles are cooler. Thrash and Crash from Mario Party 8 has 3 players try and survive on skateboards while one player clicks items to get in their way. Realistically, this probably could use some more objects for the one player to click on, but it's a fun idea and executed pretty well. Train in Pain is a Super Mario Party minigame where you work with your teammate to punch the back of the other team's train. This one's pretty straightforward, with nothing much added to actually stand itself apart from the rest of the games like it on this list. In PD Piranha's Shell Smackdown, you have to avoid PD Piranha's ground pounds while throwing shells at him to deal damage. There are definitely better boss fights in Mario Party Star Rush, but this one isn't bad at all. Mega Monty Moles in the Hole is another Monty Mole boss fight. Here, multiple Mega Monty Moles will come out of the ground. You have to find the real one and whack it with your hammer the most. It's a little simple and can feel annoying if you're always choosing the wrong Monty Mole, but it's a fine enough boss fight. In Cage Catch, you have to work together as 3 players to control a cage and catch a player in the pool. I feel like this minigame is balanced as long as the 3 players are ultra coordinated, because if not, your entire team can be bottlenecked by one bad player. Like for example, if one player on the 3-player team is about to get a star, but for some reason doesn't have enough coins and no one wants them to win this minigame, it's literally impossible for the 3 players to win if just one player decides to sabotage. Some other minigames are like this, but this one's like the most apparent. You can sabotage like crazy here, which is kind of fun, but can be kind of frustrating. Panic Pinball has the cool premise of playing pinball with a teammate, but the balls go so fast, making it hard to react, and this game just goes on a bit too long, but the premise is awesome, so it's alright. In Sphere Mongers, you control metal balls by piloting a magnet. It's cool that if someone's pile is super big, you can actually steal a few of their balls, because the more stuff on your magnet, the slower you'll be going. However, besides that, this one is nothing special. Quicksand Cash might be the only coin minigame in existence I will say fits better as a coin minigame than a regular minigame. The risk versus reward of trying to grab coins but also not getting sucked into the middle is actually a very good mechanic. See, I'm giving out credit where credit is due for these coin minigames. It's not my fault though that most of them are trash. In Frigid Bridges, you have to travel the thin bridge to deliver blocks to the end. There's a better version of this minigame later on in this ranking, but this one is still pretty fun. In Same is Lame, everyone presses a button, and if no one pressed the same one you did, you win. This is a pretty simple but fun mind game. There's plenty more of these down on the ranking though, so if you're wondering why this one is relatively low on the list, it's because there isn't really much much of a risk versus reward system. It's more or less random unless you're talking with your friends. Study Fall has you try to stop yourself from falling while being closest to the red line. The two screens of the DS actually turn this one from your average reaction minigame to definitely above average. Snag the Flags has you running around to collect the most flags. This one's fairly straightforward, and there are a ton of flags here, which is fun, except for the fact that this minigame has no timer. It only ends when all the flags are actually picked up, and when there's only like 1 or 2 flags left, it's almost impossible to find them. Luckily, an arrow pops up to show you where they are, but this minigame should have just had a timer and ended after like, I don't know, 15 seconds. In Bowl Over, 3 players are pins, and the other player tries to hit them over. This is a really funny looking minigame, but it works pretty well. In Snipe for the Picking, you use your pointer to hit the most points on the target. It's a simple but fun motion controlled minigame, since the targets switch up where the most points are. In Timing is Money, you time your ground pounds correctly to get the most coins and avoid the bombs. It's pretty simple and it goes by fast enough that I don't die on the inside, so it's not bad. Handy Hoppers is a pretty creative premise that has the right amount of synergy and skill, making it a good minigame. Pokey Pummel is a pure but simple button masher, and there's like 20 of these throughout the ranking, and I'm sure there are hundreds of spots apart, but let me keep it real. These button mashers are all super basic, so there's not a ton to rank in terms of the gameplay, but trying to mash buttons faster than your friends is always going to be super fun. So a huge factor in where these are ranked is the presentation, as I've said before. Therefore, this one is good, but not great. In Precision Gardening, you have to pump the Joy-Con up and down to spray your water the furthest. As far as motion control minigames go, this one isn't bad, but it's a little uncreative. Nothing wrong with a simple minigame, but there's just nothing here to make it better than just a good minigame. For Grabby Gridiron, you punch each other to throw footballs into the other team's goal. It's a simple yet really fun 2v2 minigame, and I don't know why, but I just really love the presentation here. I don't know where this game of football is taking place, but I don't know, it looks pretty sick. In Shy Guy Shuffle, you have to keep track of the shy guy with the most donuts. This is pretty basic, but the animations here do make this one genuinely pretty tricky at times, compared to some of the other minigames with this exact premise that are so easy. In Cosmic Slalom, you race in a cosmic slalom. Yeah, this is the closest thing to a new F-Zero we will get in a while. Rasslin' Rapids is another survival minigame, and this one is a pretty good time. In Toad and Go Seek, you have to remember where Toad hides and then be the first one to find him. This is a really fun idea, but considering there's all of 2 seconds from when it shows you where he is to you getting control and having to find him, it makes it really easy to remember where he is. In Peep A Peepa, you can use the 3DS's gyro controls to aim and find ghosts. It's a pretty fun, but also somewhat basic use of the gyro. Weird Wheels is your typical 1v3 minigame with differing controls. Nothing crazy, but these are pretty fun, and I like the 1v3 twist here. Tile and Error is a super basic 2v2 minigame, but I'm gonna be honest, it's still pretty fun. All you do here is ground pound the tiles to your team's color, but I don't know, man, I still enjoy playing this one. In Keep Away Mayhem, you have to keep the ball away by passing it to your teammates. It's a really creative idea and super fun as the 3 players, but oh my goodness, this is agonizing as the player in the middle. It's so difficult. Shorty Scorers is basically a basketball, soccer, or I guess it's handball hybrid as a 2v2 minigame. I feel like this one would be really fun in a more modern Mario Party with smoother controls and better graphics, but as is, this one is a great concept, but it's just a little clunky on Mario Party DS. In Drop Quiz, everyone is shown characters carrying fruits with one player choosing the question to ask. If someone answers all of them correctly, the 3 players win. This is a fun idea for a minigame, but some of the questions are just dumb. It's a fine idea, but meh execution. In the minigame Spectre Inspector, there we go, you walk around a spooky room finding Mario characters. This is kind of purely luck, but it has a great premise and a fun atmosphere, so this is how you do an RNG luck-based minigame. ID UFO is a pretty basic 2v2 matching minigame. What bumps this one a bit up more in the rankings, though, is the fact that it doesn't reset each point, which means if you're behind but are able to lock in and synergize with your partner, you can come back and win. In Lumber Tumble, you have to make it to the end of the course without falling or being hit. The moving wood that cuts off certain parts of this section of the bridge is a really nice touch, but besides that, this one is a pretty straightforward survival minigame. In Fruit Scoot Scurry, you jump around and get as much fruit as you can. This one seems like it should be pretty boring, but after replaying it a couple times, I can't even lie, it's pretty fun. Toppling Terror has you try to scream into the mic the most to cause the womp to fall over on the other team. My throat hurts. Gondola Glide is a button masher race, but it's 2v2. It's pretty fun with a cool aesthetic, but not the best one of these out there. In In Pick and Produce, you and a teammate pick and move fruit so they go into their own bins. This is fairly simple, but it can get pretty hectic in almost an overcooked sense if you start to fall behind, which boosts this one up in the rankings. Next up, we have Money Belts from Mario Party 4, not to be confused with Money Belt from Mario Party 6 that we already talked about. The coin mini games like Money Belts that are 1v3 are usually more fun than free-for-all due to the skewed nature of the teams, and Money Belts is no different. Sure, it's just your standard 1v3 coin minigame, but it gets the job done. In Mario Matrix, you have to click the glowing panels first with your pointer. There are better ways to use motion controls than this, but as a reaction minigame with a motion controlled twist, I kinda like this one. It's like Nintendo is purposefully trying to make me sad here by remaking one of the most iconic Mario Party minigames ever, yet absolutely butchering it in said remake.
Look how they massacred my boy.
That's right, I'm talking about Platform Peril, but specifically the remake from Mario Party Jamboree. It is a testament to how much I like the original from Mario Party 1 and 2, that an easier coin version of Platform Peril is this high. Despite my complaining, this is actually fairly fun all things considered, cause there's still a bit of risk versus reward running back to grab extra coins. They made it a lot easier though, and while I may not like how they changed it, it's not like they completely ruined it, it's just a bit of a downgrade. Work together with your teammate to ground pound the same line to get the most coins in Ground Pound Pals. Coordination is key in this one. It's pretty simple, but pretty fun. In Mosh Pit Playroom, you jump around trying to collect all your color-specific balls. It's basic, but there's a ton of balls here, which makes this one pretty fun. In Dragon Eel Slayers, you grab shells while avoiding spikes and then launch the shells at the eel. Having multiple stages to this boss fight minigame definitely makes it feel more grand and is a nice touch. The Mario Party Superstars version of Spotlight Swim is a much more balanced version of this game than the one in Mario Party 3. It doesn't make me love this minigame, but in my opinion, it's definitely a bit better. A worse version of Leaf Leap, What Goes Up from Mario Party 4 isn't great. The extra movement options sound better in theory, but in practice, I don't know, it's just not as fun as Leaf Leap in my opinion. Oh look, another one, only the movement is a little better. I'm talking about Upward Mobility. There's a much better version of this one though, way down on the list, in probably like 90 minutes. Jeez, this video's long. In Dizzy Rotisserie, you have to get to the exit while your controls are all messed up. Unlike other Dizzy minigames from the older titles, your controls here are constantly changing, which makes this one rather fun. Instead of the older minigames where it's like, oh, you take half a second to realize up is down, down is up, and then you just kind of win automatically. Next up, we have Luigi's Rescue Operation, which is Luigi's ally minigame from Mario Party Jamboree. I feel like Luigi's ally minigame could have been one of the most fun and creative ally minigames in that entire game, but if I'm being honest, this one kind of missed the mark. You make your way room to room, solving very mini puzzles. This style of minigame, again, could be really fun, but I feel like the puzzles here are kind of underwhelming. It's still a really fun ally minigame overall, but I feel like it definitely could have been done a lot better. In Can Take Pancake, you have to grab as many pancakes as you can. This feels like it would be a perfect minigame for pointer controls, but instead it uses the stick. As is, it's a serviceable minigame, not super replayable, but definitely not a boring time. Chain Chomp's Lava Lunge has you train the Chain Chomp to jump on the metal gates that expose it to lava. It's simple, quick, and kind of fun. As a boss fight, it's still a little mediocre though. In Mega Goomba's Bad Dream, you have to steal apples from the sleeping Mega Goomba while avoiding the regular Goombas. The Mega Goomba will wake up halfway through, but he doesn't really do much because it's super easy to avoid his attacks. Mega Dry Bones Femur Fever sees you ground pound the cannons to shoot at Dry Bones while avoiding his bone boomerangs. If you time your ground pounds right, you can dodge his boomerang while ground pounding. This is probably the simplest boss fight in Mario Party Star Rush, but it is a fun one nonetheless. In Picture Perfect, you have to match the picture while it flips through different items. This one's pretty simple, but fun. I'm also shocked that it took them until Mario Party 8 to name one of the picture-based minigames Picture Perfect. I genuinely thought there were other minigames titled Picture Perfect, but I don't think so. I think this is the only one. In Blooper Scooper, you have to button mash away from the bloopers whirlpool while obstacles are thrown in the water to try and mess you up. Now, this one probably should be a bit higher on the ranking because it takes button mashing and throws in a bit of strategy with avoiding the obstacles. Only issue is, this one is ridiculously easy. The times I played it, everyone survived every time. If the waves got more intense as the game went on, this would be a top tier minigame, but as it is, it's fun but kinda wasted potential. Goomba Gallop has you keep track of which enemy shows up the most. It's a simple concept, but as a minigame, you have to stay super attentive to what's going on, which is always good to break up the pace. In Hedge Honcho, you have to move aside the leaves with your stylus as fast as you can while avoiding the yellow jackets. It's a pretty basic stylus minigame, but has its fun moments. Okay, if you've watched the entire video up until this point and just didn't skip randomly to the middle, then you'd know I've been giving coin minigames a pretty hard time throughout this ranking, but Coin Cash actually surprised me. As you can tell, it's nowhere near a top-tier Mario Party minigame, but having to hit as many moving blocks as you can while jumping between 3 sections is actually really creative. I don't know if this minigame makes me like or hate coin minigames even more, but it does act as proof that good coin minigames are possible, just a lot of them aren't good. In Absent Minded, you're shown a bunch of characters and enemies, then have to choose which one of these 3 wasn't actually shown. It's pretty hard to keep track of everything when your eyes are darting across the screen, which takes the normal keep track of this type of minigame and makes it pretty interesting. Black Hole Boogie is Mario Party 6's pure button mashing duel minigame, with you having to mash to avoid being sucked in the black hole. It's pretty fun, but a little forgettable, especially compared to some of the other better button mashing games. In Storm Chasers, you try to water your piranha plant the most while the rain cloud moves sporadically and Monty Moles come up to try to mess you up. I feel like out of all the Mario Party minigames across the series, this is the very definition of a good minigame. It's definitely not like mechanically dense, and it's not a creative masterpiece either, but it's a fun premise executed well that doesn't waste your time. Congrats, Storm Chasers, you're the epitome of really good but not great, and there is nothing wrong with that. In Vine with Me, you have to swing across vines to the finish line. It's stupid simple but stupid fun. Occasionally skipping a vine with the right jump is a blast. In Match That Item, everyone tries to hit their button to land on the same item. It's really simple, but I find this one kind of fun for the novelty of it having 8 players. Having so many players actually makes this one better, because if you're the last person and everyone's waiting on you, you just feel terrible, but when you're super rattled, it's harder to time up the button right. So it's definitely nothing crazy or anything, but I think because of that, it's not bad and better than a lot of the other 8-player minigames on this list. Bob Bomb Combo sees you throw a bob bomb and hope they blow up the rest of the screen. It's kind of basic, and there's honestly not a lot you can actually do here, but it has pretty great presentation. In Balloon Burst, you have to pump up the Bowser balloon to burst it first. There's a bit of rhythm when it comes to how you can actually pump it up, which makes this a bit more skill-based than just a pure button masher. Next, let's talk about Dizzy Dancing, but specifically the remake from Superstars. I don't even know if remake is the right word here, because this is an entirely different minigame now. In the original, the point was that your controls were messed up in a different way every time, so as soon as you started playing, you had to adjust to make it to the center first. That was awesome, but a bit too short because all you had to do was grab this one music note. However, in Dizzy Dancing from Superstars, your controls are always just flipped, so if you've played it once, you know already what to do every other time you play. So why is this version above the original, you may ask? Well, instead of the game finishing in like 2.5 seconds, you now try to collect as many music notes as you can, which is a great addition. Half of each version of this minigame is great, but the other half bogs it down. The original was way too short, and in this one, the controls are too predictable because it's the same messed up controls every time. Still a fun minigame though, and definitely a better remake than the originals. Rumble Ready is just a reaction timing minigame based on the rumble in your controller, but for what it is, it's pretty fun. Countdown Pound is a kind of basic countdown minigame, but the presentation is awesome here and really carries this simple premise. The Mario Party 1 and 2 jank certainly holds Bobsled Run back a little bit, but it's still a fun enough minigame, especially considering the fact that if you fall off, you do not respawn. Look Sharp has you move your Joy-Con forward or backwards to focus Toad in your magnifying glass. This is a decently good use of the motion controls only possible on the Joy-Con. It almost makes these $80 controllers worth it. Almost. In Player Conveyor, you find the right path of conveyor belts to lead to the middle. It's simple, creative, and all around a good minigame. Strawberry Short Fuse has you keep your eye on the monkeys with the cake. If you lose, well, you better pray that your opponents pick the bombs before you do. In Bob-omb Aplomb, you chuck bob-ombs that are about to explode to other people's rocks while avoiding the bombs that are on your rocks blowing up. This one has a really fun start, but once it gets towards 2 people, it usually goes on for like another 30 seconds. This one's a fun premise, and it's really fun at the start, but it kinda gets a little boring near the end. In Hop, Drop, and Roll, you have to survive the maniac throwing bullet bills at you. This one's a little busted, but pretty fun, and also just feels like a new Super Mario Bros. Castle, which I don't really know if that's a good or bad thing, but that's all I can think of when seeing this one. Hammer Spammer is just a basic survival minigame, but with 8 players. That novelty makes it a little above average, but it doesn't do too much. In Clean Team, one person sprays and one person wipes down the windows. It's pretty simple, but a fun and well-executed 2v2 minigame. In Barreling Along, you use your Joy-Con to tilt forward to move your barrel towards the finish line. There have definitely been some good and bad motion control minigames across the Mario Party series, and in my mind, this one is above average. It looks nice, plays nice, and is a straightforward premise with not a lot to spice it up, but it's a pretty good minigame overall. Lava or Leave 'em is a standard survival minigame, but dividing the fire enemy adds the right amount of classic Mario Party luck involved. In Freeze Frame, you get one shot to take a picture with the most Goombas on the screen. It's a pretty creative minigame that doesn't waste your time at all. In Tub or Tug, you mash buttons and swing the remote to pull the plant. It's pretty generic, but hey, it's fun. In Shuttle Scuttle, you have to tilt your Joy-Con to move your ship and survive without being shocked. This one is a lot of fun. I especially like that it's live-based and not just elimination. My only issue is, though, this one one really doesn't have any reason to use motion controls, but I can't be that mad at it because it's still pretty fun. Goomba Gotcha has you find the minigames out of the lines of enemies. This is one of the better find something in a crowd type of minigames. Paintball Battle is a paintball battle. You shoot each other with paint. It's simple and fun. Heatstroke has one player trying to catch the others by surprise and hit them off before they can jump. It's a clever minigame, but really hard to win as the ones jumping. Balloon Blast Bash sees you blow up your balloon the most, but if you do too much, it'll pop. This is a risk versus reward minigame boiled down to its most primal aspect. Get your balloon as big as possible without going over, because then it'll pop and you lose. It's simple, but man, it's still fun. You use the stylus to flick your golf ball in one of 4 directions to hit the targets for points in Drive for Show. It's fairly simple, but still a quick and fun minigame. Shake your Wiimote to throw as many bombs as you can at PD Piranha in PD's Bomb Battle. Swinging your Wiimote as fast as you can and avoiding throwing when his mouth is open is fairly simple, but pretty fun. In Camera Shy, you have to run around taking pictures of every character. This one's kind of generic, but actually seeing the player on the map for a brief second when someone takes a picture of them is a really good inclusion that brings this one up a fair amount of spots. Next up, we have Block and Load. Here, one player gets a big cannon while 3 players get small cannons, and the first to knock over all their blocks wins. It's a pretty simple 1v3 formula, but there's no jank that gets in the way of the fun here, so I kinda like this one. In Big Blowout, you have to use the DS's microphone to blow out candles. I really haven't been kind to that many microphone minigames because they try and do too much with pretty poor microphone hardware. However, boiling it down to just blow into the mic as a minigame is really simple, and I think that works in this one's favor. It's nothing groundbreakingly creative, but it works pretty well. In Earn It, you have to be the first to choose the right urn while it spins slower and slower. Again, this one's really simple, but it's a pretty novel minigame idea. In Track Star, both players pick a track, and if the player on the train picks yours, you have to button mash to avoid being hit. It's a pretty fun idea for a minigame, but if you're good at button mashing, it's almost straight up impossible to lose this one. In Shuffleboard Showdown, you have to survive while one player shoots poker chips at you by using their stylus. This is a pretty fun minigame that actually uses the stylus really well. In Cannonball, you have to spin the 3DS's circle pad the fastest to fly the furthest from your cannon. This is a control stick equivalent to a button masher minigame, and although it feels fun, it also feels wrong to abuse my 3DS like this. It doesn't feel nearly sturdy enough to handle how badly I needed to win. In Golden Brown, you have to wait for the food to cook fully and then take it out in time. This one can get really intense trying to keep up, but it's a pretty fun one. Fuzzy Flyers has you try to make it to the end with a limited amount of time on the cloud. This is a really fun idea because you have to try to grab extra clouds to add time. However, the enemies that take time away if you hit them add a nice wrinkle to this one. Snack Attack has you running around collecting popcorn in your basket and avoiding the giant fireball meteors. We've seen some minigames like this before, but honestly, this one isn't bad. It's just kind of generic, but has a nice coat of paint. Peach's Day Off is Peach's ally minigame from Super Mario Party Jamboree. Here you go through 3 different stages where you try to not drop presents, grab donuts in a social deduction type game, then grab specific gems to bring them and launch fireworks. All things considered, this ally minigame is pretty average compared to other ally minigames. There's a lot you could do with a Peach minigame, but this one just isn't my favorite. Not bad due to the nature of ally minigames just overall being solid, but this is definitely one of my least favorite ally minigames in Super Mario Party Jamboree. In Treetop Treasure, you have to try and grab coins while balancing on the leaning platforms. It's a great concept and the execution is a little bit wasted by the fact that this is a coin minigame. Yeah, Mecha Choice is just hoping you're lucky when you choose the right door, but dang it, the presentation is neat and the actual suspense of whether or not you chose the right door or not is just done pretty well. Just for Kicks is a pretty standard 2v2 soccer minigame, only there are a bunch of NPCs. That doesn't bring it too much up in the ranking, but it is pretty cool. Somehow they made a Mario Party minigame that's more fun than Mario Strikers Battle League. Oh boy, here come the comments. In Fuzzy's Flight School, you use the Joy-Con's motion controls to survive the fluzzies while flying. I think if this was stick and button controls, it would just be average, but the Joy-Con motion controls kick this one up a notch. This is a great use of gyro in Mario Party. Bombs Away is a survival minigame where the ship shoots cannonballs at you. It's a great and simple concept, but can sometimes feel a bit too easy to stay on. Lift Leapers is a pretty simple platforming race. However, platforming races in general are pretty fun, and there's not as many of these types of minigames as other types of minigames that get repeated, so this one gets higher on the list. Trash Landing is the minigame Pitfall from Mario Party 6, but actually done properly. Instead of choosing a random RNG rope and hoping you win, in this one you choose a rope and have to land on whatever item it was paired with. So there is some luck involved in what you have to land on, with the item being big or small, but you have to pull it off and actually land on it. It turns a stinker of a minigame and injects some actual gameplay and skill into it, making it really solid. Alright, now we got a section for the Mario Party 2 duel minigames. This is when the duels were first introduced, so instead of being full-fledged minigames, they were even minier minigames that were really simple and didn't waste your time. That's why I bunched a lot of them together as good but not great. So let's get through them in the order I found the most fun. First up, Psychic Safari. Button mash the A and B buttons to power up your Mushroom Rock idol thingy. Really weird but fun, however it's the weakest of the Mario Party duel minigames. In Saber Swipes, you press the button combination the fastest to win. This will put your reaction timing to the test. Quick Draw Corks is a good old-fashioned Western standoff. It's a simple but fun reaction-based duel minigame. In Time Bomb, you try and press the bomb at exactly the time shown on screen. This one's quick and really fun. In Mushroom Brew, you press the right button first to get the most mushrooms. Rock Paper Mario is just rock, paper, scissors, but it's the perfect minigame for a duel minigame because it's always fun. In fact, it's so fun, let's play this right now. Rocks, paper, scissors. I'm about to say one, so you think of yours. Let's say it on the same time. 3, 2, 1, rock. Alright, if you went paper, comment down below that you won. You deserve the bragging rights. However, if you did go scissors and I won, you have to either like the video or subscribe. I don't make the rules, that's just how it is. That's the punishment. Spin the Bubble makes use of the 3DS's gyroscope to turn the item left, right, or up or down to match the picture on screen. It's a bit basic for a gyro minigame, but considering Island Tour was the first Mario Party to use gyro, it gets the job done. In Soak or Croak, you have to shoot each other off a platform with a squirt gun. The addition of having to reload your water is cool, but holy crap, these things shoot you far. It doesn't feel like these squirt guns should be launching you back like 30 feet, but hey, it's still a fun minigame regardless. Daisy's Field Day is Daisy's ally minigame, and here you play through different courses and grab as many medals as you can. It's the same sort of deal as Peach's Day Off. It's kind of mid as far as ally minigames go, but due to it being an ally minigame, it's still more fun than if this was just a normal minigame. Wario's Buzzer Beater is Wario's ally minigame, where you solve different puzzles the quickest to earn the most points. There are some really interesting puzzles here, and the fact that it switches up so frequently to always keep you on your toes is pretty fun. I'm a decently big fan of this one, but again, there are definitely some better ally minigames later on this list. In Goomba Bowling, you have to line up your shot to hit as many Goombas as possible. It's a great novel idea that would have been a little bit better if there were different Goomba patterns other than just the one that we have, but it's still pretty fun. Cliffhangers works great as a two-player minigame, with you and a teammate climbing up a mountain while avoiding falling due to the winds. The fact that some of the winds can also be false alarms is perfect, especially for the risk versus reward nature of this minigame. In Castle Hassle, you have to survive while Bowser chases you. We've had a lot of minigames like this, so it really isn't anything crazy good, but again, the novelty of having 20 players definitely bumps it up a notch, as it feels super hectic and cramped at the start with how many people are trying to run with you to avoid Bowser. In King Bob-omb's Court of Chaos, you have to create a path using 3 lanes to shoot the cannon at King Bob-omb. This would be more fun if you didn't have unlimited time to solve the puzzle. As is, it's too easy, although it is a fun puzzle. Next up is Dry Bowser's Brain Bonk. Remember the button combination to the bone that Dry Bowser throws at you to launch it back to him and deal damage. This one's fairly simple, but it's a fun boss fight. Overall, Mario Party Island Tour doesn't have the best boss fights in the series, but they're all consistently fine enough. In Star Catchers, you have to tap a bunch of stars in the sky and try and claim the most of them before time is up. This is a simple little reaction minigame that's made a bit better by the use of the stylus. Slot Cart Derby technically has like 5 different courses across 3 different games. However, it's the same gameplay for all of them. You tilt your stick just far enough for top speed, but overdo it, especially on turns, and you'll crash out. It's super simple, super fun, and kind of reminds me of the RC car minigame from Mario Odyssey, except only in theming, because the actual gameplay is like not the same at all. There's another coin minigame this high up on the list. What? Yeah, banking coins is actually pretty clever. One person has to hit the bag of coins while the other collects them while balancing the circle. It's clever, short, and is actually a great coin minigame. In Give Me a Sign, you just have to survive, while Shy Guy dunks whatever pictured log is on his sign. Again, this is a basic premise, but it does everything a duel minigame should be. It's simple, quick fun. Raft Riot from Mario Party DS has you racing in miniature rafts. The slippery movement and bumping car nature of this one makes this a clever and entertaining minigame. Next, we have Sky Pilots from Mario Party Superstars. This is the same minigame from Mario Party 2, but actually way more playable. The controls just feel way more responsive this time around, as the original seems like it was just a bit too ambitious for the hardware it was on. But when this minigame was translated over to Mario Party Superstars on the Nintendo Switch, it turns into a pretty fun minigame. Next, we have Eats a Pizza from Superstars as well. You work with a teammate to finish the pizza first. This one is still fun, even if it's downgraded a little bit from the original. In the original, the crust slows you down, so you have to plan around eating it last, but in this one, everything is eaten at the same pace. It doesn't make this one that much worse, but it is a bit of a downgrade as it removes pretty much the only strategy that was in the first one. Bill Blasters is a pretty good elimination game. Having multiple lives can add a bit of strategy. This one's pretty fun. Next up, we have Jumpman. Alright, I trashed a bunch of the DK minigames throughout this entire video, and this being a DK minigame does ultimately knock it down a little bit, but I'm gonna be honest, this one is genuinely just a fun little race against Donkey Kong with some OG arcade Donkey Kong throwbacks. The name is even a reference to Jumpman, which is Mario's original name. Overall, this one's not bad, and I gotta give it props for the references. Soccer Brawl puts you on beach balls, and then has you try to hit soccer balls into the goal. It's a really creative idea for a minigame, and would be even higher up on this list if there was some way to bounce opponents further, but as is, it's still pretty fun. In Fuzzy Heights, you have to make your way up while avoiding the fuzzies. There's nothing crazy or anything here, but it's still pretty fun and works really well as a dual minigame. In Water Ski Sprint, you tilt your Wiimote to move your ski to grab coins. The motion control implementation here is proof I can actually enjoy some coin minigames. This may not be anything crazy special, and I still wish you were grabbing like stars and then they rewarded you coins in the normal Mario Party format, but it's still solid. Hot Rope Jump from Mario Party 2 and Superstars is identical to its predecessor in Mario Party 1, except for the fact that the game now no longer ends once one person gets out. This was because in Mario Party 1, it more so punished the losers by taking coins instead of rewarding the players for winning. So this is a welcome change just because it's more fun. You get to play for longer and see who can get the highest score. In Bumper Thumper, you have to bump into each other and be the last man standing. With this being a minigame from Island Tour, which is obviously a 3DS Mario Party game, this one totally feels like it should be using the stylus to flick and hit other people, but instead it's just the control stick or circle pad. Although that doesn't really hurt this minigame, I guess it kinda misses out on being a fun, unique minigame only possible on the DS, so as is, this one's still fun, but loses a couple points because I kinda wish it used the stylus. In Tipsy Tourney, you have to run around your board to make the shell glide over different parts of the picture. This is a really quick and fun minigame, but the creativity here is impressive for the N64 too. In Tightrope Treachery, one player makes it to the end of the tightrope while 3 players try to hit him off. I'm not sure if the controls were purposefully difficult to aim and hit with, but it makes this one well balanced. In Move to the Music, you have to remember the button inputs that the one player does on beat. It's a pretty fun and simple memory minigame. Remember way back towards the beginning of this video, where I trashed on a bunch of those generic look towards the arrow or look towards the heart minigames? Well, Look Away from Mario Party 2 is that concept actually done right. And it's kind of funny because this is from Mario Party 2. This was like the first version of this concept. Instead of just looking towards an arrow or a heart, it's a 1v3 minigame where the one player tries to juke out everyone else by matching where they're looking. It's pretty fun. Right or Left is your classic 2-player minigame, and for that, it does a great job. Although the presentation of being stuck in a drab cave isn't the coolest, this is still a really fun minigame. Revolving Fire is a good 1v3 survival minigame. Having the extra ground pound ring of fire is great at tricking up the players. This is solid overall. In Double Vision, both players have to outline their specific lines to create a final drawing. I'm usually not a huge fan of the draw the line type minigames, but since this one uses the stylus instead of like an analog stick or motion controls, it's actually fairly fun because you can be a lot more precise. In Granite Getaway, you have to run away from a giant boulder Indiana Jones style and make it to the end. It's a really creative premise and is a lot of fun, but there's not a ton of replay value here as it's the same layout every time and it's also not that difficult. It's still a good one though. Do the most 4-button combinations over and over again while in the air to do tricks with your snowboard on Snow World. It's a cool premise that adds a nice twist on top of your standard button masher, and seeing your character turn into a helicopter in the air is mad fun. In Greedy Eats, 2 plates of cookies are shown with everyone choosing one plate to take from. If 2 or more people choose the same plate, then it'll be split amongst them, while if only one person chooses a plate, they take them all. I'm a sucker for this sort of social deduction minigame type, and although this is as bare bones as that idea gets, it's still a fun minigame. Sumo of Doomo sees you trying to knock off other players by controlling your car with both sticks. This one is pretty fun, especially as the platforms start to shrink, which adds a nice bit of challenge to this minigame. In Point and Shoot, you have to use the 3DS's gyroscope to find the 3 enemies shown and snap a picture of them. This one's fairly straightforward, but pretty fun, with a good amount of luck as the map is so big that it's hard to win every time, even if you've got your eyes peeled. Speed Hockey sees you trying to score 3 points with a teammate playing foosball or air hockey. I really like this one. It's simple but super fun. In King of the Thrill, you have to hit each other off the rock. If both teams are still standing, then you show down on top of the rock. The caveman in me really likes this one. I don't know, there's something primal about it. It simultaneously brings out the worst and best in me. I don't know if that even makes sense. Pie Hard is dodgeball but with pies. It's kind of hard to avoid being hit, so it kind of turns into a bit of a spam fest, but it also gets the job done, and it's a nice pun. I like the movie Die Hard, so Pie Hard is pretty funny. Lava Lobbers has a super simple premise of just lobbing cannonballs at someone else, but it is a lot of fun. Once again, it's quick and simple, which is what dual minigames should strive to be. In Truckin' and Cluckin', you have to run around with the chicken to gain points. This is a pretty fun fun keep-away type minigame as you're constantly being chased, or I guess doing the chasing depending on who is holding the chicken. In bobsled battle, you and a teammate race with bobsleds while using the tilt controls on your Wiimote to control the bobsled. Hide and Go Boom has 3 players picking one of 4 cannons to hide in, while 1 player picks 3 cannons to fire. This one is pretty quick and suspenseful, and I love seeing the characters fly out when you pick the right cannon. In Trampoline, you have to survive while bouncing off the enemies without a spike. Having everyone bumping into each other and bouncing off each other's heads shakes this one up really well. Additionally, you have to try and avoid the spikes on the wall as well, which keeps this one pretty well balanced. It's a simple idea executed greatly. Bowser's Wicked Wheel has you spin the wheel as Bowser to try and make the players hit the fire. It's on the simpler side of the Bowser minigames, but I don't think that's inherently a bad thing. This one's fun regardless. Pump and Jump is a button masher, but really competitive. Yeah, sorry, I know it's simple, but I'm a sucker for these. It's just fun, man. In Rail Riders, you swipe up with your stylus as fast as possible to have the biggest jump. The actual visual for building up speed is a little bit weird, but regardless, this is a solid minigame that uses the stylus decently. In Wompathon, you have to survive as womps drop down to squish you. It's a pretty basic but fun survival minigame. Multiple womps start to shake and try and psych you out, which is pretty fun. Picking Panic is where one player grabs fruit and tosses it, while the other player is like upside down on a vine, has to catch it and then drop it in the basket. This would be a pretty standard 2v2 minigame, but there's a great mechanic here that bumps it up a few slots. The bigger the cherry is, the more points it scores, but it also weighs heavier and therefore affects your toss a bit. That's a great addition that makes this into a really solid minigame. In Chips and Dips, you have to pick a random card and hope it gives you enough chips to win. This is another pure RNG minigame, but because it goes by quick enough and doesn't disrespect players' time, and because it also has a pretty good presentation, I'm rating it pretty highly compared to some other ones. In Stretch Run, you pull back your cart just far enough to be flung towards the end of the bridge, but if you go too far, you'll fall off. I really like this sort of minigame, and we'll see a few of them later on in this list. The reason this one isn't up any higher with the others is because it has 2 rounds, which makes it drag on a bit long, but it's still super fun. In Dust Buddies, 1 player has a big vacuum while 3 players share a vacuum to suck up dust. We've seen a lot of 1v3 minigames with this sort of setup, where it's kind of all coordination versus skill, but the fact the vacuum is shared between the 3 players makes this one a lot of fun. It's a bit simple, you kind of instantly know what to do as soon as you look at it, but that's not a bad thing. This one's executed really well. In Hide and Splat, you have to survive while Tox boxes roll around and try to land on you. It's a pretty basic survival minigame, enhanced by a rare and fun enemy type we don't really get to see much of in a lot of Mario games, much less Mario Party games. In Magma Meltdown, you have to survive from the moving platforms. This is extremely simple as a premise, but it's just a fun premise for a Mario Party minigame. In Slot Trot, you have to spin the wheel with your teammates to match the picture on screen. The option to just go ham and button mash to get there faster is a nice touch though. In Haunted Hallways, you run around a big hexagonal maze to find the finish line randomly placed throughout. This one is mostly luck, but it's still a good deal of fun running from room to room trying to find the exit. Swing up and down your Joy-Con to climb the pole first in Social Climbers. This is a pretty simple use of motion controls in the Joy-Con, but it's still pretty fun. Blockbusters has you shoot your specific block to be the first one to run out. The whole thing collapsing definitely knocks this one up a notch, as it makes it more hard for people in first, while the people in last still have blocks at the bottom that aren't moving. This is a simple but well executed and fun minigame. In Pokey Corral, you have to survive while the sand pushes you off the edge and enemies try to poke you. Their unpredictable movements along with the sand mechanic make this a fun one. Fight cards is like rock, paper, scissors, only you're avoiding getting the same answer as the player throwing up the signs. It's pretty fun, and other minigames like this have been ranked worse because they're too long, but this one's the perfect length, it's just right. In Quickest Cricket, you have to pull back on the circle pad to jump and win the race. This is a pretty simple yet somewhat novel use of the circle pad. We don't really see it get used like this in a lot of minigames, so because of that, this one goes up a few spots. In Dart Gallery, 1 player rolls around while 3 players try throwing darts at them. We've seen a lot of minigames like this one before, but the aesthetic here carries this one a decent bit. It's simple, but it's nice to look at. Revolving Relay is a really creative idea, with it being a 2v2 relay race trying to spin the platforms the fastest. Relays are by nature super close, so they work really well with Mario Party minigames. It'll have you screaming at your friend to go faster, which is always a good time, unless you're the friend. Spin and Bear It has players pick a spot, then spin the wheel and hope you don't get the hammer. This is basically a pure RNG minigame, but again, with the fun presentation and suspenseful spin, I actually kind of like this one. It goes on like a tad too long, but it's not bad at all. In Conk Door to Force, all 4 players choose by moving the conk doors on this rotating platform by 1 or not moving them at all. This means you have to guess what other players will do and choose accordingly. I still think there are better versions of this minigame later down the line, but as is, this one's still pretty fun. In Slapdown, you have to wait for the matching flower to be shown, then slap it first. It's very simple, but a good kind of simple, and uses the reaction-based timing minigame concept extremely well. In Making Faces, players have to work together to create the right face by dropping different features on the blank face. This one's pretty simple, but again, pretty fun, and you can make some really derpy faces. Arch Rivals has 3 players hold targets while trying to avoid the player shooting to score. This is a great twist to your standard archery minigame, with the goal now being moving your targets to try and juke out the one player shooting the arrows. Balancing Act has you racing another player through the carnival obstacle course. Using the motion controls on the Wiimote makes this a super unique minigame, and although the layout of the course is a tad plain, this is still a fun duel. In Bowser Crashers, you charge up your shots against Bowser as you avoid being hit by his swipes. The fact that there are 2 different phases to this one where the camera entirely changes perspective makes it pretty fun, and at the end, Bowser is damn near ginormous, taking up the entire screen. Candlelight Flight is a really fun idea. 3 players are trying to water gun down the one player with the candle, and that's just such a great premise for a Mario Party minigame. The shooting players have a bit of a delay when shooting, which makes sense for balancing purposes, but can also feel a little stilted, but overall, this is a really fun minigame. In Dust Buddies, you have to survive while a vacuum chases you. It sucks up any objects in the way, like carpet, buttons, and other obstacles, so balancing jumping over the obstacles while they get sucked up is really intense, and a great implementation of the mini theming that Mario Party DS had. Down the Hatch is probably the simplest Koopathlon minigame, but this one just looks really cool and is super satisfying to play when you hit the objects in the right spot. As far as these more physics-based minigames go, this one's pretty awesome. It always feels great to play. King Boo's Light Smite has you grab a light, make your way across the spinning platforms, all while avoiding ghosts and flashing King Boo with the light. Again, this one's simple but pretty fun. In Bowser's Space Race, you have to make your way to the end of a mini race to deal damage to Bowser while avoiding attacks and aiming to grab the Mega Mushroom to deal extra damage and score extra points. I'm a big fan of the survive to do damage type of Mario Party boss fights, as it feels like this type of minigame is the most complicated that Nintendo's willing to allow Mario Party boss fights to get. It's still not super complicated, but in my opinion, it's pretty fun. In Bowser's Fire Hazard, you have to make your way to the end while the ground gives out from under you. This is a pretty simple Bowser minigame, all things considered, but I think it does a good job with how cramped it is. In Tragic Carpet Ride, you have to survive while the carpet you're standing on gets eaten. I like the use of this enemy that eats platforms from the Galaxy games, and it's actually a pretty creative survival minigame. Stage Fright is an average survival 1v3 minigame. There's a reason these types of minigames make up like half of all 1v3 minigames though. They are still really fun. Conveyor Bolt is another 1v3 player, where the one player tries to shock the 3 players on a moving conveyor belt. This is a really well balanced 1v3 minigame, as if the player doing the shocking wins, it's almost always within the last few seconds, which makes this one super hectic and chaotic as the timer winds down. Now we are at a few of the better boss fights from the Mario Party 9 and 10 games. First up, we have Chain Chomp Romp. In this one, you just choose the right minecart to do damage to the Chain Chomp. It's simple but pretty fun, and the presentation here is great. In Blooper Barrage, you point and shoot the blooper while avoiding getting hit with his projectiles. This is what all the worst boss fights from Mario Party 9 and 10 should have strived to be. It's simple, fun, and a bigger scaled minigame. It feels like more grand than your average free-for-all. In Mega Monty Mole's Maze Mischief, holy crap, that's a lot of alliteration, you make your way to the end of the maze first to get the best cannon and score points. It's a really simple boss minigame, but honestly, the maze race is fun enough to where I don't care. This one is fun. Bowser's Tank Terror has you drive around in tanks shooting Bowser while avoiding his tank attacks. Again, there are definitely better Mario Party Bowser boss fights, but this one isn't bad by any means. In Toad in the Box, you hit the Toad dice to move up, and the closer you get to 5, the faster your dice spins. This one's really simple, and I could see how some people wouldn't really like this type of minigame, but in my opinion, it's just fun to play over and over again, which is why it's ranked pretty high. In Boo Buy, you lead each Boo to the painting that matches their color. Having to manage 3 different colors once you're well into this one can be really hard and is a good challenge. Use pointer controls to outline shapes as fast as you can in Speedy Graffiti. Although the pointer controls can be a little bit finicky, this one is further up on the ranking because we don't really have that much like it in the series, believe it or not. In Burning Bridges, 20 players jump over the fireballs coming at you. This is such an awesome looking minigame. With this being a 20-player minigame, the gameplay kind of of has to be simple or else it would just be way too complicated. And although some of the 8-player minigames throughout this series suffered in this ranking just because they were too simple, but this gets really intense when people start dropping like flies. It's a really simple but really great minigame. The Floor is Falling has you react in time to stay on the squares. This would be a pretty fun one regardless, but having 20 players just makes it so hectic, it's a blast to play. Reverse a Bomb is a great idea for a minigame. Having to hop between 6 different conveyor belts of ball bombs to keep them from hitting you is such a fun idea. Although it is easy once a few hit you to get super overwhelmed and lose, that's just part of the charm of this one. It can get super hectic in a good way, and that means it's a great minigame. In metal detectors, you have to use the rumble feature to detect where coins are and dig. Yeah, that's right, I've dogged on coin minigames so much, but I actually kinda like this one. It's crazy, I know, but I think it's done creatively with the rumble. It's still a coin minigame, but it's pretty fun overall. Now we have the 2 best boss fights in Mario Party DS. Coming in at second place is Book Bash. The first section is an on-rails survival section as you avoid obstacles and make your way to Kamek, while the Kamek section has you hitting him with ink and avoiding the books he throws at you. To be honest, this one doesn't do anything incredibly special, but as far as boss fights in this game go, it's pretty fun. The first and best boss fight in Mario Party DS, we have Feed and Seed. This and Book Bash were really the only boss fights in this game that actually felt worthy of being called boss fights. In this one, you have to avoid being sucked up by the piranha and then throw his seeds back at him. This is pretty fun, and it sucks that this is the best boss fight, as it feels like some of these could have been truly special, but most of them just kind of turned out mid. Spray Anything is a typical survival 1v3 minigame, but everything here feels really well balanced. Even if the 3 offensive players are perfectly coordinated, through sheer determination, the one player can barely squeak by. This is a super fun one. Squared Away is such a creative and unique minigame, but oh my goodness, it ends before I can even finish explaining it. In Crater Crawl, you climb up a volcano while avoiding the lava. This one would be stupid easy if it weren't for the fact that players can push against you and force you to get hit. This injects some devious trolling into a basic survival minigame, which you love to see. Cruisin' for a Bruisin' has you run away from the enemies that try to punch you. A pretty standard survival minigame, but with a hard and easy path you can take. This one gets tight by the end if you fall behind, so it's always pretty fun. Steal the Beat has you replicate the player's button presses on the beat. All the mistakes being added across the 3 players is just a great touch. It means you can't just be carried by one person and instead need to all do well. In Roll for Moles, you have to watch the patterns that the moles jump out at and then roll your ball at the right moment to hit as many as you can. This is a pretty creative spin on the timing-based minigames, and it feels great when you hit that perfect shot. It's super satisfying, and because of that, I like this one. Warp Pipe Dream has you jumping through random pipes to try and make it to the middle first. This one gets really intense as you and your rival frantically try out random pipes. This is luck done right, as you have to remember what pipes you jumped into, and the presentation is great to boot. In Pump Pump and Away, you pump as a team to fill up the rocket. This would be an average minigame if it weren't for this great showcase of your rocket at the end. They keep passing each other, and it builds a lot of suspense for who won. Again, the older Mario parties often struggled in presentation, so I have to give this one props. It's a good minigame carried by its presentation, which again, you don't see too often in the early Mario Party games. Goomba Wrangler has you circle the most Goombas with your stylus. It's a really basic minigame idea, but actually a lot of fun with the inclusion of golden Goombas and Bob-ombs. Having to be quick but also careful is a great combination for minigames because it leans into the risk versus reward element that makes Mario Party so fun. Snow Brawl is your standard snowball fight where the one player has some monkeys or Shy Guys play snow dodgeball against the 3 players. This is a pretty fun minigame, but in my opinion, I think it would be better if you just got rid of the NPCs and made it a 2v2 minigame and not 1v3, but regardless, it's still pretty fun. Cheep Cheep Check has 3 players try to count the Cheep Cheeps, while one player scares them to try and mess up the count. This is a super simple counting type of minigame, but the addition of the one player trying to mess you up makes this one pretty fun. Bowser's High Dive has you try to choose the right space so Bowser won't stomp on you. This would just be an above average survival minigame if it weren't for the fact that you can see Bowser's shadow. That makes you second guess your decision because at the last second he could go towards the other pillar and get you. Definitely spices this one up a bit. In Bounce and Trounce, you have to bounce around knocking other players off the platform. This is like bumper balls, but a bit more complicated. And if we know anything about these older Mario Party minigames, it's that the more complicated they are, oftentimes that just means the worse they are due to the hardware and somewhat janky controls. But regardless, this is still a really fun minigame that doesn't really fall into the typical early Mario Party jankiness. You have to move books around to sort them in the right order in Sort Stack. Using both hands to hold 2 different books is a good premise, which makes for a fun minigame. Alright, now we have the good 4-player co-op minigames from Super Mario Mario Party, with the next one being Fireplace Race. You have to light all the candles as a team of 4 while avoiding being hit by these bats that you really can't even see because then they'll take you all the way back up to the top. It's a pretty standard minigame, and again, this probably could have just been a 4-player free-for-all and whoever gets the most candles wins, but it does work well in the 4-player format and it's pretty fun to try and get the best time on. In Suit Yourself, you're shown all the cards and have to remember where they were. It's pretty easy to coordinate, and if you have good communication, this one's pretty simple, but considering that's the point of these 4-player cooperative minigames, I'd say this one overall succeeds. In Minor Setback, you have to deliver the crystals to the end by working together as 4. This is a pretty simple concept, but done fairly well. It doesn't feel too hard, but also doesn't fall into the boring trap that some other 4-player co-op minigames fall into. Now we finally have the best co-op minigame from Super Mario Party, and that is Fetch Quest. You have to run around this maze, collecting gems to place them in the middle. Not only do you obviously have to be coordinated, so you don't waste time with 2 people maybe going for the same gem, but you also have to communicate because the paths in this maze are very narrow, so you can accidentally block your teammates and get in their way, but also you have to press different buttons and stand on them while your teammates get some gems that are hidden behind a block that will only lower when someone's on the button. All that to say that this minigame finally feels like a legitimately good minigame that utilizes the 4 players working together mechanic, and unfortunately it's a shame that this is technically the best one, as I feel like, again, there are so many other ideas that would have been awesome to see with 4 players working together, but unfortunately we just didn't get that many good ones. However, as is, Fetch Quest is definitely the best cooperative minigame in the Mario Party franchise. In Pop Quiz, you're shown 4 different enemies doing different things, like jumping, looking sad, and so on, and then you have to answer a question once they go off screen. If the entire series were minigames just like this, I would get old of it real quick, but as the only minigame of its kind in Mario Party Star Rush, I actually think it's a great addition of variety. It's nothing crazy special, but a fun and creative new type of minigame for this entry. Koopa Curl has you curling Koopa shells to get the most points. Sometimes the physics are a bit questionable, but this is a really fun and still replayable minigame. In Big Top Quiz, you have to pay attention to 3 toads as they move around on beach balls. Remember what was shown and answer the question first to get the most points. There have been lots of memory minigames in this ranking, but this is one of the better ones simply because it really pulls no punches. Often it won't even show the full picture on the beach balls, which is a great dose of Mario Party RNG without it completely being unfair due to having 2 other things to look at. In Bob-Bombs Away, 1 player survives while the other 3 throw Bob-Bombs at him. Navigating the falling Bob-Bombs uses the perfect amount of skill and dumb luck, so this one's always fun to go back to. In Cheep Cheep Leap, everyone is invincible and trying to hit as many Cheep Cheeps as possible. It kinda takes the normal premise of avoiding Cheep Cheeps and reverses it, so it's a simple premise, but man is it fun. In Lane Change, you have to stay at your top speed while you make your way throughout the track. We've had plenty of minigames like this one before, but this one's still super fun to play. Do you go as fast as you can, risking getting hit, but obviously going faster, or go a bit slower and kinda keep the slow and steady wins the race mentality? You decide, and it's super fun because of that. Looney Lumberjacks is a really simple semi-button masher, but with it being 2v2, you have to get in a good groove with your partner to win. It's simple but a blast. The Great Deflate turns an average button mashing minigame into an above average button mashing minigame due to the womp deflating faster if you sync up your ground pounds with your teammate. That simple mechanic, alongside great presentation of an inflatable womp on the beach, makes this a somewhat basic but great minigame to come back to. Rope a Slope has you belay down a mountain while jumping over bushes. This one's super simple but super fun, just like all minigames should be. Beach Volley Folly is volleyball but in Mario Party. The controls are a bit weird sometimes, but this is a solid Mario Party sports minigame. Get to the end of the platforming section first in Cog Job. This is a really fun and super quick duel minigame, which in my opinion is the best type of duel minigame. It's high octane action but over pretty quick, so the other players not doing the duel aren't just sitting there forever. 2-Axis Taxi is a really creative 2v2 minigame. One player is in control of moving left to right while the other goes up or down. This makes coordination really important, and you'll always be yelling at your friends while playing this one, which makes it a fun minigame. Throughout this massive list, there have been some RNG minigames that I've absolutely despised, with like half of the bottom 10 being sit back and stare at the gameplay itself simulators. However, this minigame proves my point that presentation is everything. 2 players hit dice to plug their numbers into a math problem, with the number they get turning into cannonballs that hit the other side's castle. You can actually time up your dice, so it's not entirely luck-based, but even if it was, the good presentation here kinda carries this. It's a simple, kind of boring idea, but it's done perfectly. This won't win any awards for unique game design, but overall it's just a fun minigame that respects your time and has a great presentation. Splatterball has you hitting as many Koopas as you can while refilling your gun after 5 shots. Keeping track of that while hitting all the Koopas within the time limit makes this a really fun one. You have to keep the Koopas from running into you in Trap Floor. This is one one really tough micromanagement minigame, as just one little mistake means it's over. It's a lot of fun to replay because of that though. In Motor Rooter, you have to make it to the end first by using boosts and avoiding the shock enemies. This is a really great race minigame with some really good but simple controls. Avalanche has you racing down a ski slope as an avalanche chases you. If you fall too far behind, you'll get caught up, but being in the front obviously gives you a smaller amount of time to react. This could have been tweaked in a few areas, like the ramps being a little overpowered, but overall, it's a good minigame. Mr. Blizzard's Brigade is a great take on the last man standing type of minigame. In this one, snowmen pelt you with snowballs. It's a funny idea that's really fun in practice. In Mr. Blizzard's Snow Slalom, you make your way down a hill as a snowball, collecting coins and dodging attacks from the snowmen to deal damage to them. This one is as simple as all the other Island Tour boss fights, but I just find it really fun. Grabbing all the coins and avoiding the snowballs is just a satisfying gameplay loop, and you can really get into a flow state during this one. This is a pretty fun boss fight. In Dodge Fuzzy Get Dizzy, you use your stylus to draw circles to a race to the top. It's stupidly simple, but a good looking and fun stylus game will always be above average in my book. The addition of enemies you need to avoid too is a lot of fun. Rumble Fishing makes use of the rumble feature in the GameCube controller, and although this one's just about as simple as it gets, with it being just a fun reaction timing minigame, it's quick, simple, doesn't waste your time, yet can lead to you screaming at your TV, and that's what a fun Mario Party minigame is all about. In Coney Island, you have to try to catch the most ice cream on your cone. With the more ice cream you accumulate, the slower you can move. That single mechanic balances this one out pretty well, so it's a great idea with great execution and great presentation. This is just overall a great minigame. Mazed and Confused is a maze minigame done right. You can see everything, but the map is constantly changing, so this is the perfect balance of skill and luck. In Bouncy Brawl, you have to spin to try and hit everyone else off the platform, but if you spin too much, you'll get tired. It's simple, but a great survival minigame. Alternate between pressing the D buttons and face buttons as fast as you can in Pedal Pushers. This one's just a pretty fun racing minigame, not too much else to say. Mario Can Can is a super creative 2v2 minigame that blends the perfect amount of synergy and timing. If you get a bad teammate though, good luck winning this one all by yourself. Bus Buffer is a super simple cleaning 2v2 minigame, but the wacky controls here actually make this one a lot of fun. Now this is how you do this sort of survival 1v3 minigame. Hazard Hold is an absolute blast. What has to be like a few hours ago now, I complained about the microphone 1v3 minigames, with it being a cool idea with dumb execution. Well, this is basically that, but without the microphone. Bravo, Nintendo. In Trip Navigator, you have to make your way to the end of the banana maze the fastest by not tripping over the bananas. It's really simple, but with fun execution, given that you know how far away you are from the finish line, but not the precise direction you need to go in. Surge and Destroy is a really fun 1v3 minigame that, unlike a lot of other 1v3 minigames, actually feels really well balanced every time you play it. The pun in the title is great too. In Blockstar, you have to choose a block to send it to the top and try to connect all the same colored blocks together. This is a really simple puzzle minigame, but it's still a lot of fun in free play as well. Dunk Bros is basketball, but in Mario Party. This is a minigame only found in free play in Mario Party 6. I'm not even really sure why they added these, but hey, it's fun. In Bubble Brawl from Mario Party 7, you punch everyone out of a bubble of water suspended in midair. Yeah, this is a really weird premise, but that turns a standard elimination minigame into something a little better. In Growing Up, you have to grow your vine by being the fastest to hit the button shown on screen. This is your standard reaction type minigame, but with 8 quick rounds and a great suspenseful climb sequence to show who won, this one is definitely better than just your average reaction time minigame. In Title Toss, you have to hit everyone off the circle with waves. You can either jump to get small waves, or ground pound, which takes longer but has a way bigger wave that sends people back further. This is a really fun 1v3 minigame. It can be a bit tough surviving these massive waves, but with the right timing, this one gets really competitive and is overall a really creative yet simply fun minigame. At the Chomp Wash sees you scrubbing off a chain chomp with motion controls. This is kind of just the motion control equivalent of a button masher, but hey, it's pretty fun, and I just really like the presentation here. Hit one of 4 buttons at just the right time to keep the Koopas from pressing a lever in Koopa Kappa. Having 5 lives makes this a bit generous, but when you choose a really high Koopa count, this one can get super intense. Fuel Me Once has you holding A to fill the gauge as close to the number as possible, with your vision of the gauge being taken away. The visual of everyone jetpacking just adds a great element of suspense to this one. Hip Hop Drop is a super simple duel minigame, but has a great premise and a really fun risk versus reward system. Camp Yukiki is a really fun platforming race. Throw in some more obstacle course elements and this one would be top tier. Curvy Curbs is an example of the hard versus easy controlled 1v3 1v3 minigames done right. It isn't just timing your button commands in the right order, but rather a full-on race where everyone has to pull their weight to beat the one player. This is a fun idea that feels great to play. In trading cards, you have to work together as 8 players to put the cards in the right order. I like how many variations of the cards there are, as it keeps this one fresh. It can be a bit difficult to coordinate, especially considering if you're playing this one with 8 players, the players will be online because it's in the Bowser's Kaboom Squad mode, but this one is pretty fun as far as these 8-player minigames go. In Lean Mean Ravine, both players work together to tilt the ship and win the race. This one's pretty simple, but I think that works in its favor because it evens out the jank of the motion controls. Womp Maze is another maze minigame done right, as you only know where the path is once you run into a womp and hit a dead end to lose a few seconds. This is a great minigame for a duel. Control Shtick is one of the rare reaction minigames that uses both control sticks, and for that, it's really fun. This one gets super crazy by the end, with it being more of a last man standing type of minigame instead of just the first to get it right, which I definitely appreciate. The next minigame we have is Gun the Runner, and the name here speaks for itself. One player is the runner and tries to get to the top of the tower, while 3 players shoot you with balls to try and stop you. This is a really fun one, but if the 3-player team is coordinated, it's extremely hard to win as the player climbing. Nightlight Fright is deceptively simple. It's a reaction time minigame with having to stop the chain chomp before it hits you, but it's also a game of chicken. If you take too long, you lose altogether, and with the slight delay of the light activating, it adds that perfect amount of Mario Party randomness. This is a great and suspenseful minigame. In Flip Out, you have to race across the platforms while avoiding jumping on the spinning thwomps. This is a great reaction-based race, with just the right amount of risk versus reward, which always makes for a fun minigame. Rubber Ducky Rodeo has you survive on a rubber duck or tube ride, while one player controlling it tries to throw you off. This one's really simple, but super challenging to win, and it makes it a super nail-biter by the end when there's only one person left on there. Next up, we have Button Mashers. Just from the name, you'll know I'll like it. Throw in the fact that you have to mash every button at the same time shown as your blocks, and you have a great dual minigame. Rotation Station is a pretty simple race minigame, but you use your Wiimote to change the angle you see the course from. This is a really creative use of motion controls, and I don't know, I quite enjoy this one. In Grid is Good, every player places shapes on the numbers, which adds to their score, but if someone else chooses the same square as you, no one gets that square's points. This sort of mind battle type of minigame is always fun when executed well, and although there are definitely better ones with more creative presentations, that doesn't make this one any less fun. It's the Pits has you avoid the doors opening up from underneath you. This is actually pretty heavily enhanced due to the NPCs added to your team. It's kind of difficult to know exactly when the lights will stop and the doors will open up, but having other NPC teammates makes it so that even if you're out, you can still win, which I somewhat enjoy. Smash Compactor is a great elimination minigame. There's nothing too crazy here, but everything done here is executed really well, and I also really like how the compactor just turns you into paper. In Soccer Survival, you have to survive while the Goomba kicks soccer balls at you. The use of the DS's 2 screens crank this basic survival minigame up a notch, as you can see where the soccer balls are coming from, but you have limited time to react. It's pretty fun. In Call of the Goomba, you have to spin your music crank at a certain speed to attract the Goombas. This is such a weird premise and mechanic for a minigame, but oddly it works, so it gets points for creativity. This one's pretty strange, but really fun. In Jewel Janitors, everyone uses a vacuum to suck up as much gems to their side as they can by the time the timer hits 0. This is a great idea that is quick and simple enough that it makes it a blast to replay. Being able to sneak around and go into other people's squares to steal their gems is a lot of fun. Mob Sleds has you try to trap the player running freely between your sleds. This is a creative and fun twist with a great aesthetic, making it better than your average trap the solo player type of 1v3 minigame. Make your way to the end while avoiding piranhas in Go Go Pogo. The way the pogo stick bounces adds a fun amount of trickiness to the controls. This is a fun one. Shape Up sees you working with your teammate to stack up the shapes to hit the line first, but be careful because it has to be solid. This is a great idea for a 2v2 minigame that puts your coordination and speed to the test. In Movin' Mushrooms, 3 players control one platform while the 1 player controls 2. This one just has great balancing that leads to some really tight minigames. Overall, a creative and replayable experience. In Clock Watchers, you have to try and stop the clock blind as close to the time shown on screen. This is a really simple but fun minigame that gets extra bonus points because of its simplicity. If you lose this one, you can't really blame it on anything other than just getting outplayed by your opponents, which makes this one super competitive, which I always enjoy. In Block and Roll, you have to try to stop the 1 player by hitting him with rocks. It's super simple but endlessly replayable and a great 1v3 minigame. Complete 3 laps the fastest in Sled Slide. The fact that you have to drift on turns or else you'll spin out is a really fun touch. Tokyo drifting to get a high score is just always fun to pull off. In Unfriendly Flying Object, you have to survive while one player drops spikes from his ships. This would be a fine enough minigame, but the physics for this one make it a lot of fun. If you drop the spikes the right way, it can bounce up, making the spikes face upward, which blocks off entire areas of the map. Plush Crush is a crane minigame that doesn't suck? I thought that was impossible. In this one, 3 players pick up plushies with the crane while trying to drop it on the one player inside the box. It's simple and fun, but still, I don't know, I'm still scarred from Mario Party 1. Burn Style is just your really basic survival minigame, but you don't usually see these in the 2v2 format, so just for the novelty, it bumps this one up a few pegs. In Domino Effect, you have to press the DS's buttons in a specific order as fast as you can. The fact that you can see a couple of buttons ahead of time makes this one pretty fast and a very competitive minigame. Spike and Span has a great use of physics to spice up the old survival 1v3 type of minigame. In Drop Shot, one player hits bombs with a tennis racket at the other 3 players on the fence. I love how these totally could have just been like water balloons in a grassy field, but they chose bombs that blow you up in Bowser's castle surrounded by lava. That sort of fun presentation just makes this one feel more dramatic and definitely lends to it being bumped up a few spots. Slip and Slip sees you survive on the slippery ice as it shifts due to your positioning and also the penguins that jump on it. The ice mechanics turn this one from average to above average and a great survival minigame. In Roller Coasters, you have to use your stylus to direct your ball to win the race. This one definitely could have really been messed up with some clunky controls, but everything here actually works really well. It's extremely responsive, especially for a stylus minigame, and the course has just enough obstacles to make it feel like a fair but quick race. Buzz-a-Fuzzy has you use the 3DS's gyro to aim your arrow and hit the most fuzzies. It's simple and kind of basic, but a great use of the gyro and a fun minigame overall. Survive as long as you can in Forest Jump. Having to duck and jump over different logs while the wind blows in different directions makes this one a load of fun to boot up and try and get a high score in. Mega Rocky Wrench Wreckers has you wait for the Mega Rocky Wrench to pop up so you can pelt him with cannonballs. This is the best boss fight in Mario Party Jamboree in my opinion, as the beat 'em up style works really well for Mario Party boss fights. The addition of regular Rocky Wrenches popping up and throwing wrenches at you that you have to shoot out of the air before they hit you is also a really nice touch. In Bopping Spree, you have to punch the balls when they light up. Only one player is inside the square while the other 3 are outside theirs. You'd think this would be totally skewed against the 3 players, but being inside of the square as the 1 player gives you a great fighting chance. This one takes a really simple concept, but it's overall extremely well balanced, which means it's a great 1v3 minigame. Bowser's Sky Scuffle sees you dodge attacks from Bowser as you fill up a meter to shoot him with a cannon. Incorporating gyro here is a really nice touch, as it's seldom used in Island Tour, especially for the boss fights. It's always nice to have a minigame that utilizes a console-specific feature well, and this one does just that. Corkscrew Climb sees you make your way to the top of the corkscrew with you being sent back every time you're hit. This is such a good idea for a minigame, as the closer you are to first place, the harder it is to pull off jumps. Maybe having the camera skewed like that is a bit cheesy, but I think it adds some fun to the mix. It makes this one a mad dash to not mess up, and just stick it out until you get to the top. This one's fun all around. Chump Rope is just jump rope, but 1v3, and a great idea with the motion controls used to jump and swing the rope. It turns this very simple concept that we've seen before into a unique and fun minigame. In Road to Victory, you have to race to the flag by rowing with your Wiimote. This is really enhanced with the motion controls, as you have to work together with your teammate to row properly. Bowser's Hit or Missile Mania sees you button mash A to shoot rockets at Bowser while avoiding his attacks with B. It's a great risk versus reward of seeing you mash as much as you can, but also you want to avoid being hit, so it's simple but a lot of fun. In Gridiron Gauntlet, you have to survive charging chucks as they run through the field. It's a fairly straightforward survival minigame, but the addition of the lines to let you know where the charging chucks will run in is really helpful and makes this one into a super fun reaction-based minigame. I also just love when you see charging chucks in like a football style. In Ridiculous Relay, one player glides in the air avoiding enemies, while the 3 players at the bottom do unique button commands as a relay. This is just a great 1v3 minigame. I feel like this one always comes down to the wire. Cannonball Fun is a decent premise of shooting everyone with cannons, but has surprisingly fluid controls for this concept. I feel like this one definitely could have been really clunky, but it feels super fun to play, which is why it's ranked highly. In Smash and Crab, you have to survive as the 1 player while 3 players are piloting a giant mech crab to try and smash you. We don't see a lot of 1v3 minigames where everyone has different controls, but if you're one of the 3 players here, you can either control the giant mech or one of the 2 hammers. Because of that, this one's bumped up a little bit. It's a standard 1v3 minigame with some really creative execution. Mario Mechs is a basic 1v3 minigame, but this is actually a lot of fun. The 1 player is in a much tankier but slower mech, and the other 3 are in faster but weaker mechs. Whoever kills the other one wins, and with 3 maps to play on, this one's a lot of fun. It still feels like a minigame, but there's a lot of replayability here, which is why it's so high up on the list. In Dine and Dash, you have to work with your teammates running around a kitchen to gather up ingredients. This one's pretty straightforward, but pretty fun. Sprinkle Scalers has you climb up a sprinkler head with a teammate by pressing the same buttons to either turn or ascend. This is a really creative 2v2 minigame that always gets down to the wire towards the end, which is obviously a great thing for a racing-based minigame. In Cheep Chump, you have to swim around the water to avoid being sucked up by the Cheep Cheeps. This is a simple premise, but it's a pretty fun one. On Again, Off Again sees you hit the on-off button to open up gaps for the spikes to go through. This is a super simple premise that almost feels like it would be at home in Mario Maker 2, but it's still a lot of fun. In Jump to Conclusion, you choose either to use a big or small jump, with the bigger jumps being faster, but also adding in the risk of hitting a piranha. This one really leans into the risk versus reward nature of Mario Party, and although it's super simple, that just makes this one an enjoyable minigame. In What a Racket, it's basically a bunch of floating bob-ombs that you have to hit over the net to the other team's side. However, the one player has a huge racket, which almost makes it feel unfair just due to how big their racket is, but sometimes this big racket will like bump into bob-ombs and move them out of the way, so it turns out to be pretty well balanced. Cheapers Keepers has you wait for the Cheep Cheeps to bite, then mash the shown button to grab as many as you can. Mixing a reaction minigame with a button mashing minigame is a recipe for success. Unfortunately, this one's on the 3DS, and although it's more sturdy than the DS, just button mashing on a handheld console really just still doesn't feel that great. Regardless, I can only knock this down a couple of points because of that. It's still a really fun minigame, all things considered. In Pinball Fun, you choose a ball that rolls down the course and try to be the first to the finish line. This one's really simple, but the added element of getting stuck and then having to shake the Wiimote turns this one from fun to pretty fun. In Cloud Climb, you make your way to the top as fast as you can. Avoiding enemies and getting your best time is already fun, but the inclusion of bounce pads makes this a super replayable one. Spooky Spike has you diving in 4 directions to keep the volleyball from hitting the ground. It's really easy to misinterpret where the volleyballs will land, and I'm sure that's frustrating for some, but I think it's a great addition that makes you super attentive while you're playing this one. In Flash Forward, you have to try and be on the platform by the time the camera takes the picture. It's hectic, chaotic, will have you screaming at your TV, has a fair amount of skill, but a little bit of luck. Yup, that's a good minigame. Now we have the best of the Mario Party 7 8-player minigames. Overall, I would say these didn't quite pan out as I think they hoped they would, but these 3 here are proof that the concept can truly have some great ones. Bob-omic Plague is hot potato on steroids. Not only is it 8-player, but there are multiple bob-ombs in play at a time. This is quintessential Mario Party minigame design. Take a well-known game premise and give it a great gamey twist that works within the Mario Party format. Synchronicity is a really great 8-player minigame. Because the 8-player minigames on the GameCube only let you play with 4 controllers, tying each row to a control stick is super simple but a lot of fun, and a really creative solution, which definitely gave this one some points in the creativity department. Rope-a-dope is a great use of the 8-player control scheme with you using 1 stick. If there were more different layouts and obstacles, this would be a top-tier minigame, but as is, it's still pretty fun. In Pachinko Wizard, you're shown where the Lakitu will drop the spike, and you pick a spot to stand, hoping it won't hit you. This could have been completely random, but still carried by the great presentation. However, the fact it has a reaction timing element to it, with the first dibs mechanic, makes this one a lot of fun. Dungeon Duos is a great minigame from Mario Party 4, but when they brought it back in Mario Party Superstars, they straight up made it worse. In the original, you go through a gauntlet with your teammate of button mashing, platforming, and pumping up a balloon. But for some reason, the button mashing in Superstars now takes like twice as long. The platforming is weirdly difficult to pull off due to slightly worse lighting and no drop shadow, and the pumping controls just aren't as good. It's simply a testament to how fun the original version of this minigame is, that a straight up worse variant of it is this high up. In 3-Door Monty, you watch for each character and which door they enter, then pick the right door the character is in when their face is shown. I could totally see a version of this minigame that is like 5 turns and takes forever, but with just a single turn, it ends up being a memory and reaction minigame combined, which makes it really fun. Which door has more is a really creative Koopathlon minigame where you have to walk through the door of whichever enemy shows up in the room the most. This is super creative and works really well with this sort of race against the clock style of minigame, because you don't want to sit there and count out all the enemies, so you're kind of just going based off vibes, but some of the rooms have a really close amount of enemies, so it gets pretty hectic. Wing and Scare is basically like Hole in the Wall, but with motion controls, and yes, that's as fun as it sounds. With such little time to react to each shape you need to fit through, this turns into a great dual minigame. In Rattle and You're given 3 different enemies that make 3 distinct rumbles. Once the curtain closes, your Joy-Con will rumble again, and the first one to guess the correct enemy wins. I'm a sucker for minigames that use rumble, and specifically HD rumble creatively, and this is one of those minigames. In Snow Way Out, you have to survive on the roof while snowballs are shot at you. The snowballs actually make those parts of the roof a little more slippery, which adds a little bit more strategy to the 1-player side, and I guess also the 3-player side because you don't want to go to the snow spots. It takes a super simple minigame, and while it's still pretty simple, it makes it a lot more fun. Shock, Drop, or Roll is a really great survival 1v3 minigame. The player controlling the rotating cylinder can trick you up pretty easily, but it does feel balanced enough to where everyone can still survive if they're skilled enough. Next up, we have Don't Wake Wiggler. I see this minigame hated on occasionally, but honestly, out of all the RNG minigames, this one's pretty well done in my opinion. Everyone pets the Wiggler, with whoever gets the most pets winning, but if he wakes up on your turn, you lose all your points. Because it's totally random if he will wake up or not, there's a bit of risk obviously where you try and get the most points, while sometimes just cutting your losses and not wanting to wake him up. Crate and Peril is a really creative 1v3 minigame. It's really hard to win as the people in the box, so this one isn't perfect, but man is it fun if you can pull it off. Ray of Fright is another super creative 1v3 minigame. It has the same problem as Crate and Peril, with it being super hard to win as the 3 players, but again, it's just so much fun. The ricocheting beams make this one as hard as it is cool. In Mega Cheap Chomps, if I was ranking this entire list on how hard it is to pronounce each minigame's title, Mega Cheap Chomps Shell Shock, yes, finally, has a strong case to be made for number 1. Every character here has 3 shells, and if you shoot the Cheap Chomp, he will lock onto a different player and attack them when time runs out. This is a really great risk versus reward system where you want to score points by shooting the Cheap Chomp, but you also want to save a shell or 2 in case he locks onto you. It's simple but a lot of fun. The fact that Gatekeepers from Mario Party Jamboree had a template from 20 years ago of how to build a key-based minigame and they still somehow blew it, I don't know how they did that, but it should honestly be studied. Locked Out is basically that minigame, but done properly. Instead of taking 7 minutes with each character slowly taking turns to guess the key, all of that is done in real time. Sure, it's a bit random, but it's quick. It's a really good minigame that, in my opinion, is made even better when you take into account how horribly they blundered the one from Jamboree. Amplified has you avoiding the 4 shock enemies as they circle you and ignite. This one keeps you on your toes at all times. It gets super intense as you're close to a high score, and you just need to survive a few more rounds. This one's pretty fun. Jump high or low to land on moving shells in Shell Stack. This is a surprisingly hard one, but it's all the better for it. It's one of the more replayable mini-games in Mario Party Advance. Bounce on higher and higher bullet bills to get more points in Bill Bounce. I like how this isn't an elimination minigame once you get hit, but instead has a timer. It makes it so if you kind of stink at the beginning, you can still lock in at the end and try and snag yourself a high score. In Stake Your Claim, you choose the biggest shape to get the most points. Honestly, this is one of the simplest minigame ideas out there, but it's just a lot of fun. It's a reaction-based minigame, but first place isn't the only one who gets points, and it's all the better for it. Depending on where your cursor is, sometimes you have to cut your losses and shoot for actually getting the second biggest shape or whichever's closest to you, just so you don't get last place. In Bowser's Power Bomb, you survive on a tilting platform while Bowser throws ball bombs at you. Yeah, I'm a sucker for good physics in these survival minigames, and the balancing while trying not to get blown up is just a great pairing of 2 fun concepts. This is a good one. Work with your teammate to get your ball to the finish line in Sphere Factor. Now this is how you do a 2v2 minigame. It's a great premise with good controls, and if they just threw in some more obstacles, this would be top tier. Also, considering the name of Sphere Factor seems like it's a pun of Fear Factor, which is an old game show hosted by a pre-bald Joe Rogan. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but it is certainly funny. Chain Event is a way better version of Flip the Chimp from Mario Party 8. In this one, you're racing down a chain and need to flick your Wiimote to swap sides to avoid obstacles. It's a pretty fun minigame overall. In Ice Rink Risk, you have to be the last man standing while avoiding shells on slippery ice. This one is made just that much better due to the hard to control ice slipping physics. However, as I've said many times throughout this video, you instantly understand what to do here just by looking at it, and that's a hallmark of a great minigame. Alright, now we got good/great coin chaos minigames from Mario Party Star Rush. It's really surprising I liked so many of these, but hey, it's proof I don't hate most of the coin minigames just because they're coin minigames. First off of the good ones, it's Rolling Rumble. Roll around to knock Shy Guys off the edge. This one gets intense as you keep going up in levels. It's simple but a fun replayable minigame. Conveyor Meltdown has you turn the conveyor belts left or right while trying to get each mushroom in its respective basket. This can get really tricky and complicated with just one misstep, but it's a lot of fun for a single player minigame and super replayable. Twist and Sort isn't actually a coin chaos minigame, but it's exactly like Conveyor Meltdown, the minigame we just talked about, just with motion controls and from Super Mario Party Jamboree. Tilt your Joy-Con to get all the Cheep Cheeps or bloopers in their respective baskets. It's the same idea, but still really fun. I love that even after the minigame ends, the capsules still continue to fall, which means you can get some buzzer beater points, which is super fun. Alright, back to Coin Chaos, we have Cheep Cheep Reach. Pull back on the control stick to aim, and then try and catch Cheep Cheeps. This one's simple, but a lot of fun as the levels progress, because they feel super satisfying, and getting a huge hand of Cheep Cheeps while avoiding the spikes is always real fun. In One Stop Toad Shop, you have to get the Toad his order of power-ups as fast as you can. This feels like one of those old school Flash games, and I mean that in the best way possible. It only gets so many points because it's a single player minigame in a list about, you know, real minigames, but hey, this one's still pretty fun. In Tiles and Tribulations, you spin the enemy in a square to match 3 in a row. Look, I've absolutely dogged some minigames for being like mobile apps that you can download for free with no sauce, but I just find this one so fun. This one's definitely a guilty pleasure of mine, but hey, it's my list. You have to jump in the right order to hit the melon last in Melon Folly. I've always enjoyed minigames like this, where you have to make decisions on the fly, so this one can be a lot of fun. In Fast Food Frenzy, one player drags different food onto the conveyor belt while the other 3 try not to get knocked off. This one has a great use of the stylus and is a pretty fun 1v3 survival. Blowboat Battle sees you blow into the mic to push your toy boat, but also use the stick to position where the wind will come from. This is a great implementation of the microphone, as this minigame doesn't just feel like a gimmick like, oh yeah, there's a microphone in this console, but rather the microphone serves as an enhancement to what is already a pretty creative minigame idea. In Catch You Letter, you have to grab and return as many letters as you can to Mailman Shy Guy while he runs away from you as fast as he can for some reason. Like seriously, Shy Guy, why are you going away? I'm right here, man. Come back to me. I gotta hand you this letter. Unironically, I think the sporadic patterns that the Shy Guy moves in honestly makes this minigame better just because it's so funny to see him just sprinting away from your character for no reason. On top of that, there are pink envelopes, or what I like to call love letters, that can give you extra points. This is a great minigame. Order Up is a great 2v2 minigame. Trying to find the foods faster than the other team is a great mix of memorization, coordination, and getting out of your teammates' way, aka all the ingredients, you see what I did there, that make a great 2v2 minigame. Floor It has you picking 4 different enemies and delivering them to their floors. Using both doors to let people in and out is a really fun idea, and this one can get super intense when trying to get a high score. In Cucumber Jacks, you drag your stylus back and forth as fast as you can to cut the cucumber. Yeah, this one's a really weird premise, but weird premise and simple gameplay is a Mario Party minigame's bread and butter, or I guess in this case, cucumber and knife, I don't know. Lean left and right with a teammate to avoid obstacles while racing on a coat hanger in Hanger Management. Again, such a weird premise here, but it fits right in with the shrunken down aesthetic of Mario Party DS. This is a fun one. In Nutcases, you have to grab 5 boxes that have the most acorns to win. There are plenty of minigames out there that just stop there and have it be RNG, but with the acorn boxes using the rumble feature to signify how full it is, along with wanting to be quick so the other team doesn't grab the best boxes, Nutcases gets turned from a standard minigame into a great speedy reaction game. Out of all the collect a bunch of something type minigames, this one is actually a bunch of fun. You bounce around collecting balloons, and you can hop off other people to collect balloons you can't normally reach. This is a good idea, but with great execution. Chip Shot Challenge is just golf, but you only get one swing, and the closest shot to the hole wins. This is a really fun minigame that's super replayable due to the hole being different every time and different hills on the greens. This one's always a blast. Pipe Cleaners is a pretty simple reaction minigame where you whack Koopa Kid using the right stick and button. On its surface, yeah, this one is pretty generic, but I'm sorry, it's just really fun and will have you yelling at your TV screen. Brick Breaker is a really fun Koopathlon minigame. It's a super retro type game where you break all the blocks of the enemy or whatever pixel art is on the screen, but it's still a lot of fun, and the fact that you can get different Koopa shells adds another layer to this one. In Soil Toil, 2 players work together by using the stylus to turn their wheel. This is a really great idea for a 2v2 minigame, and is a great use of the stylus. I'm not even really sure if Bowser's Lovely Lift should count on this list, because it's only on one specific map in a side mode, but dang it man, this one is just really fun. This is basically like an ally minigame from Mario Party Jamboree, but for Bowser, as you have to survive the Bowser onslaught while hitting dice dice in each corner to make your way up. This one gets really hard and truly makes you earn the win. Again, I'm not really sure if this even counts as a minigame, but hey, it's in free play, so we're gonna rank it, I guess it counts. Daft Rafts has you surviving by jumping across multiple moving rafts to get to the end. It's really creative, and the different moving platforms can make this one pretty difficult. It's a great minigame. In TikTok Hop, you have to hop over the clock hands and survive until your opponent gets knocked off. This is a really fun and creative one. It might go a bit too long if both of you are good, but that kind of just makes it more fun, as by that point, you're in it to shove the win in your friend's face. Fish Upon a Star is a great survival minigame. Not only can you punch each other and body block, but the little and big fish taking out different parts of the map make this one a great and highly replayable minigame. In Mini Match, you have to remember the enemy placements and go one by one putting them back. This one gets really intense once you run out of enemies you remembered, and they even throw in enemies that just didn't appear at all to throw you off, which definitely got me my first few times playing this minigame. Mario's Puzzle Party is like Tetris, but a little bit simpler, and as a minigame, it shouldn't be nearly as fun as it is, but it is pretty fun. Mario's Puzzle Party Pro is the same thing, but now no one is yelling at me. And just because of the way this minigame is, it is actually pretty fun to go play it solo. Bumper Brawl is a super hectic elimination 2v2 minigame with a bunch of extra NPCs thrown in there. The bonus NPC minigames that again actually pull from the allies you have in the main Mario Party mode of Super Mario Party are generally hit or miss on whether or not these allies actually add anything, but this one is so hectic that given that Super Mario Party is like one of the more recent Mario Party games, adding in these ally NPCs is just a breath of fresh air, and it's a pretty fun minigame because of that. I kind of trashed the Hot Potato Bob-omb minigames a while ago, and I bunched a decent amount of them up as kind of mid, but man, Lit Potato is actually pretty fun. The addition of the allied teammates and the fact that there's 4 Bob-ombs going around all at once turn this into a hectic nightmare, but in the best way possible. It's pretty fun. In Get Over It, you have to jump over the rolling spikes that come from left or right, and the addition of the NPCs make this one pretty funny, and that's also a good failsafe just in case you die early on. Again, I would not like it if they added in these ally NPCs to most minigames, but for the few ally minigames there are included in Super Mario Party, I really do enjoy their inclusion. Run around picking up halves of a sun and then meet up with your teammate to connect them in half the battle. This is once again pretty standard, but the inclusion of the NPCs that will hold extra pieces is pretty fun and spices up a basic minigame. Free Throw is a lot of fun as you turn into Prime Steph Curry and start draining hoops. The baskets actually being taken up after someone makes one is in theory a neat mechanic, but if you're one of the center 2 players, just pack your things up and go home. Because if the left and right players can make their baskets at all, then you automatically just have less baskets to make. Although that is a very serious disadvantage and a pretty severe balancing issue, if you are on the outside, this one is still so fun. So overall, I would say it's a good minigame. Wingin' It is a pure and simple button masher with a teammate, but this time you can carry their slack if they aren't as much of a button mashing wizard as you are. Light Breeze is the same exact minigame, but the nighttime setting is cooler. In Blazing Lassos, you have to swing your Wiimotes like a lasso to get the barrels. Sure, the motion controls can be a little jank every now and then, but this is such a fun minigame using them. Bath Bob-ombs is actually a fairly fun use of an 8-player minigame, as everyone is throwing Bob-ombs away to keep them from the gate. It gets super hectic if you start to fall behind, and a few bad players can really screw this one up, but overall, this is a really good 8-player minigame as far as the 8-player minigames go. With how jank the microphone usage is in the few games it appears in, this one is actually a really clever use of it. You take turns inflating the balloon at least once until it pops by speaking into the microphone. Could the microphone be mapped to a button instead? Completely. Is this minigame still fun? Yeah, it is. Off the Chain sees one player control a chain chomp trying to hit 3 other players, and yeah, we've seen a lot of minigames with this premise before, but the chain chomp sprinting in one direction adds some spice to this that most 1v3 minigames don't have. It means that the 3 players know where the chain chomp's headed, but it moves so fast that you can sometimes get caught anyway if you aren't careful. It's a pretty fun 1v3 minigame. For a button masher, triple jump is actually kinda creative. You have to get the longest triple jump by button mashing while in the air, but the 1x1 nature and the presentation knocks this one up from fine to surprisingly good. Pop as many bubbles as you can in Big Popper. This one just gets so intense as it goes on, trying to blow as many bubbles in the right direction as you can while also racing to the other side of the room to keep any bubbles from hitting the floor is just a lot of fun. Handcar Havoc sees you button mash with a teammate to get to the end of the track, but if you come up on a turn, you have to lean against it to keep from falling off. This is a great mechanic that keeps your mind on surviving while you also mash as fast as you can. I'm not necessarily sure why they removed the ability to fall off in the Mario Party 2 version of this game, but I'm glad they kept it in for Superstars. Funsticle Course is a pretty fun Bowser obstacle course. It's not too long, not too hard, but really fun overall. Cartastrophe is a racing minigame but with motion controls. I feel like motion controls were oftentimes the exact shot of freshness that the Mario Party series needed once it hit its 8th game. It turns a racing game we've seen time and time again into something pretty novel solely due to its controls. In Alpine Assault, you have to race down a mountain skiing. We've gotten ski racing minigames before, but once again, the addition of motion controls makes this one really fun. In Perfect Fit, you have to work together with your teammate to turn your Joy-Cons and make a shape that fits together. This can be really intense when both teams have great coordination, and it's a fun idea with great gyro implementation. There are so many minigames in Super Mario Party that do not at all have to use the Joy-Con, despite the fact that you do have to use the Joy-Con just to play that game at all. But this is not one of those minigames though, so it bumps up a bunch because of it. Peer Pressure is, yeah, just another pure RNG survival game. But again, as the series went on, the developers got really good at creating this anticipation and suspense that makes these minigames so much better than their lower ranked counterparts. You and your friends are at the edge of your seat waiting for what will happen, and it's always a good time. Unless I get last, then it's the worst minigame on the list. In Fruit Cahoots, everyone can push the conveyor belt once or not at all. Turn into Sherlock Holmes, guess what everyone will do, and then act accordingly. This one is a lot of fun. In Skewer Scurry, you have to survive from the player controlling the spikes. This is a really simple 1v3 minigame concept, but the use of the spikes and the blocks that stop the spikes randomizing is really creative and makes most matches on this minigame nail biters, with it almost always coming down to the wire. In Fruit Forecast, you have to work with your teammate to collect the most fruit in your basket. We've had collecting minigames like this before, but having it be 2v2 with both teams on each side makes this actually pretty interesting, as one player needs to catch the most at the top, not only to just get the most fruit, but also restrict how much their opponent can get on the bottom, while the other teammate does the opposite and gets the ones at the bottom that the other person missed. This is a very simple minigame, but that one little wrinkle sets it apart from others in this style. Bowser's Hammer Slammer sees you using the gamepad as Bowser to move around and hit people with his hammer. This sort of scenario is only possible with the gamepad, making it a really fun and really unique minigame. Bowser's Clawful Climb sees players try to escape as the Bowser on the gamepad button mashes to climb up a tower. This one is nail biting because it takes some real button mashing to make any distance, but just one hit on the players will take a bunch of their hearts. Bowser's Roulette Rage has the Bowser player, once again on the gamepad, choose 3 spots to light up, and if he stops the wheel with you in those spots, you lose a bunch of hearts. It's a super fun idea, and once again, a great use of the gamepad. In Gusty Blizzard, one player blows into the mic to freeze other players while they use their stylus to heat themselves up. This one uses not one, but 2 of the DS's exclusive features, so you might think they blow it, just like you're supposed to blow into the mic, and that this minigame would turn out to be a gimmicky mess. However, when it's done right, like it is here, these gimmicks actually work together and help this minigame stand out, making it very memorable. In this minigame, you have to try to keep track of all the boxes in the beginning, and one by one try to get 10 points to win. Yup, we're talking about the hit minigame 12 to win. No, I'm kidding, it's 10 to win. They just called it 10 to win. Just like the naming, this one is super simple, but it has the perfect amount of skill/luck involved, and with a great game show aesthetic, it's just a great minigame. Short Fuse is basically just a game of hot potato, but you have to blow a fuse. It makes it so you can blow just enough for it to blow up on the next player, but if the other player is really good, you might just get smoked. This one is a lot of fun, and again, a great use of the microphone. In No Transaction Action, you have to race on an ice track with slippery controls. Ice is a great tool in these minigames, as you can have a solid premise that takes skill and put ice in there to inject in some randomness. I could turn this into a 5-hour video essay, but basically, I think adding ice into a Mario Party minigame is almost always a good thing. In Paddle Skedaddle, you paddle down the river by swiping left or right with your stylus. It's a really creative use of the stylus and a fun racing minigame overall. In King Bob-omb's Boom Diete, did I just bink? How do you pronounce that?
How do you go about pronouncing it? In France, we would say coup d'état.
Okay, so it's d'état. Okay. King Bob-omb will drop bombs that start to light. Throw them in the cannon to deal damage while avoiding the bombs about to explode. This is a fun concept with balanced gameplay, as sometimes if the bomb is about to explode, you can still be quick enough to throw it in the cannon. In Hot Hot Hop, you have to survive while lava monsters and a beam of fire try to knock you off the platform. This is a really fun survival minigame that gets super hectic near the end, and if you and your friends can all agree to do this one without jumping, it bumps it up to really difficult, but a lot more fun. In Candy Shakedown, you have to shake shake your Joy-Con to get all the candy out of the jar. Every once in a while, the physics here can be a little frustrating, but if I'm being honest, I think that adds to the enjoyment of this minigame. It's a great use of the Joy-Con's motion controls, and because of that, ranks pretty highly. In Goomba Village, you have to try to keep track and guess which house has the most Goombas inside. It's a really simple idea that's short, sweet, and super replayable. In Toe the Line, you have to work together with your teammate you're attached to in order to make the shape shown in the middle. This is one of the most coordination-focused minigames out there, with you having to constantly communicate with your teammate to be fast. It's a good idea with great execution. In Fire Away, you make your way up a pole while avoiding the onslaught of bullet bills. Man, this one can get intense. It's a lot of fun. In Boo Tag, you avoid being tagged by the other players with the boos. If you do get tagged, you need to hit someone else to get rid of it. Whoever has the least amount of time with the boos wins. Turning tag into a minigame was a really fun idea. Desperately sprinting away while the player with the boo tracks you down is hilarious to see. This is a great minigame. You're the Bob-omb is how you do an RNG minigame. It's 100% random, which few might like the King Bob-omb, but the suspense and visuals are just great. Following along with the fuse until it either fizzles out or blows up King Bob-omb is nail-biting, especially when there aren't that many fuses left. It's not a perfect RNG type minigame, but it's dang close. This one is super fun. Chicken is a game of chicken, as the last person to leave the middle wins. But if you stay too long and get stomped, you'll end up losing straight out. I love how the thwomp speed changes game to game, and in one of them, he straight up stopped right above us. That variety makes me love this one. Volley Bomb is basically badminton with a bob-omb. The ability to jump and hit this is a lot of fun though. In Eats a Pizza, you and a partner turn into Joey Chestnut and have to eat as fast as you can. Whoever finishes their pizza first wins. It's a simple concept with simple execution, but having such a wacky premise definitely makes it a lot better of a minigame. Overall, this one's really good. In Noggin Knock, you have to hit all the Monty Moles that come out of their holes with a somewhat large amount of holes that Monty Mole can come out of, leading to this minigame getting insane a few levels in. This one is really fun and ends up being one of the most replayable minigames out there. Astrological is like musical chairs, but you have to find the chair first. I really like how it's an elimination round-based minigame. It's super replayable. In Bob-omb Bogey, you have to be the first one to hit the golf ball and avoid hitting the bob-ombs. Having two separate reactions with being ready to swing when a ball comes up, paired with making sure it isn't a bob-omb, is a really fun combination. Adding in the great use of the Wiimote makes this one really fun. It turns a standard reaction type minigame into a really fun experience. All the Marbles is a versus minigame where you have to get to the finish first while navigating through the marbles. The way the camera is positioned makes it so you can't plan ahead and don't necessarily know where all the marbles are placed, but that just makes this one a mad dash to get to the end. This is a really fun duel minigame that always seems to end in ridiculously close finishes. In Twist and Route, you wind up your toy car using your stylus to win the race. Having to use your stylus turns a pretty average racing minigame with obstacles into a fun one with the great use of the stylus. In Kebab and Weave, you have to survive while the spikes shoot out at you. This would just be a basic survival minigame if it wasn't for the devious bouncing mechanics here. You can straight up bump people into the spikes if you're feeling risky enough, and with such a cramped space, it makes everyone jump around like sardines in a can. It's a great survival minigame. Cartwheeled is a simple kart racing minigame, but it's just so fun. The controls are just wonky enough to feel balanced while also not being frustrating. Plus, you can totally bully the person in front of you if you feel like being a jerk, and that's like half the point of Mario Party is bullying your friends in minigames, so you gotta love it when it's here. There have been rowing 2v2 minigames before. In fact, there have been a lot of them, but making it so you have to use your Joy-Con to paddle makes Rowboat Uprising really fun. It's responsive enough to where it just feels better to play than using a button to row. It's a really basic minigame idea, again, one we've seen many times before, but here it just has stellar execution. In Crank to Rank, you turn your Wiimote in the motion of a crank as fast as you can. Yeah, it's basically a button masher with motion controls, and it should not be nearly as fun as it is, but I obviously like this one a decent amount. Nightlights is the same thing, but with way better visuals. There's just something so fun about these crazy shake your Wiimote or Joy-Con type minigames. This one is so much fun. In Attention Grabber, instead of turning your Wiimote in the motion of a crank, you shake it wildly to get the attention of a ship. It's still stupid simple, but it's still stupid fun. Shake It Up is basically the same thing, but you're shaking a can of soda to get the highest fizz. This also comes with the most awkward tutorial animation of all time, so there's that. It's weird how Mario Party 8 essentially used the same minigame 3 times in a row, but it's even weirder how much I enjoy these. These are just fun, man. Make that 4 times, because next up we have Pumper Cars. Pump your Wiimote up and down as fast as you can to get to the end. Again, these are so repetitive, but the novelty of the motion controls, especially in Mario Party 8, makes these a lot of fun. I'm sure if like the 8 Mario Party games before this also all had motion controls, I'd be singing a different tune, but as is, this is just novel and a lot of fun. Also, motion controls just simply make games more accessible. non-gamers can play Mario Party because it's essentially just a board game, but the more complex minigames there are, the harder it is for someone who doesn't play a ton of minigames. That being said, shaking your controller is something literally everyone can do, and I don't know, I enjoy motion control minigames. I feel like they level the playing field but are still super fun, which is why I love them. Pool Buoy sees you use the stylus to move your beach ball and grab flags. This is such a great use of the stylus, as it takes a fun premise for a minigame and makes it even better. It's a good minigame turned great. Next we have Goal, but specifically the Superstars remake, which is a huge improvement that feels a lot more balanced. The aiming is better, the goal is bigger, and the goalie's hitbox isn't half the size of the goal anymore. This is a really fun remake, and now a really fun minigame. In Fast Fishing, you just wait for the rumble and try and pull out your line the fastest to catch the fish. It is such a great duel minigame, as not only is it over in a couple of seconds, but the motion controls enhance this simple minigame format, making it super tense as you're just waiting to feel a second of rumble, and then you shake your Joy-Con. It's super simple, but so much fun. Rapid River Race has you button mash 2 to stay at top speed, but also weave in and out of the spikes. This is a great minigame that's made even better with its quick reaction timing. Hopper Pop is just another 1v3 survival minigame, but the aesthetic here is really neat. And the way the balls bounce with a short, medium, and longer bounce can sometimes mess you up, but in like the fun Mario Party type of way. Tumble Temple is a really basic survive as long as you can type of minigame, but the added pins coming in and out, changing where the balls roll, is a really nice touch. That combined with the cramped nature of this map means that you have a mighty fine survival minigame on your hands. Mushroom Mix-Up has appeared in 4 Mario Party games, so it's no secret it's one of the most iconic minigames in the series. Unfortunately, although its remake in Superstars is still a great minigame, there's one big thing that they tweaked that changes up how the entire minigame is played, and that is the jumping. You see, in Mushroom Mix-Up, the goal is to get to a specific mushroom first before the others lower into the water, and it's a lot of fun. In the original, if you were lagging behind and you had to jump your way over, you may accidentally jump on another player's head, but instead of controlling where you jumped, you just kept your momentum in the air, and almost every time you play this, someone falls off because of that. It's a great mechanic that rewards the people to get to the mushroom first, because then they don't have to jump and can instead try to knock other players off by going underneath them. However, in Superstars they changed it so you can now really control your movement in the air. This not only doesn't incentivize you to get there first, but it also means that everyone just resorts to ground pounding each other to slow each other down. But who's the first person to be ground pounded? It's whoever gets to the mushroom first. This completely flips the minigame's core gameplay on its head, and in my opinion, it's a lot worse for it. But the fact that a worse version can still make it this high on the ranking means that the original is pretty dang good. Magical Journey is a fairly simple Bowser survival minigame, but man, this one is just so fun. It's really hard to win and goes on a bit too long, but it's just a blast to play with friends. The added fireballs being thrown in by Koopa Kid is just the cherry on top to this deviously difficult minigame. Trike Harder has you use your Joy-Con to make a pedaling motion to win the race. This is such a goofy looking minigame, not only on the screen with everyone cramped over on these small tricycles, but also while doing the motion you look goofy in real life. However, that's just the epitome of Mario Party. Goofy minigames with a bit of skill and cheese. Overall, this one is great. Slammer has you wait to see whose face is shown. If it's your opponent's, you need to shield before he hits you, and if it's your face, you need to get him before he shields. This is a really great reaction minigame, as if you jump the gun too fast, you'll get hit, but also need to be quick enough before they block or hit you. Manic Mallets is a pure and simple button mashing minigame, but with a teammate. Maybe it should be lower due to how simple it is, but again, it's a decent aesthetic, and when it comes to mashing minigames, these are just fun. Sue me. Stamp Out has you stamping as much paper as you can with your specific color. It's a great idea that lets you either choose to go after the guy in first place and replace his line, or just book it to be that dude in the corner no one is paying attention to. Spoiler alert, that strategy's better. This is just a classic minigame, and I'm glad it came back in Jamboree. Get Along Goomba has you use your stylus to form a lasso and catch all the Goombas you can. This is once again a great use of the stylus, with some decent strategy in whether or not you should let go to catch the Goombas as they pop up throughout the minigame. Sometimes you're just starting your lasso, so the circle is small, but if there's a bunch of Goombas that someone else might grab, you're gonna want to let go, so it's a great risk versus reward aspect in a great minigame. Manner of Escape has you choose the right doors to make your way down and escape the manor. This may seem like a simple basic Mario Party minigame, and it is, but it's got the perfect amount of dumb luck that every minigame needs, and also a bit of skill, because obviously you're trying to remember what doors you've gone into, but also the doors other people have gone into, and you want to be watching at all times in case someone else gets the right door. It's just fun. Line in the Sand is so simple, but so creative. One player gets the 3 players out by drawing a circle around them, and overall this is just a great use of the pointer controls. The smaller your circle, obviously the faster you can draw it, but it means it's a smaller circle and therefore won't get as many players out. This is just a great minigame. Memory Lane is a really creative one. You're shown the correct path before you start, and you have to make your way across the glass how it was shown. Even if you forget completely, you can do a little strategy called cheating and look over and screen peek at everyone else playing playing to try and get the path from them. This is a really great minigame. In the final countdown, you punch players off the platforms as they count down to 0. This is a really creative idea for a survival minigame, having to focus on which boxes are about to hit 0 so that you can bump other players into them, while also having to look for what boxes are higher up so you can survive, is a great combination for a hectic and intense minigame. Cliffside Crisis is your standard survival minigame, but with moving platforms. It's so simple, but being on a cliffside is a great aesthetic. These are never not a great time. In Cold Front, you have to survive on the ice while the cloud enemies try to blow you off. This one is a lot of fun, as the clouds do not hold back at all, and there will be times you're basically off the edge but can just barely stay on. Also, as I've said before, ice is just synonymous with Mario Party. The slippery, delayed nature of it evens the playing field and makes it so everything can happen. This is a great minigame that would be even better if you could punch other players, but I don't know, maybe that would make this too hectic. In Rockin' Raceway, you have to press A and B the fastest to win the race, but go too fast and you'll actually spin out. This is a really great button masher with a really fun race aesthetic. The carrots are also a nice addition, as if you get the orange one, you can button mash as fast as possible, which adds a bit of timing to everything. It's a really fun minigame overall. In Silly Screws, you button mash the screws to make them line up with the next one to jump to it. It's a really creative use of a button mashing minigame. Hotel Goomba has the party getting to the 3rd floor fastest while having to navigate and punch Goombas out of your way. The grid-based movement, along with racing against everyone, turns these really simple puzzles into a really good time. In Popstar, 3 players ground pound while the other button mashes to fill their balloon with air. This one is really fun as both sides. Take Me Ohm is a basic survival premise, but man, this one is fun. Some survival minigames look cool, but end up being way too easy. But this one gets hard by the end. It's a great survival minigame. Heir to a Fortune is another really good coin minigame. It's one of those mini social deduction minigames, where if 2 people choose a cloud with coins to jump to, no one gets them. And I'll even say that the fact that it is a coin minigame makes this actually better, because it makes the risk of wanting to jump to the coins a lot higher, because grabbing a big pile of coins that then translate directly into coins in the main game is exactly what makes a good coin minigame fun. This minigame is absolutely peak. Peak Precision is an all-around classic minigame. The only reason it isn't completely in the top tier is because there's a bit of a delay to where you can press another input. This might be for balancing purposes to help slower players, but dang it man, let me destroy my friends. Makin' Waves has 3 players try to knock over the player in the middle by ground pounding the water. If they are really well coordinated, this can be a nightmare for whoever is in the middle, but it's a great and pretty balanced minigame nonetheless. In Robot Arm Wrestle, you have to shake your controller like mad with a teammate to win the arm wrestle, and as you can tell, I'm a sucker for minigames as simple as this. Most 2v2 minigames are good due to some sort of coordination, but every once in a while, sprinkling in a minigame like this, where no words need to be said, while you and a teammate frantically shake your Joy-Con as fast as possible, yeah, what can I say? I like these. Bumper Balls is an absolutely classic Mario Party minigame. Everyone is on inflatable balls trying to knock each other off the platform. This premise just screams Mario Party, and the execution is great. Polar Extreme is a really simple race minigame, but it's done really well. The ice being dynamic with it sinking or cracking apart under too much weight adds the perfect wrinkle to this one. Overall, Polar Extreme is everything a race minigame should be. In Sign Steal Deliver, one player uses a drone to grab packages from the Toads, while the other 3 players have to manually run up, grab, and deliver them. This is a really fun 1v3 minigame that does actually feel perfectly balanced. In Cherry Go Round, you spin your cherry using the stylus as fast as you can to throw it the furthest. This is kind of the stylus version of a button masher, and you know what? It's actually pretty fun. Okay, remember that section that was like probably 2 hours ago now, about the 1v3 microphone minigames and how they all sucked because you can literally hear the player with the mic giving out commands, so in turn the game is just too easy? Well, this 1v3 microphone minigame actually uses that to its advantage. The microphone player says a number or shape to make the thwomps land on, and because you know what's about to happen, that gives you just enough time to jump to a clear space. It's easy to mix up what's what in the heat of the moment, and is actually a really fun minigame. If only every other 1v3 microphone minigame was actually like this one too. In Tilt-A-Golf, you have to tilt your Joy-Con to get a golf ball in the hole. This is a really fun and simple use of the Joy-Con's gyro controls, and also having to flick up to make a jump would have been totally busted on a worse motion controller, but this one pulls it off really well. All the controls feel pretty snappy here. First of all, Fruit of the Doom has a great pun, but second of all, this one didn't actually seem that fun at first. But the fact that the fruit and spikes only spawn at the front of the waterfall adds a perfect risk versus reward element that makes this one really fun. In Power Washer, 3 players survive in a dishwasher while 1 player spins the plate to try and hit them with water. A lot of 1v3 minigames have this sort of mechanic at play, but this one is just executed really well on top of the aesthetic of being in a dishwasher just being pretty funny. The addition of the second nozzle about halfway through turns this minigame even more hectic with a nail-biting conclusion. Bowser's Fireball Fury has you using the game gamepad's gyro tilting controls as Bowser to move the fireballs to hit the players. This is such a creative use of the gamepad's feature, and it's super overpowered for the gamepad player as Bowser, but who cares? It's just a lot of fun. In Bowser's Paintball, you avoid the spikes while the player on the gamepad plays pinball. It's such a great idea, and it feels perfectly balanced too, because there's no way you get through it untouched, but if you're smart, you'll only lose a heart or two, which means it's actually pretty balanced all things considered when looking at Mario Party 10's Bowser minigames. Ice Slide, U Slide is a fairly simple elimination minigame, but instead of it being a tie if everyone survives, it ends in a mad dash by waving your Wiimote, which turns this from good to great. In tall order, you have to use your Joy-Con to make the motion of shaving ice. This would already be a fairly fun 4-player minigame, but as a 2v2 minigame, with how your ice can build off each other's, this one is a really fun minigame with a great winter backdrop as well. In Camera Ready, you move your camera around to snap a picture of the picture in the middle. The closest picture wins, and this is pretty simple, but minigames like this are a nice change of pace from the action-packed ones, as here you have to be patient to snap the perfect picture. Yoshi's Mountain Race is Yoshi's ally minigame from Super Mario Party Jamboree. You ride a Yoshi to the top of a mountain to win. Using Yoshi's flutter jump to shave off time in certain sections is so much fun. Overall, I really do like this Yoshi ally minigame, but sometimes the controls feel a little bit off. However, that doesn't change it from being a really good minigame. Rosalina's Radical Race is a snowboarding minigame where you snowboard down to the finish line, and wait, what? Okay, now it's just Rainbow Road? Yeah, this is awesome. Control-wise, this is super simple for an ally minigame, but the aesthetic carries this one hard. It's a great time all around. Cut from the team from Mario Party 8 is, in my opinion, how you do a luck-based battle minigame. Basically, you just have to pick a wire and hope it's not one of the 3 that will spring you off the cliff. The suspense here is awesome, and although it is just a luck-based minigame, that suspense is what carries it so high. Your life will flash before your eyes as you cut a wire. And because this is a battle minigame, the stakes are high here. Obviously, it doesn't do anything super special, but what it sets out to do, it does really well. Jump the Gun is one of the most creative 2v2 minigames out there. One player having to make a path by shooting bullet bills, while the other person uses them to platform across, is a genius idea that's executed nearly flawlessly. I can see how the controls as the person jumping can be a bit finicky, but in my opinion, it adds to the charm. This is the remade version for Jamboree, and the only reason I think it's a little bit lower is because they added the cooldown timer for the bullet bills, but regardless, this is a great minigame. Jump the Gun, but in Mario Party 6, is ever so slightly better due to there being no cooldown on the bullet bills. It's a small change, but it makes a difference, so it's an even greater minigame. In Rumble Fishing, you go fishing and wait for the biggest rumble to pull out a fish with your Joy-Con. It's super simple, but using the rumble feature with motion controls is a great combination. It turns an average minigame into a really fun one. Shy Guy Says is a classic OG minigame that's based on reaction. It's always a good time whenever this one pops up. Wow, Womp Stomp is such a great boss fight. Each player can choose to either flip or not flip their switch, moving everyone one turn. Whoever lands in front of the Womp ends up getting smashed and they can't score any points, but the closer you are to the Womp, the more points you can land. This is like a mental mind minigame done completely right. Bombard King Bob-omb is another great boss minigame. Everyone is given 4 options of bombs to throw at King Bob-omb, with no one knowing who's choosing what. Your bomb only counts if no one else picks it, so it's another great mind minigame just like the Womp boss fight. Next up, we have Insectaride. Choose one of 4 insect-based vehicles that each come with their own unique control scheme. This is honestly one of the most creative and well-executed minigames out there. Don't get sandwiched in Sandwiched. You just have to survive while sandwiches rain down from the sky. It's such a weird and creative premise, which again is what Mario Party minigames should strive to be, and it's an absolute blast because of that. This one can get really intense, especially near the end with multiple sandwiches raining down super fast. Once you get used to them, the shadows will help you with depth perception. This is a pretty fun one. Next up, we have Boulder Ball. One player chucks rocks down the hill while the rest try and reach the top. This one is extremely simple, but it's just so much fun. Dodging and weaving the boulders as the 3 players is super satisfying, and nothing feels better than smacking your friends with a giant boulder, sending them down the hill. This strikes the perfect balance of difficulty for a very satisfying 1v3 minigame. DK's Conga Line is an absolute banger ally minigame from Super Mario Party Jamboree, with it not only being a great callback to Donkey Konga, but also this one is as simple to play as it is fun to play. All you do is match up your L and R presses with DK's drum to get the most points. However, this one goes on for a while, so you really have to be focused the whole time. Add in the fact that each character gets their own solo where all the spotlights are on them, and this is just a really fun, super replayable ally minigame with, once again, a really cool aesthetic / reference to Donkey Konga, where you use the Donkey Kong bongo bongos, which was like an actual controller. I don't know, I just find this sick. Magma Mayhem is how you do a survival minigame. Dangling over the lava, punching each other would be one thing, but if you add in physics with everyone trying not to tip over, yeah, you've got a classic minigame type done right. This one's executed to perfection. There's a reason Defuse or Lose came back in Jamboree. It's a certified 2v2 minigame banger. It feels just balanced enough to where if you're smart, you can save your team a bunch of time. It's a really fun idea and a really great minigame. Platform Peril is the quintessential platform survival minigame. Not really sure why they turned this into a coin minigame in Super Mario Party Jamboree, because it works so well as a basic 4-player get-to-the-end survival minigame. In Facelift, you have to stretch Bowser's face to match the one in the middle. Despite it being quite cursed to look at, this is actually a really fun minigame. It takes after the home screen from Super Mario 64, but instead of Mario, it's Bowser you're stretching. It's simple yet super creative, which in my opinion is what every minigame should strive for. Slime Time is weird, but oddly a great time. It's yet another button mashing minigame, but if you slow down your mashing pace at all, you'll be sucked back to the beginning. It's a great risk versus reward of trying to win by going as fast as you can, but having to also keep a steady pace so you don't mess up and get sent to the start. This one simple twist catapults this to being one of the best button masher minigames in the entire series. Watch the example of Toad sledding, gauge where you've got to let go, and try to be the closest to the edge without going over in Sled to the Edge. This is such a classic feeling Mario Party minigame. It's got a bit of everything. There's skill in keeping up with how much ice you have left, a good amount of luck with the ice not really giving a ton of clues on how close you are, and a great risk versus reward system of wanting to be the closest but also not wanting to fall off the edge. Add that all up with a great presentation and quick pace, and you've got yourself an amazing minigame. Gimme a Break is basically the same thing but with 8 players. Hey, the more the merrier, I guess. Next up we have Soap Surfers. In this minigame you have to ride around a sink on soap and try to bump everyone else out. This is one of the simplest types of minigames, but this specific version of it is done so well and goes by pretty quick, so I really can't help but love this one. Skyjinx has players race to the end of a fun little platforming challenge. In my mind, I guess it's a spiritual successor to minigames like Platform Peril, but it's on steroids. The platforming in Skyjinx is so good that it honestly feels like you're playing a 2D Mario Bros level. The reason it isn't top tier though is, although having 3 lives is a neat idea, the camera goes so slow that as long as you take your time, it's pretty hard to fall off. Still a great minigame though. Coming in next, we have Tug O Dory. A button masher? I like it. An elimination style button masher? I really like it. There's nothing crazy complicated here, but it's got a great presentation to it, and what can I say? Button mashers are fun, and this one does it well. In Loggerheads, you have to swing the Wiimote to be the first person to chop the wood, but be careful because this might not actually be wood, it might be a bomb. Obviously, the bomb will blow up and stun you, making you lose out on potential points. At its roots, it's just a reaction timing minigame, but using the Wiimote motion here makes this one a lot of fun. Count the correct number of Goombas on screen in Goomba spotting. I know this may seem way too high for a glorified counting minigame, but 1, minigames are kinda supposed to be simple, and 2, this takes the counting concept and runs with it. Not only is it harder to see everything clearly, but you also can't see your counter. You can only press A to raise your counter by 1. This is a really great change to the usual formula. I don't know why Tackle Takedown didn't even exist until Mario Party 9, but man, this is a great one. It's nothing too deep, but it just feels like a great Mario Party minigame. It's super fun and replayable, one of the best 1v3 minigames in the entire series. In Foo Me Once, you're shown 7 buttons and have to remember them in the correct order. Not only is the presentation fun, but this is just a really creative minigame. The game being taken in turns adds great suspense, especially when you forget the last few and have to guess. Senseless Census has you run around the train and count all the toads you see. Again, there have been many count the number of something minigames throughout the series, but I think this is one of the best ones. Instead of just staring at a static screen, it's instead up to you to run around and try and count the toads. This makes it so you have to be proactive and quick, or else the toads will move around enough to where you'll lose track of who you've already counted. It's a simple premise for a minigame done perfectly. Junior's Jauntlet is Bowser Jr.'s ally minigame. Every few seconds, a new attack or line of enemies will come at you, and you get points by not getting hit. This one is a lot of fun, especially due to how fast-paced it is. It's 3 minutes long, which is pretty long for a minigame, but it definitely really doesn't feel like it, with how fast new enemies spawn in, how fast the scenarios change, and just how many scenarios there are. You're always on the edge of your seat for this one, which is perfect not just for a minigame, but for an ally minigame as well. Ice hockey is, well, ice hockey, but as an extra minigame in Mario Party 5. There's not too much to say besides it's ice hockey. Of course it's fun. Waluigi's Pinball Arcade is such a fun minigame. First of all, it being a Waluigi pinball machine, which is obviously a reference to Waluigi's Pinball, the Mario Kart track from Mario Kart DS, that is just sick. So cool. I love seeing Waluigi kind of take the spotlight here. And not only that, but man, this is just fun. It's pinball. I don't know, I guess if you don't like pinball, you won't like this minigame, but I happen to love pinball and I think this one's pretty fun. The main thing you're trying to do here is get all the letters to Waluigi's name lit up, because then you get a different power-up. Sometimes this power-up will give you a bunch of extra balls, sometimes it'll just give you extra coins you can hit to score more points, or continuing the Mario Kart theming here, you could even get a blooper that covers other people's screens. There's just enough going on here to take pinball, which again is a pretty standard concept, and translate it into a Mario Party minigame perfectly. Leaf Leap is an absolute classic, with it being in 3 separate Mario parties, and it's just so plain to see why. Having to race up the leaf stem as fast as possible while avoiding jumping in the wrong direction and losing a few spots is a great risk versus reward, and it is so satisfying to get into a flow state and then look up and see that you're in outer space. Leaf Leap is an absolute banger. In Prime Cut, you have to work with a teammate to cut the steak as close to 50-50 as possible. First of all, ND Cube had no reason to cook this hard with the steak graphics, because man, that looks good, I'm hungry now. Second, this is just an all-around great minigame. Even if your partner is straight up throwing, you can always try and tweak where you are just enough to carry your team to victory. It's overall a great and very creative premise that, ironically, we haven't really seen a ton before in Mario Party minigames. In Toadstool Titan, you have to hit random blocks hoping to get a mushroom. If you get it, run over everyone. If you don't, try to survive. A good Mario Party minigame, as I've mentioned, has the perfect amount of luck and skill involved, and this one is that motto to a T. In Tiny Triathlon, you have to swim, bike, and run using 3 different versions of motion controls with your Joy-Con. This one may be a guilty pleasure of mine, but it's such a fun minigame. The actual race itself won't usually go past 30 seconds, so not only is it 3 control styles in one, but if you're better at one over the other, it can turn into a really competitive minigame. That and the aesthetic, with Toads and Shy Guys watching you race, is a great touch. In Slipknot, you have to use the 3DS's gyro to turn left and right to make your way down the slide. The controls in this one are super sensitive, and honestly, it makes it so much better. When everyone's controls are equally bad, it actually makes this minigame more fun to replay, as making it to the end is so insanely hard. This is a great minigame made even better by the slippery track it's on. Sick and Twisted has you race to the end of an obstacle course. This is one of Mario Party 8's simplest minigames, yet man, it is just so much fun. The goal isn't even to win the race, but just to make it to the end. And with the turning platforms and bullet bills, this is just a classic, highly replayable Mario Party minigame. In fact, it's so fun that there was heavy inspiration drawn from this one for the game Fall Guys, and in my opinion, some of the best modes in Fall Guys are the ones that look suspiciously like Sick and Twisted. In Snowball Summit, you have to make a snowball and use it to hit players off the mountain. As we've learned by now, a great survival Mario Party minigame takes the premise of just surviving and gives it a creative twist, and Snowball Summit definitely meets that criteria and goes above and beyond. Having to build a snowball as a means to attack is such a creative and interesting premise, and it's pulled off really great. The gameplay loop here is perfect, frantically mashing to form your snowball, and then walking around a ton to make it even bigger so you can launch your enemies further is great, but if you make your snowball too big and then someone else hits your snowball with a way smaller snowball, both of them will break, leading you and your opponent to be at the same level again, even if you took like 30 seconds to make a huge snowball. There's a perfect amount of risk versus reward, offense and defense here, and also in the remake for Superstars, they make this great minigame arguably the best looking minigame in the entire series. The nighttime backdrop, along with the great snow tracks you leave behind, make this a damn good looking minigame. Having to dodge the oncoming penguins in Pushy Penguins is a lot of fun and a stellar survival type minigame. There's great presentation, just the right amount of luck versus skill, and ice physics. Put that all together and you have a great minigame. Trace Race is diabolically simple, but is such a fun minigame, and that's what Mario Party is all about. Drawing the perfect line that changes up game to game is so much fun. Pairing that with the great presentation makes this an ultra replayable minigame that just oozes that classic Mario Party charm. Spinner Cell is a survival type 1v 1v3 minigame, but this one is really creative. The one player controls two different spinning objects, with one being slower and lethal, and the other faster and used to bounce people around. With each object being controlled by its own analog stick, this one is a little tricky to get a hold of, but it feels super balanced with how OP bouncing people into the blades can be. Overall, it's a really creative survival minigame that's near expertly balanced. In Treacherous Tightrope, you have to get to the end of the tightrope first while not falling off. I personally think this is the best use of motion controls in all of Mario Party 8. We've had the equivalent of button mashers, and those are really fun, but doing something you truly can't play in any other game in the series makes this one of my favorites. It's such a simple concept of trying to keep your balance while focusing on not falling while also trying to win the race. Again, this is a very fun minigame that expertly uses motion controls to make a minigame that you really couldn't just pull off with buttons. This is a highly replayable and just super fun minigame. Booting Gallery has you shooting the boos throughout a Luigi's Mansion looking house faster than the other team. This is a really fun idea made even better with the use of pointer controls, which turns a fairly creative minigame into something that's really great and replayable. Trying to kill that final ghost as he gets smaller and smaller leads to some super chaotic conclusions. In Light Wave Battle, you have to ground pound to send out waves to hurt other players, all while avoiding getting hit yourself. This is such a great minigame concept, with a perfect amount of risk versus reward, with dodging attacks but also trying to send out attacks as well. Also, the fact that it's 4 players makes it super hectic in the beginning, which means it actually justifies the live system where each character has 3 lives. Overall, this minigame does everything it sets out to do perfectly well. It's just a lot of fun. Fun Run might just about have the most generic minigame out of this list, but don't let it fool you. This is one of the best minigames of all time. Making your way through the spiraling staircase to win the race while avoiding enemies and traps makes this one such a replayable minigame. Due to the stair nature of the race, it makes it so you need to stay on your toes to avoid enemies and different traps throughout. This is a super replayable and borderline perfect minigame. Slappy Go Round is a big game of chicken as you try to juke each other out. If you ground pound, the hand will fly and hit the other person, but if they are in the air or in the process of ground pounding, it'll miss them, come back and hit you instead.
Congratulations, you played yourself.
It's a great mix of reaction, skill, and dumb luck, as both of you are jumping up and down, waiting for the right moment to ground pound. The mental warfare at play here turns Slappy Go Round into an extremely replayable minigame that will cause big beef between you and your friends, which means, well, it's a perfect dual minigame. Launch Break takes button mashing and turns it into 3 separate phases that all contribute to your ship launching off. Then you get an entire launch sequence that shows in real time how well you did in each phase. Yeah, this one's a banger. Combine that with the excellent presentation and you've got yourself a classic, suspenseful, simple yet effective masterpiece of a minigame. Squish You Were Here is the worst minigame to play if you're claustrophobic. Luckily, I'm not claustrophobic though, so this one's really fun. You just have to survive while the bars close in to crush you, and it's a normal survival minigame made so much better due to every bar resetting and creating a quick opening every time it closes in. This one is fairly straightforward gameplay-wise, but the quick, snappy decision-making involved with trying not to get crushed is a lot of fun. It's a great spiced-up survival minigame. Next, we have Bombs Away, but specifically from Mario Party 2. This is a minigame carried over from the first Mario Party, but in Mario Party 2, it's made a lot better in my opinion. Not only is there the addition of bullet bills that will always hit the land, which is great to plan around, but there's also just way more projectiles in this version, which fixes the minigame was too easy issue I had with the original. That, and at the very end, a giant Bowser missile hits the land too. Yeah, this is the definitive version of this minigame, and it sucks that in the top 100 and Superstars, they decided to remake the inferior Mario Party 1 version, because I would have loved to seen this version, which again is just way better in my opinion, with the better graphics. Book Squirm is a classic Mario Party minigame. You have to find the cutouts in the page before it closes on you. It's such a creative, concise, yet replayable minigame. I've seen this one above all else be called the greatest minigame of all time, and in my opinion, I just don't see it. Although I think it's close, as it's super creative and very replayable, there are still some other minigames I think are just a bit more fun. I don't mean to knock this one at all though, it is still a banger minigame. In Mushroom Mix-Up, you have to run to the color mushroom Toad holds up, and it gets increasingly faster as the minigame goes on. They really had some perfect minigame ideas for the first Mario Party game. It's simple, easy to understand, and just a lot of fun. As we said in the remade version of Mushroom Mix-Up for Superstars, the mechanic where you can't stop jumping forward when you jump on someone else makes this into a really different minigame where you're actually rewarded for getting to the colored mushroom first, and when the people lagging behind are forced to jump onto the mushroom, they might jump on someone else's head and fall right off. It'll happen most times you play this one, and I think it only enhances the point of the game. Mushroom Mix-Up is a perfect minigame minigame from the older Mario Party titles. Next, let's talk about Platform Peril, again, but specifically from Mario Party 2. This is the same minigame from Mario Party 1, even with the same name, but the platforms moving and having different directions makes this one even better. I really wish this is the one they decided to remake in Jamboree. Treadmill Grill is a survival minigame on actual steroids. Instead of just a platform, it's now on moving treadmills. Add on to that fire enemies that jump all around to try and hit you, all while you can jump and punch other players? Yeah, this is a survival minigame perfected. Monty's Revenge is such a creative minigame. It's basically reverse whack-a-mole, but your goal is to stay out of the hole as long as possible while 3 computer-controlled Monty moles go crazy and try and get revenge on decades of you hitting them. They run around, try and hit you, and if you're hit, you're stunned for a few seconds and can't add any time to your timer. If it wasn't for the questionable AI for the Monty moles, this might be the best minigame out there. Sometimes though, the Monty moles can just beeline for you, passing other players to get to you, which I think is probably good for the minigame overall, but can feel kind of annoying in the moment. As it is though, it's still incredibly creative, a hilarious premise. I love that they let Monty moles have revenge and start hitting the other players. It's very replayable and just so much fun. Okay, here we go. Now I've absolutely destroyed some of the minigames throughout this ranking for being purely RNG, but hopefully I've gotten across that if the minigame is as simple as random chance, it is almost entirely carried by the vibes of the minigame and the presentation, which also just so happen to be 2 of the most subjective aspects of these minigames. Yeah, I totally expect to get some angry comments about where I put some of these, but just remember, this is my opinion, and in my opinion, Bowser's Big Blast is easily the best RNG minigame in the series. Going one by one to hopefully not blow up is as funny as it is suspenseful. The upbeat music immediately cutting off once you press down on the trigger, ramping up the suspense as you cross your fingers hoping his eyes don't start to count down. Man, this one is just so much fun with a group of friends. There have been so many turn-based RNG minigames throughout this series that I've placed all over this ranking, but this one is just the gold standard for not wasting your time, yet still being suspenseful, having an amazing presentation, and just being a blast. Which means it's pretty easily the best RNG minigame in the entire series. In Gyro for the gold, you have to use the 3DS's gyro to guide your ball and make your way across a huge obstacle course. By far the best use of the 3DS's gyroscope, and honestly, it makes me wish we got more minigames like this one. There's 3 entire sections in this one minigame, with each one honestly being long enough to be its own minigame. This is where I would start to normally complain about, oh, this minigame goes on for too long, but this one is just so much fun, I honestly don't care. This is a great minigame idea made even better by the stellar use of the gyro. It's easily Island Tour's best minigame. In Slapperazzi, you have to run in front of the Koopa taking a picture to be in the front. This is a classic Mario Party minigame, as the idea is absolutely golden. The idea to punch other players is not only a fun bonus, but also hilarious when you see it in the final picture. This is a great idea with near flawless execution. Presentation-wise, Sizzling Steaks is once again an 11 out of 10. I don't know why Nintendo cooked so hard with the steak graphics, but everything about this is peak. Everything from the oil on the pan down to the steam coming off the steak is just so nice to look at. In terms of, you know, the actual gameplay, I'd say it's a really unique premise. Using the Joy-Con to flip steak in order to cook each side is super creative. And with the really accurate motion controls the Joy-Con provides, this minigame gets turned from a fine idea into a genuinely great one. Also, come on, this minigame just looks yummy. Okay, this might be cheating, but what happens when you put 3 of the best minigames of all time together into one minigame? You get Mario's three-peat. I guess in some universe this could technically be number 1, but that would be anticlimactic and a bit of a cop-out, as is going from Leaf Leap to Bumper Balls all the way to Shy Guy Says. Has the perfect collection of 3 already great minigames, Mario's Ally minigame is just so much fun. Shell Soccer is truly the only Mario Party sports minigame that actually feels like a Mario Party sports minigame. What do I actually mean by that? Well, all the other minigames throughout the series that have premises such as volleyball, basketball, or badminton are literally just the sport as a minigame, but for Shell Soccer, instead of kicking a soccer ball into a goal, you're kicking shells into the Goombas. Each team has 7 Goombas at the start, so the more you score, the less Goombas the opposing team has remaining, and the harder it is to actually aim and hit them. And makes it so a comeback is always possible, especially because you can like bounce them off the side and hit the Goombas at an angle to kill multiple with one shot. This is easily the most fun and creative sports minigame we have in the entire Mario Party franchise. Dungeon Duos is the 2v2 minigame to compare all other great 2v2 minigames against. best. Working with your partner throughout a bunch of different obstacles, including button mashing, platforming, and a pipe puzzle, is a lot of fun. This truly does feel like the perfect 2v2 minigame. It's got coordination and bite-sized version of a bunch of the main minigame archetypes like button mashing, platforming, and puzzles. This one's long, but because it switches up the core gameplay so much, it doesn't feel long. It's truly one of the best minigames of all time. Alright, we're finally here. After ranking well over 1,000 minigames across the entire Mario Party series, we're left with just one, and I'm sure a lot of you can already tell which one this is, because it's so iconic and we're yet to mention it. I also know for a fact that a lot of you will hate this pick. It won my Mario Party Jamboree ranking, and everyone in the comments was like, I can't believe I just sat through this entire ranking just for Domination to be number one. Yeah, that's right, Domination is my favorite minigame in the entire series. In my opinion, it's the quintessential Mario Party minigame, and here's why. It's simple, executes its premise perfectly, and has one of the best presentations throughout the entire series. Now, the premise makes this one of the simplest minigames out there, with you literally just mashing A for 10 seconds as fast as you can. As I've said, for what's gotta be the last 4 hours now, the simpler the idea, the harder it'll be to be great, but the greater the game can be overall if it's executed perfectly, because simple quick minigames normally don't have the depth and replayability of other ones, but if they can manage to grasp that, then they're so much better because they're simple and quick and therefore highly replayable and fit in perfectly to a main play session of the main Mario Party mode. And guess what? Domination is executed perfectly, whether it's in the original or in the remake. There's no other way for me to describe this than just saying there is something so primal about this minigame. Obviously in the remake, the updated visuals help, but the fact that nobody knows who is in the lead until after the timer ends, and then you have to wait and watch all the womps fall, that is just genius game design. If this game just ended and a counter popped up and set everyone's scores, this would instantly drop to mid-tier. But the fact that it's so simple, goes by super quick, and is infinitely replayable to get a high score, makes this the all-time best Mario Party minigame in my eyes. Again, I know a bunch of people are probably gonna say it's ridiculous that we ranked a button masher number one, but to that I say, well, why? What makes a good Mario Party minigame? I've said this so many times, but it's something simple, easy to understand, with fun core gameplay that you can try over and over again to improve, mixed with a little bit of suspense and moments where you'll be yelling at the TV with your friends, which again, Domination has all of that and combines it together into such a fun minigame that is always just such a blast when it comes up. Again, this is one of the most simple minigames across the entire series, so I'm sure a lot of people are like, you should have put a different minigame that has super complex controls and multiple different phases to it. But there's something about the simplicity here that makes it so good. Even if you've never touched a Mario Party minigame before, if you have a controller in your hands and this minigame comes up, you know what to do. It's just so fun and is, again, in my opinion, the best Mario Party minigame, but I know that's gotta be controversial, so let me know what your favorite is down in the comments below. Seriously, like, I'm actually curious, because again, I ranked this number one in the Jamboree video, and so many people were like, I can't believe you just wasted so much of my time. I watched this whole thing just for you to rank a button masher number one. And given that this video is way longer than the Jamboree one, I would assume we'll probably get a bunch more comments and a bunch more people angry that we supposedly wasted their time. But again, if you don't agree, that is completely fine, but I'm at least curious. Please put a different minigame at number one. There are many great minigames throughout the series, and many great minigames that probably do deserve this number one spot as well, but for me, there's just something so visceral about spamming your controller and then watching all these dominoes fall. Ah, man, I just love this one. We have finally reached the end of this absolutely ridiculous project, ranking 1,098 minigames across the Mario Party franchise. But I know you made it to the end of this massive video, you want more. Well, we got you covered. We're gonna be taking the averages of every single game to see which game has the best minigames, and every single type, for example, like 4v4 versus 1v3. First, let's start out with the games though. I would like to make it clear, these rankings are somewhat inherently skewed. This is not at all our ranking for which Mario Party games are the best. Obviously, we're not counting like the boards or the side modes, but also games that have side modes that, well, just aren't that fun, naturally have a lot of extra mini games that will bloat their ranking. This is more just so for like the stat nerds out there who find this stuff interesting, because I certainly do, but I would not take this as like gospel or anything. Starting off, the worst game is Mario Party 1, the one that started it all. It's actually the worst by a wide margin, coming at 805.78 for the average average minigame finishing position. Unfortunately, I do kind of understand why this is. I think Mario Party 1 is incredible. I mean, it spawned this entire massive 17-game franchise, but they were still nailing down some of the fundamentals here, and additionally, that N64 jank just doesn't help certain minigames. Next, we have Mario Party 2 at an average finishing position of 666.68, then Mario Party 7 at an average finishing position of 646.51. This one got bogged down by just having the least amount of normal 4-player minigames because there were so many different side modes here. There were the Bowser minigames, the DK minigames, the 8-player minigames, and the microphone minigames. And a lot of those just weren't as good, unfortunately. Next, we have Mario Party 3 coming in at an average finishing position of 640, then Mario Party 6 and Mario Party 5, which were so close here, it actually blows my mind. Mario Party 6 came in at 598.61, and 5 came in at 598.22. Kinda ridiculous that they were this close when averaging it all up. Next, we had Mario Party Advance at 589.48. It may seem crazy to have Advance ranked better than Mario Party 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, and 7, because a lot of people consider that to be like the golden age of Mario Party. However, Advance's minigames are pretty good, all things considered. In fact, the minigames are really all Mario Party Advance had going for it. So again, this is not a ranking of the games, just how much we enjoyed playing the minigames in the game. Next, we have Mario Party Island Tour coming in at 560.98, followed up by Mario Party 9 at 558.33. After that, we had Mario Party Star Rush at 535.46, Mario Party 4 at 522.31, Mario Party 8, my personal favorite Mario Party game, at 512.79, and then we get to the top 5, which are all well above the previous games. Mario Party DS comes in at 463.72, followed by Jamboree at 455.94. Jamboree being this high up is insane, specifically because, well, A, the worst minigame in this entire video was from Jamboree, but also most of Jamboree's minigames are not actually the main minigames you get to play in the Mario Party mode. There are so many Coinathlon, Survivathon, 8-player Kaboom Squad, rhythm minigames here. There's just so many different types of minigames that theoretically probably should be bogging down Jamboree more, but it just speaks to how good a bunch of the minigames are in that game that it's still this high up. Coming in at number 3 is Mario Party 10 at 455.45. Extremely close to Jamboree, but it slightly edged it out, probably because their only real side mode there was like Bowser Party. There wasn't like an 8-player Koopathlon mode. Coming in at number 2, we have Mario Party Superstars, which is kind of cheating. When ranking these minigames, we only actually had 13 specifically from Superstars. These are either just the sports minigames that you can play in free play for Superstars, or minigames that got remade in Superstars that we think are different enough to be ranked higher. So it is a little cheating to put it as its own game, but that's the way we did it, so deal with it. But anyway, Superstars, if you want to count it, comes in at 380.84 average finishing position. And then the best game out of the entire franchise in terms of this minigame ranking is Super Mario Party, which is kind of funny because if you've been watching this channel, you know I do not like this game. In fact, I don't really like it at all. But I guess I can admit that the minigames here are really good. Super Mario Party came in at an average finishing position of 364.06, and I think it does deserve it. It does have like the rhythm minigames and the river survival 4-player cooperative minigames, but the rest of the minigames here are just your average Mario Party minigames. And given that this is like the 15th game in the series, they kind of knew what worked and what didn't by this point, so the minigames were all pretty good. Now let's move on to ranking the minigames by type. Coming in, at no surprise to anyone, is the item minigames at the way worst average finishing position of 998.78. Yeah, these aren't even really like actual minigames, but we did count them as like a different section. So while it's not really fair to item minigames to say that they are the worst, well, they are the worst by a long margin, because next up at 691.58 average finishing position, we have the DK minigames. Then we have the rhythm minigames coming in at 629.2, and then Bowser minigames at 609.33. Next up, we have dual minigames coming in at 586.15. This one personally surprised me because because, well, I like dual minigames. I think a lot of them are pretty good, but I guess there are just a fair amount of stinkers that weigh down the average enough. Next up, we have the Coin Chaos minigames from Mario Party Star Rush. The Mario Party franchise doesn't actually differentiate like a 4-player coin minigame from a 4-player normal minigame, but Coin Chaos minigames are differentiated, and they come in at 575.66. Next, we have solo minigames coming in at 554.06 average finishing position, followed up by 1v3 minigames that come in at 541.45 average finishing position. Next is battle minigames that come in at 536.84, then 2v2 minigames that come in at 521.41, and then 4-player minigames that come in at 506.66. The final 3 types of minigames are all kind of unique, and I don't necessarily think they are the best type of minigame, but on average, I guess they did rank the highest. First up out of the final 3, we have boss minigames, coming in at an average finishing position of just under 500, 499.71. Then we have the Coupathlon minigames at 415.44, and then the best minigame type on average throughout this entire series, we have the Survivathon minigames at 390.2 average finishing position. Now, I would like to make this clear. There are only 5 Survivathon minigames in this entire series. They're the Jamboree 20-player Bowser minigames that sometimes show up specifically in Coupathlon. So are these minigames actually that good? No, probably not. But on average, they did technically rank the highest. With that all out of the way, there's not much else left to say, but thank you guys. Thank you seriously for watching this massive video. Whether you sat there and watched the whole thing or just skipped to the end, we seriously do appreciate the support more than you can ever know. This is the longest video ever on the channel. Soon it might actually get beat by a video we've been working on since last April. That video should come out within like a month or so, and it is by far the most we have worked on a single video ever. I mean, we've been working on this thing consistently for the better part of a full year now. So I guess if you're looking forward to that or just appreciated this video as it is, check right now if you're subscribed. You might think you are, but you might not be. There's a chance that you'll never see our content again if you don't hit the subscribe button, and it seriously just means so much. It lets us know you enjoy these big, massive project style videos, because to be honest, this is like what we enjoy to do. This is the fun stuff. Additionally, we just have to thank anyone who is even considering joining as a member. That is the best way to directly support the channel. There are 5 of us who work on this channel full time, and I do speak for all of us when I say, seriously, we do appreciate it. Any support, whether it's joining as a member or just hitting the subscribe button. Even if you don't think we earned a subscription, just dropping a comment and letting us know what you disliked about this ranking. Seriously, we just appreciate it all. So one last time, thank you guys all so much for watching, and with that all out of the way, that was every minigame across the Mario Party franchise ranked. I'm Thomas from the Switch Stop signing off. Go play some Mario Party. Peace.